Good morning, everyone. Can I please kindly request for all guests to please use the e-forum background for today. The link can be found at the chat box, and please display your name as reflected in the screen with details that is according to your position and name. All the details are found in the chat box. Please follow. Thank you. Miss Isabel from Timor-Leste, can we have you to change your backdrop to the e-forum background? It is the link, you can find it in the chat box.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
I would like to also please kindly request for all attendees to please change your name to reflect your where you're from, the organization you're from, and your name. All the details can be found in the chat box. So if you're from, if you're a moderator, please write moderator _ your organization _ your name. All this information can be found in the chat box. Please check. Thank you.
Good morning, Father Dindo. Good to see you.
Hi, Dr. Pariono. Good morning to everybody. Sorry, there's no link yet in the chat. I just joined in. If it could be sent again. Thank you.
Good morning, Father Dindo. Good to see you here.
Morning.
The link has been shared again. So please.
Yes, AB, normally when someone join after the share, they could not see the previous sharing. So could ask to keep doing it. Yes.
Good morning, Dr. Dindo, and good morning, Dr. Rajesh.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Everybody.
How are you?
Morning, Director.
Very good morning, Rajesh. Good to see you. Fresh in
Likewise.
the Philippines, both of you.
To everyone who just came, the link for the e-forum background has been shared again. So please change your background and name accordingly. If you're from an embassy, please state embassy _ name. If you're a keynote speaker, keynote under name and organization. Please change your background to the e-forum background.
Morning, His Excellency Abel Guterres. Good to see you again.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes. Good morning.
Yeah, okay, just renaming it. I'm just gonna put my video out, yeah, so everything is okay, you can hear me, so I'm just gonna switch off the video.
Oh, thank you, Abiyanti. Very good morning.
Right, thank you so much.
Good morning,
Everyone,
Dr.
good morning.
Good to see you.
Good morning. Can you hear me fine? This is
Yes.
You can hear you fine.
Sounds
Thank you.
great.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Everyone who just, yes, we can hear you fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
To everyone who just came into the Zoom chat, please change your eForum background to the eForum background. That's kindly been provided again to the chat box. And please also change your name, your account name. If you are a keynote speaker, please write keynote and the organization you're from _name. All this information and details that needs to be accounted for can be found in the chat box.
Good morning, Dr. Sai, our GP member from Myanmar. Minglaba.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yes, good morning, Dr. Brian and all the TVM member.
Okay, very good morning. Good to see you again.
Yes.
Welcome.
Yes, good to see you again, Dr. Brian.
For those who have just entered the chat, please use the backdrop that is kindly provided by the Secretariat group. The link will be shared again to everyone. And please also change your display name accordingly. So if you're a panelist, it will be panelist _organization _first name. If you're a participant, please display as such. All this information can be found from the chat box. Thank you.
Very good morning, Dr. Adeline from UBD.
Hello, everyone.
Good morning, Dr. Siong. So, Dr. Good morning.
Assalamualaikum, good morning. To the new participants who have just entered the chat, if you wish to have your camera on the duration of the eForum, please use the background, eForum background that is official. It is provided kindly in the chat box, so please check and please change your display name accordingly. If you are a guest or participant, please write participant _ your organization and your first name. If you are a keynote speaker, please write keynote, organization _ first name. All these details that needs to be followed can be found in the chat box. Please check. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Razali Hasan from UTHM. Seems like still connecting.
Okay. Good morning.
Morning.
Morning, Dr. Priyono, Tuan Alias, Cikgu
Very good
Cynthia, Liana, Swandi, everyone.
Excellent.
Morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you for all your support.
No
and
worries.
to our excellencies, our governing board members, and our special guests. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Cikgu Alias.
Good morning, Dr. Siam. Thank you for joining and support our forum.
It's a pleasure to join, Cikgu, and well done to you and your team.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Cikgu Alias. Assalamualaikum. Hi, Dr. Syam.
Good morning.
Assalamualaikum, Cikgu Alias. Good morning.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Cikgu Alias.
Morning, Cikgu Alias.
Morning. Thank you very much.
Always
Thank you.
forward, Cikgu. No worries.
Assalamualaikum, Cikgu Alias. Apa kabar kita? Alhamdulillah. Jumpa lagi.
Thank you, Cikgu Rizal. Doakan saja. Mudah lancar.
Alhamdulillah. InsyaAllah, mudah-mudahan dipermudahan segala urusan.
Amin. Right. Happy to see all the big families here in the screen.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
Thank you. And also thank you all the guests from our member countries. All the our excellency from Timor-Leste. Thank you very much.
Good, that's great.
Good morning to you.
This is my first time, so I look forward to learning.
I think you're most welcome, right?
Yes.
We can close it. Good morning, Your Excellency from Singapore. Thank you for joining our forum.
Morning, happy to be here. Thank you.
Yeah, you're most welcome.
Assalamualaikum. I'm Zanaria from Malaysia.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Puan Janaria, right? Thank you for your support.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome.
Assalamualaikum. Good morning, everyone. There are still some participants who have not changed their background with their camera on. I see an account name, Chloe, and Mas Farina Wati from JPP, Mr. Alinor Dali, and Armah Tengah. Please change, if you wish to have your camera on, please change your backdrop to the e-forum backdrop, and please change your name accordingly. If you are a guest or participant, that will be participant organization under name _name. All the information can be found in the chat box. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum. Good morning, Your Excellency from Malaysia. Thank you very much for joining our forum.
Morning. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank Thank you very much to all our guests and participants who are joining our forum through Zoom and YouTube. We appreciate very much. Thank you.
Ready?
Good morning, Your Excellency from Cambodia. Thank you very much for joining our forum.
Good morning. I'm happy to be here. I am a representative of I am a second secretary of Khmer Embassy, and I'm happy to be here.
Thank you very much.
So good morning to Mr. Ang, our GP member from Singapore. Very good morning to you. And also I saw a few colleagues from Polytechnic Singapore. So good to see you all.
Thank you. Thank you for the welcome. Glad to be here.
Thank you. Welcome to Professor Bruri from
Good morning, Dr. Paryono and all. Thank you to invite me.
Very good morning to His Excellency Datuk Raja Reza from HICOM Malaysia. Very good morning to you, sir.
Good morning to you.
Thank you for attending our conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Chin.
Morning. Is the
Thank you very
audio
much.
okay?
Yes, very clear, Dr.
Okay, that's good. Yeah.
Assalamualaikum. Good morning, everyone. Just to kindly remind during the entire duration of the e-forum to please keep your mic on mute so the event can run smoothly. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning and salam sejahtera to Yang Mulia Dr. Chin Wei K, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Higher Education, of Ministry of Education, Brunei Darussalam, Yang Mulia Mr. Alias bin Haji Abu Bakar, Center Director, Simeo Voctech, Simeo Voctech Deputy Directors, respected Governing Board members, High Commissioners, Ambassadors, and representatives from associate member and affiliate members, esteemed guests, audience from all over the region and beyond joining us today. Welcome to Simeo Voctech e-forum on managing pandemic challenges and opportunities of TVET in the era of digitalization in conjunction with Simeo Voctech's 32nd Governing Board meeting. To bless today's event, we would like to begin with a recitation of Surah Al-Fatiha and Dua, which will be led by Yang Mulia Muhammad Faris Zaim bin Haji Zani. Please welcome.
Astaghfirullahalazim, 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 alladzi la ilaha illa huwal hayyul qayyum, atubu ilayh. Ila hadratin Nabiyyil Mustafa Rasulillahi sallallahu alaihi wasallam wa ala alihi wa sahbihi al-kiram. Shaym lillahi al-Fatiha. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki yaumiddin. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. اللهم إنا نسألك ونتوجه إليك بنبيك العمين والأنبياء والأولياء والصالحين ونسألك بأسمائك الحسنى وصفاتك الحسنى وكلماتك التامة أن تلحظ بعين عنايتك ربانية وتحفظ بحفظ وقايتك والصمدانية Jalalatul Malik, ke bawah duli yang maha mulia, Paduka Seri Baginda Sultan Haji Hassan Al-Bolkiah Mu'izzuddin Watullah Ibni Almarhum Sultan Haji Umar Ali Saifuddin Sa'dul Khairul Waddin Sultan dan Yang Pertuan Negara Brunei Darussalam. Allahumma hafazhu fi nafsihi wa ahlihi wa awladihi wa ahbadihi wa qarabatihi wa ra'iyatihi ajma'in. Allahumma adimhu mutamati'an mitullil baqa متوجه تجاني السهاد والحنان. اللهم عدل أمره مصلحا للموظفين والرعية والبلاد وبلغ مقاصده بطريق الهدى والرشاد. اللهم اجعل مملكته نجار برunei Darussalam مأمورة بالتقدم والسلام والعاد والصلاح والبركة بين الأنام والرخاء والأمن والناس وسائر البلاد الإسلام. اللهم ادفع عنا وعن سلطاننا البلاء والوباء والأمراض والأسقام وعزل عنا وعن شكوك والأوهام بمنك وكرمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. اللهم اهدينا وبارك لنا ووفقنا لطاعتك أجمعين وجعلنا هادين مهتدين غير ضالين ولا مضلين. اللهم أرنا الحق حقا وارزقنا اتباعه وأرنا الباطل باطلا وارزقنا اجتنابه برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Amin, Amin, Ya Rabbal Alamin. Thank you, Yang Mulia Muhammad Faris, for the recitation of dua. May this event run smoothly and meet the desired outcome. For our new participants coming in, if you would like to have your camera switched on, please change your e-forum background and your display name accordingly. All information and details to be followed can be found in the chat box. Thank you. Without further ado, let us welcome Yang Mulia Mr. Alias Haji Abu Bakar, Center Director of Simeo Labtech, to give his welcoming remarks. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wa mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Sallallahu alaihi wasallam ya Rasulullah fi kulli lamhatin wa nafasin adada ma wasi'ahu Allah. A very warm welcome to our esteemed guest of honor, Dr. Chin Wei, Deputy Permanent Secretary Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Darussalam. Your Excellencies, High Commissioners, and representatives from the Embassy of Simeo and associate member countries, Dr. Adil Agnes Pasqua Balazuala, Director of Simeo Secretariat, our governing board members, and representative of Simeo member countries, Simeo Center Directors, our keynote speakers from ASEAN Development Bank, Dr. Brajesh Panta, ASEAN Business Advisory Council, Yang Berhormat Siti Roza Mirianti binti Dato' Sri Jasa Haji Abdul Rahman, International Labour Organization, Ms. Akiko Sakamoto, Mr. Ingo Imhope, JIZ Equity Bank, and Ms. Sarah L. San Rogers from UNESCO Uniform. Our forum speakers from the 11 Simeo countries, industry partners, and the private sectors. All the directors, head of departments, and high officials from the Ministry of Education, Darussalam, our distinguished guests from higher institutions, polytechnics, TVET institutions, schools, and training providers. Our dear participants who are joining us via Zoom and YouTube platform, management and staff of Timor-Leste, and ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to you all. I'm pleased to welcome all of you to Timor-Leste's e-forum, which is held in conjunction with our 32nd Timor-Leste Governing Board meeting. Today's e-forum has been arranged in the spirit of information sharing and networking amongst various stakeholders in the TVET industry. As the regional center for TVET training, we are also tasked with sharing current information and the latest happenings in the TVET industry, be it regionally or beyond, to fulfill our mandate of capacity building and sustainable development of vocational and technical education in ASEAN. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic has indeed been more than a challenge to all of us, but due to availability of communication technologies and the rise of connectivity, it has facilitated us to make a seamless shift to the new norm of work and life. As such, we think it will be very insightful and interesting to learn and understand the responses of the wider population to the challenges of the pandemic, as well as for some who may have seen to be opportunity for us. Hence, our title for the e-forum today, Managing Pandemic Challenges and Opportunities of TVET in the Era of Digitalization. This forum has been designed to capture the effective and good practices of institutions, the various national policies put in place to counter the problems faced, and the responses of the industry players who continue to support and facilitate the growth and sustainability of the industry. Many of us were not prepared when the pandemic hit us, but the lesson that it has taught us is to be proactive, agile, and adaptive to evolve in response to the changes that we encounter. It is in such times that we need to gain insight from each other of innovative ideas, good policies, and practices that will enable us to grow and to be resilient in the current volatile world we live in. Ladies and gentlemen, we greatly appreciate your strong support and participation in this forum, and that the time that you spend with us today would be an investment in your personal development. This is a platform to enrich our knowledge about the current world of work. And I must say that with the line of speakers that we have today, from various key international agencies and member countries, we are sure to be rewarded with a wealth of information and insight. On that note, on behalf of management and staff of Timor-Leste, I would like to express our deepest appreciation to Dr. Chen Wei, Deputy Permanent Secretary of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Darussalam. Thank you for gracing this occasion with your presence and support as our guest of honor today. My heartfelt thanks and appreciation to all our distinguished keynote speakers and forum panelists. Thank you for kindly accepting our invitation in spite of your hectic schedules and for your willingness to be part of our event today. Your strong support has really given a boost to the forum. Last but not least, to all our participants, I am pleased to know that more than 1,000 registered participants from 30 different countries, such as from senior member countries, Australia, United Arab Emirates, People's Republic of China, Germany, United Kingdom, Algeria, Ireland, Japan, Jordan, Sri Lanka, Peru, Iran, Maldives, Pakistan, India, and others who are with us today. The country with the highest number of participants is from Philippines with 412 participants. Thank you very much. And we have many others who are joining us through the live streaming on YouTube And thank you for the overwhelming response and for showing such strong support to Senior Voting e-Forum. Finally, to all Senior Voting management and staff who have worked tirelessly and sleepless nights over the last few weeks to get ready for this e-Forum, my sincere thanks and highest appreciation to all of you. May this be a successful forum, a great platform for exchanging and sharing ideas, networking, and opportunity for all in the course of the pandemic as we excel together. Thank you and stay safe. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yang Mulia, Mr. Alias, for the opening remarks. Following the Center Director's speech, may we invite our guest of honor, Deputy Permanent Secretary of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Brunei Darussalam, Yang Mulia Dr. Chin Wei K, to deliver a few words. Please welcome.
Your Excellency, Dr. Ethel Agnes Venezuela, Director of Senior Secretariat, Yang Mulia Awang Alias bin Haji Abu Bakar, Director of Senior Labtech, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors and High Commissioners of SEMIO and Associate Member Countries, Center Directors, Governing Board Members, and representatives of SEMIO centers and member countries, distinguished speakers and guests, ladies and gentlemen, Salam Sejahtera and a very good morning. First of all, I would like to thank SEMIO Labtech for inviting me to officiate the opening ceremony of the e-Forum held in conjunction with the SEMIO Labtech 37 Governing Board meeting, as well as to everyone involved in convening this event. I would also like to congratulate the Center for organizing this forum to address issues that are not only pertinent to the call for digitalization, but are now made more urgent by the new normal of online learning and teaching resulting from COVID-19 pandemic. Both of these phenomena are contributed to what is now commonly known as the VUCA world, a world of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Given the circumstances, the need to find pragmatic and urgent solutions is now at the forefront. Therefore, with the team managing pandemic challenges and opportunities of TVET in the era of digitalization, this is immensely relevant and significant to the issues we are faced with today. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I commend SEMIO Labtech on the aims of today's forum, namely, one, to explore the solutions or provision put in place by governments of ASEAN member states to ensure continuity and efficacy in learning and teaching through responsive policy reforms. Number two, to observe good practices led by individuals or institutions as a basis for mutual sharing and development among TVET providers in SEMIO member countries. Three, to consider the role and potential for industry players to collaboratively support and the advancement of digitalization in the new normal. And lastly, to celebrate the successes and ongoing endeavors of SEMIO as a harmonious community in managing pandemic and digitalization challenges. All of these aims are in sync with SEMIO Labtech's ongoing effort to prepare technical and vocational education and training, or in short, TVET, for the Industrial Revolution 4.0. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in Brunei Darussalam, the landscape of TVET provision has changed and is moving away from a one-size-fits-all model. We believe that it is important to create a system that is responsive to the fast-changing demands set by employers. One of the key recommendations highlighted in the Brunei Darussalam TVET Report 2019, a baseline report aimed to review and provide recommendation to ensure landscape development of TVET sector in Brunei Darussalam, is to provide a platform at national level to foster collaboration between industry players, regulators, and TVET institutions. Hence, I'm pleased that through this forum, TVET providers and other stakeholders will be given the opportunity to engage in rich and purposefully dialogue on topics encompassing 3 different levels, specifically on whole of nation, institutional, as well as at industry levels. The involvement of the full spectrum of stakeholders is well considered, presenting forum participants with more comprehensive and diverse challenges and opportunities emerged by the pandemics and the unrelenting push towards digitalization and automation. In particular now, where new variety of disruptive technologies such as AI, machine learning, 5G, and improved connectivity are demanding higher level of competencies and skills. This forum is also an excellent platform for participants to share, discuss, and identify innovative TVET policies and practices from across Southeast Asian region and beyond, especially now, where country is preparing to embark on the process of de-escalation into the new normal. This is without exception for education, echoing the adoption of new educational approaches and practices, and particularly with TVET to cater for the changing work patterns and workplace competencies arises due to business and industries adapting to new normal. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted and would like to take this opportunity to thank all the keynote and other speakers, as well as panelists from the ASEAN Development Bank, ASEAN Business Advisory Council, International Labour Organization, GIZ Record TVET, UNESCO UNIVOC, Senior WalkTech Governing Board members, and representatives from private sectors for your invaluable input that will be shared during this forum. Your participation and involvement in this forum are a vital contribution and much appreciated testimony of your support and dedication in CIMIO WalkTech's roles as TVET torchbearer for CIMIO. I look forward to hearing for the outcomes of the forum, which I believe will mutually benefit our CIMIO family, students, practitioners, and industry across the region in raising TVET standards and boosting the employability of our youth. I would also like to convey my appreciation to CIMIO WalkTech for the concerted effort in bringing together the different TVET stakeholders representing the funding agencies, international and regional organizations and development agencies, government and private sectors, as well as TVET providers into the discussion and deliberation. I believe that this close collaboration creates better outcomes for youth, educational institutions, and industries in developing skills and knowledge needed for a high-quality development of a nation. In this VUCA climate, we certainly need all hands on deck, and events such as this forum offers an excellent platform for sharing and strengthening collaboration that will benefit all parties. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, let us continue our effort to achieve better quality of TVET and develop our youth with relevant digital skills and knowledge as we strive to build better and sustainable future together. It is with the hope that participants will come away and enhanced knowledge and feeling empowered with the roles as TVET providers and stakeholders. And now it gives me pleasure to declare the E-Forum, Managing Pandemic Challenges and Opportunities of TVET in the Era of Digitalization, officially open. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yang Mulia Dr. Chen, for your encouraging words and support for today's E-Forum. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, may we now present CIMIO WalkTech's corporate profile video, which was officially launched yesterday at the 32nd CIMIO WalkTech Governing Board meeting by Yang Mulia, Permanent Secretary, Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Brunei Darussalam, Dr. Haji Asman bin Ahmad.
There are 26 Southeast Asian Ministers of Education organizations units in Southeast Asia with various undertakings on training and research in the fields of education, science and culture. Besides the 11 member countries, CMEO also works together with 9 associate member countries and 6 affiliate members to address common problems in the region. The CMEO Regional Center for Vocational and Technical Education and Training stands tall among these centers. It was established on 28 August of 1990 in Brunei, Darussalam and mandated to assist the CMEO member countries to identify and solve common problems in technical, vocational education and training. At a time of rapid technological changes and shifting market demands in the volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world, it is now more essential than ever for TVET as a whole to be dynamic and responsive to the needs of current and future industry requirements. While the future of information and technology is exciting, it requires the TVET providers to equip the workforce with 21st century skills and disciplines that are essential to succeed in Industry 4.0. In this effort to enhance the skills of our workforce in the post-pandemic era, and for CMEO VocTech to achieve its 5-year development plan in preparing TVET for Industry 4.0, CMEO VocTech continues to strengthen its services to support TVET trainers and academics in CMEO member countries and beyond, to identify and solve common problems in TVET through training development initiatives, research consultancies, and capacity building for TVET teachers by integrating competency and 21st century skills in TVET and distribution of information and knowledge in the region as required in the new age. To prepare TVET for Industry 4.0, CMEO VocTech continues to engage with the global TVET community in understanding the changing economic and industry developments and to ensure that its practices reflect the new market demands through regional and international fora and workshops and exchanging valuable knowledge and dialogue with TVET policymakers, practitioners, and academics. In response to the shifting demands, CMEO VocTech has started its flagship training program in 2020, the training of trainers and training of assessors with the certification endorsed by Brunei Darussalam National Accreditation Council, Brunei Darussalam Safety, Health and Environment National Authority, and recognized by the international awarding body, National Open College Network United Kingdom, to further build the competencies of in-company trainers and assessors in the region befitting of 21st century needs. In addition, CMEO VocTech prides itself on its expertise in research and research consultancy services with the core aim of elevating the quality of TVET in the region. Over the years, CMEO VocTech has also established valuable partnerships with esteemed organizations from the region and beyond to strengthen collaborative efforts in enhancing TVET skills and knowledge in Southeast Asia. Through meaningful partnerships, CMEO VocTech has launched Southeast Asia's one-stop knowledge platform, TVET.net, that enables TVET players around the world to locate, disseminate, and discuss TVET developments and information from the region. By end of June 2021, CMEO VocTech had conducted over 100 workshops, fora, and conferences, over 700 training programs, more than 120 research projects, secured over 70 partnerships, and garnered over 60,000 visitors across its website and knowledge platform. As the world accelerates headlong into the advancement of digitalization, CMEO VocTech aims to take charge in preparing TVET for Industry 4.0 and fostering a skilled workforce that is future-ready, together with our CMEO member countries, partners, and TVET teachers and trainers in the region and beyond. Together, we excel.
That was CMEO VocTech's corporate profile video. Thank you all for your kind attention. Next, with great pleasure, let us welcome today's first keynote speaker, who will be presenting on robust and resilient TVET in VUCA, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity world, inviting Chief of Education Sector Group from Asian Development Bank, the Philippines, Dr. Brajesh Pan. A gentle reminder to our presenter, your time is 20 to 25 minutes. The floor is yours. Please welcome Dr. Brajesh.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to join this forum. I'm going to talk about robust and resilient TVET in the VUCA world, because we're talking about vulnerable, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous time. I think my slide will be put up by Jui. Jui, can you show the slide? Oh, it's already there. Okay, thank you. So let me go to the second slide. Let me start with why we call it a VUCA world. There are three external trends that are impacting the future of skills and jobs. First, digitalization and technological changes, what we call also Industry 4.0 or IR 4.0. Second is climate change. And third is about the impact of COVID-19. There are also important trends in education that are profoundly reshaping teaching and learning. And let me highlight three of them. Despite attending schools, students are not learning, and what we call this as the learning crisis, as over 50% of the 10-year-old children are unable to read simple sentences or do simple two-digit math. Second, digitalization and technologies are also transforming teaching and learning. New generation technologies have what we call adaptive learning, have the potential to scale up learning and equity. And third, there are two binding constraints that are affecting teaching and learning. One is slow improvement in pedagogical practices, and the other is weak governance due to lack of preparedness of the workforce, education workforce. Let me take a closer look at these trends. Automation is affecting particularly routine jobs quite significantly.
Sorry to disturb your presentation. For our participants, please make sure to mute your mic so the event can run smoothly. Thank you. You may continue, Dr. Brajesh.
Yeah, thank you. So talking about automation, automation is affecting particularly routine jobs quite significantly. Jobs requiring lower level and routine skills will be affected the most. One ADB study, recent study, which came out in early this year on reaping the benefits of Industry 4.0 through skills development in high growth industries in Southeast Asia, covering 4 countries, Cambodia, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Vietnam, each looking at 2 priority growth sectors in these 4 countries, shows that while there will be more jobs created than lost, it is critical to anticipate and prepare the education systems to respond to these needs proactively in close collaboration with industry and other relevant stakeholders. So you can see that in all these different sectors, we see net gains. But then these gains have to be sustained and supported with strong and well-planned training, skills workforce development plan. Now let me move to the next one. In a recent op-ed, former Secretary General Mr. Ban Ki-moon and ADB Vice President Mr. Bambang Susantono noted that climate change poses the biggest existential threat to humanity, and highlighted that one measure that so far remains grossly undertapped is the transformative role that education can play in mitigating climate change. Thus, education needs to play a greater role in preparing the future generation with the mindset and lifestyles required to ensure sustainable practices, while it is also able to prepare the workforce with the green skills that are so much in demand. As you can see, 14.2 million net jobs are expected by 2030 in the region. Asia and the Pacific also is one of the largest emitters of carbon dioxide, and it has to play a major role in this process, and this can lead to a win-win situation for all. In terms of TVET readiness, the same report that I mentioned earlier shows huge skills mismatches. Employers have less confidence in the TVET systems than schools. Again, going back to the 4-country study, we can see that in all countries, there is big difference in the thinking between training providers and employers regarding the job readiness of graduates. This shows that a lot needs to be done to bridge these gaps through a much closer collaboration between the training providers and employers. And this remains a big agenda for TVET. In terms of the learning crisis, as I mentioned earlier, students' years of learning do not match actual learning outcomes. So attendance does not guarantee student learning. As this graph shows, the average expected years of schooling is higher compared to the average adjusted years of learning. This gap is reflecting the learning crisis that many countries are facing. Unless foundational learning is addressed well, students will continue to face problems later on in life. So good foundational learning also is expanded at the moment. For example, we are now talking about cognitive skills, non-cognitive soft skills, 21st century skills, what we call, and occupational skills. These are all closely interlinked, and these have to be provided at certain time, particularly cognitive skills and non-cognitive skills can evolve from early stage so that occupational skills can be grounded well to provide better life choices. Now let's look at, let's have a closer look at COVID-19, which has profound impact on education and training. So this, this slide shows that there is significant disruptions from COVID-19 in terms of how school closures across Asia has affected so many children in terms of learning and earning losses. This remains a major challenge and will have major implications for many years to come. So this part is one of our big priorities where we want to work with partners to address this problem. So to amplify or to further illustrate the impact, let's look at the case of Philippines. In the case of Philippines, cost of 1 year school closure is up to 1.93 trillion or 10% peso or 10% of GDP. In the Philippines, the cost includes wage of private school teachers, parents, and losses due to foregone productivity. The challenge now is to turn this crisis into an opportunity by reimagining education and skills development. So let's move to the next slide. School openings have a net benefit compared to closures, thus must be carefully considered. As you can see from all perspectives, school opening is so vital. And also what we have seen is that for young children, face-to-face interaction is very important. They thrive through social interaction, they learn from each other. And in order to reimagine education, we have to build around this important aspect of teaching and learning, the interaction face-to-face aspects, which also is quite different from how machines work. Machines are very efficient in terms of doing its jobs as programmed, but humans require interaction and social thinking so that they are quite different and are able to manage different scenarios and different situations. Let's go to the next slide. Digital and remote learning is not a solution for many. So while this is very promising, this has shown or amplified the inequities inherent in many countries, many societies, due to inequitable access to internet connectivity and also readiness of the education systems, including teachers. For example, mental health has emerged as a major challenge, both for teachers and particularly for young children. In terms of reimagining education, it's very important to take these factors into account and then use the, as I mentioned earlier, use the new generation technologies, adaptive learning, to support the education system to take it to a new level and also scale up learning and inequities. So how can we move forward? We are looking at two-pronged strategy to address this. The first one is looking at strong basics. For example, the private sector cooperation in planning and delivery by default for Industry 4.0 skills and green skills are very important. And these are going to have a major part in the future of jobs and skills. Similarly, continuous improvement of education inputs will be very important in collaboration with stakeholders, the curricula, teachers, manager, equipment, but also assessment, because how children are learning and keeping track of them is another vital area which requires good data and good evidence on how things are working. The focus on foundational skills is another area which we believe will be very important to prepare lifelong learners. It starts from early stage. We have to take a life cycle approach and whole of government approach when it comes to skills development, because many sectors and many institutions are involved. And then when we look at advanced TVET, we're talking about use of technology in a better way. We are talking about private sector and training providers, seamless partnership, and also putting in place a system for lifelong learning where learners are able to upgrade, reskill and upskill throughout their life, like what Singapore's Skills Future is trying to promote. So this dual, two-pronged strategy is very important. So the strong basics has to be there for all countries, and then depending on the context to pursue advanced approaches. Now, in terms of looking at technical and vocational skill and training, how the job markets have been changing and how this COVID has affected, we have taken a sort of a three-phase approach. One is to look at response, immediate response during the crisis. The next is to look at recovery, how the situation changes, and then also take this as an opportunity to rejuvenate, to reform, and support government's efforts to reform TVET systems. Next slide, please.
Can we have participants to please mute your mic so the presenter can present smoothly? Thank you. You may continue.
Yeah, so continuing with this response and strategy for resilience and readiness, let me highlight 3 areas. One is to align education management to minimize school closures and learning losses. And this one, as I mentioned earlier, is the basic foundation, and that the foundational skills are very important to continue and to promote. Next is about facilitating school completion rates of students with quality learning, like what advanced countries have been able to do. Without that, TVET will continue to be seen as second-class, option, and also if students are coming from weak schooling, it continues to create problems later on in life. And then the third aspect is to prepare and equip schools and students for blended learning. And this is going to be the future. It has many implications, including what we have talked about, flipped classroom, where learners can look at basic curriculum, basic aspects of the curriculum, and then when they converge in the classroom, they can discuss and look at different dimensions through critical thinking. Next slide, please. Now let me move to some examples of what ADB is supporting at the moment. I have 3 examples, but there are others also. In Bangladesh, we are supporting a very comprehensive sector-wide approach, sort of TVET program, Skills for Employment Investment Program. This is being implemented by the Ministry of Finance, and they are directly engaging industry associations. The advantage being using industries' own factories for training and making sure that learners are able to get hands-on training experience. So this kind of involvement is very important. They also have put together a tracking system which looks at different phases of training to make sure that learning is continuing, and then also up to the point of placement and slightly beyond that. Next one, please. So this one is about TVET in secondary education in the Philippines. And this is another area of high demand across many countries. The challenge is how much to vocationalize, but there is an emerging consensus, growing consensus that some vocational aspects are very important in secondary education for supporting graduates to transition to work. There, we are also seeing partnership with different agencies, including with GIZ and Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to look at dual training system, which provides training in different sectors, and also up from 80 hours to up to 1,000 hours of training. So this is another aspect that will continue to grow as we have seen from the past trend. Next one, please. So this one is about integrating skills, the foundational skills in TVET, as I mentioned earlier. This is the case of the state of Kerala in India. The program is called Additional Skills Acquisition Program, and it has 2 dimensions. One is the foundational aspects cover computer skills and basic communication skills, as well as occupational skills. And they have set up the skills park where many industry players come and provide training opportunities through shared facilities. So Let me please. So this is my last slide. My concluding remark is that in this VUCA world, in order to make sure that we are developing self-directed lifelong learners, we have to take a life cycle approach and make sure that foundational skills are provided right from the outset throughout their career. And also we have to make sure that there is whole of government approach because education cannot stand by itself. It is meant to support different sectors and to prepare citizens that may be in a particular country, but global thinkers, and align with the emerging priorities that all of us are trying to work together. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Brajesh. Now we have a time, 5 minutes for one more question, for just one question. We have received a question from Nisai, Brunei, from Mawar. From Mr. Brajesh. The way of teaching and learning should be adapted to the future of work. Teaching and learning skills need to incorporate 21st century skills. What are your views on this? You have 5 minutes to answer the question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is a very good question. So basically, as I mentioned earlier, there are two binding constraints. One is pedagogical practices, and another is governance issue. As part of pedagogical practices, what we are learning is that one, the inquiry-based, hands-on, practical training is very important, no matter what kind of education we're talking about. So we have to move away from rote learning or theoretical knowledge and bring practical knowledge. By that, what I mean is, for example, STEM education is becoming very important. Now, STEM education, it not only looks at science and mathematics, engineering, technology, but it is also a way of helping students to think how real things work. For example, in everyday life, we are dealing with nature, for example, climate change, or in terms of technological changes. These are very important to debate, discuss, and then look at examples from, for example, mentors from the industry. We want, for example, non-traditional job opportunities for women. So who are the mentors, who are the companies that are actually promoting this type of learning and business? So that's very important. The other aspect is the types of skills. So for example, soft skills are equally important. So cognitive skills are very important. It's very easy to measure, and there are well-established methodologies to do that. But in terms of soft skills, these are still emerging, the measurement and so on. But we have learned a lot. And finally, the growth mindset is also very important. And this is particularly important for teachers because the positive thinking approach about anyone can learn and anyone can do well with hard work, diligence, and participation. So that kind of thinking is emerging, and we have to make sure that universities are more involved, and capacity development has to be rethought in this process so that we are able to combine different types of resources and thinking to make teaching and learning fun, but also very practical and useful for everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Brajesh, for your answering, and for Nisai Brunei for delivering the question. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Dr. Brajesh on robust and resilient TVET in VUCA world. Thank you very much, Dr. Brajesh, for delivering a very informative presentation and for sharing your insight, first of all, with us in this e-forum. Following the keynote presentation, Simeo Labtech is delighted to present Dr. Brajesh Pant with an e-certificate for his contribution in today's e-forum. Thank you, Dr. Brajesh, once again, for allowing Senior VOCTEC eForum to share your valuable knowledge on TVET in the VUCA world. Following our first keynote presentation is a group photo session to close the opening segment of today's eForum. May we invite our guest of honor, Deputy Permanent Secretary of Higher Education in Ministry of Education, Brunei Darussalam, Yang Mulia Dr. Chen Wei Kei, Senior VOCTEC Director, Yang Mulia Mr. Alias, Senior VOCTEC Deputy Directors, our Honorable Keynote Speaker, Mr. Brajesh, Governing Board Members, High Commissioners, Ambassadors, and representatives from Associate Member and Affiliate Members, and esteemed guests for a group photo online. May we have everyone to look into their cameras to allow event coordinators to take a collective group photo. Please also don't forget to switch on your camera and smile. On the count of 3, a photo will be taken. Please look into your cameras. 1, 2, 3. Another photo will be taken. 1, 2, 3. Can you get everyone to give a thumbs up? 1, 2, 3. That is all. Thank you. Senior VOCTEC eForum on Managing Pandemic Challenges and Opportunities of TVET in the Era of Digitalization. Highest appreciation and gratitude to Deputy Permanent Secretary of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Yang Mulia Dr. Chin Wei Kei, Senior VOCTEC Center Director, Yang Mulia Mr. Alias, our morning keynote speaker from Asian Development Bank, the Philippines, Dr. Brajesh Pan, Senior VOCTEC Deputy Directors, Governing Board Members, High Commissioners, Ambassadors, and representatives from Associate Member and Affiliate Members, esteemed guests, for making the opening ceremony a success. Thank you once again. The next session of Senior VOCTEC eForum will resume in 15 minutes with presentations on country-level policies and practices in managing pandemic challenges and opportunities of TVET in the era of digitalization from senior governing board members, followed by a keynote speech by Chair of ASEAN Business Advisory Council. Also, an announcement to our eForum participants to please check the chat box on Zoom or YouTube for links, or as seen on screen later on, for the evaluation form that must be completed in order to receive your e-certificate of participation. Please also do not forget to register for the eForum at forum.voctec.org to ensure that event coordinators can verify your information. That is all from this morning's session. With that, we will see you in the next one. Thank you.
CMEO VocTech is introducing TVET.net, the Technical Vocational Education and Training, or TVET platform for Southeast Asia. In one place, TVET.net provides the latest TVET information from the 11 countries across Southeast Asia, so that the TVET community, including policymakers, practitioners, and researchers, stay informed and connected. With a few clicks, users can browse through the latest news, find all upcoming events in the regional event calendar, look up good practices from other countries, engage in online discussion groups, and find a detailed description of your national TVET. CMEO VocTech is introducing TVET.net, the Technical Vocational Education and Training, or TVET platform for Southeast Asia. In one place, TVET.net provides the latest TVET information from the 11 countries across Southeast Asia, so that the TVET community, including policymakers, practitioners, and researchers, stay informed and connected. With a few clicks, users can browse through the latest news, find all upcoming events in the regional event calendar, look up good practices from other countries, engage in online discussion groups, and find a detailed description of your national TVET system. Other features include an e-library, webinars, initiatives, and a learning section. TVET.net is all about the TVET community. Users can directly upload content to the platform themselves. Simply log in and start uploading to promote the latest activities of your organization. Invite the TVET community to your next conference. Start your own expert discussion group, or simply share your latest research reports. It's the TVET community that makes TVET.net grow.
Assalamualaikum. Hello and welcome back to CMEO Labtech e-forum on managing pandemic challenges and opportunities of TVET in the era of digitalization. Before we move forward, I would like to remind our participants and our viewers to please mute your mic and do not unmute your microphone once you are muted. Moving forward, this morning we'll kick off the first panel of e-forum presentations focusing on country-level responses, which will be led and summarized at the end by Ms. Rina VU, CMEO Labtech's Curriculum Specialist. Please welcome Ms. Rina.
Thank you very much, Ms. Abby. Good morning and a very warm welcome to all of you, invited guests, keynote speakers, forum panel members, many of whom are also governing board members, CMEO Labtech colleagues, as well as event participants, whether you're present in this Zoom session now or watching the proceedings live on YouTube Live. Allow me to do some housekeeping first as coordinator of the moderating team and to give you an overview of the upcoming panel presentations before we commence with the first panel discussion. Here is some information for forum participants. You're welcome to put forward questions for the Q&A session of each panel. Please leave your questions in the chat box and indicate if you would like a particular panelist to answer. A review team will help us shortlist a few questions for the panel to answer. We ask for your forbearance and understanding if your question is not selected because of the limited time. Do try again for the next panel. Next, some information for the attention of panel members. Please note that for your presentation, you will be given control of the screen share button. Each panelist has a maximum of 10 minutes to present. We ask for your cooperation in adhering to the time given. Should you go significantly beyond the time limit, I'm afraid I shall have to wrest the mic from you, so to speak. Seriously, though, I may have to cut in, but I really hope I won't have to do that. In the event of persistently poor or lost connectivity while you are presenting, we will get the next presenter to take their turn first, while our IT folks work their magic to try and get you back online. Today's forum will see 3 panels discussing the theme, Managing Pandemic Challenges and Opportunities of TVET in the Era of Digitalization, at 3 different levels: country, institutional, and industry. Representatives of the 11 CMEO member countries will be sharing their national and institutional perspectives in the first 2 panels, while key industry players will feature in panel 3. The first panel, which I will moderate, will come on right after my housekeeping, while panels 2 and 3 will be after the lunch break. We hope panel 1 will work up an appetite in you for the afternoon discussions. My able colleagues, Dr. Jaya Priya Kasinathan, CMEO Labtech's Management Specialist, and Dr. Pariono, Deputy Director for Professional Affairs, with whom many of you are familiar, will be helping to man or woman the fort as the moderators of panels 2 and 3. In between these panel discussions, we'll get to hear acclaimed representatives of Labtech's strategic partners presenting their keynote speeches. I must say I'm looking forward to these keynotes as well. And now, with your permission, let me put on my moderator's hat for the first panel. For this panel, we're privileged to have representatives from 5 CMEO member countries, namely Brunei, Cambodia, Indonesia, Lao PDR, and Malaysia, who will give us a whole nation view of the pandemic challenges besetting them and the solutions and measures being put in place to reduce or reverse their impact. when we first invited them to participate in this forum, we put forward these 4 questions for them to address, as shared on the screen now. Thank you, Awang Arifin. So you see on the screen the 4 questions. 1 being, what did your country or institution do to manage the continuity of TVET and to stay relevant? 2, what opportunities presented during the pandemic were promising and which were seized in your country or institution? 3, what are some trends in digital TVET that are suitable to implement in your country or institution? And 4, what can governments do to ensure a resilient TVET system that continues to produce a skilled workforce for the post-pandemic labor market? So with those questions in mind, let me now introduce our first panel member from Brunei Darussalam, Dr. Haji Muhammad Zamri bin Haji Sabli, Director and CEO of Institute Brunei Technical Education, Ministry of Education. Incidentally, Dr. Haji Zamri is also a governing board member of Labtech and chaired the governing board meeting yesterday. Without further ado, Dr. Haji Zamri, the time of 10 minutes is yours.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good morning, honorable guests, senior officers from senior countries, associate members and affiliated members, participants, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to join you today to present the country report on level response of Brunei Darussalam in response to the managing of pandemic in focusing on the challenges and opportunities of TVET in the era of digitalization, as seen on the screen. Now, my presentation is especially based on the experiences and best practices that has been implemented by the Institute of Brunei Technical Education, IBTE, in managing the pandemic situation in the country. I would like to present this country presentation based on the 4 questions being posed just now and to respond them individually, question by questions. So the first question was just now was, what did your country or institution do to manage the continuity of TVET and stay relevant? So there's 2 parts of this question, to manage continuity and stay relevant. So to start with, I need to highlight to all, I think everybody's expertise in TVET, that the hallmark of TVET is its focus on practical skills and work readiness. And that makes the remote learning particularly challenging in this COVID time. Practical skills are often acquired through learning by doing, which occurs in school-based workshops and laboratories or through hands-on experience in the workplace. So remote learning approaches is a very weak substitute for practical exercises when they're required to use equipments or material not usually found inside the home. So in some contexts and some occupations, practical training can be stimulated remotely through virtual and augmented reality experiences. However, in general, TVET programs struggle most with adjustment to distant learning that depend heavily on learning by doing and require substantial hands-on practice. So in terms of challenges faced by IBTE in COVID-19, there's quite a number of challenges. I'm going to present the main challenges faced by the IBTE. The first main challenges is in terms of technological infrastructure, that is the internet connectivity, especially those in the remote areas. These challenges is further compounded with the ability of devices by our students, especially those from the less privileged background. The second challenges will be the distant learning or e-learning platform, which can be diverse. However, the challenge is how to ensure the platform is effective in delivering teaching and learning, and it is user-friendly. The third challenges will be the lack of staff capacity support in terms of training needs and continuous professional development in order to support effective distant learning. And last and but not least, which is less talked about but become more prominent recently, is the issues of mental health and the general well-being of students and staff while adjusting to the new normals of COVID-19. So in terms of managing continuity of teaching and learning at IBTE, we managed to continue our teaching and learning through communication plan. Our communication plan is very imperative to our students and staff so that everybody are well aware what is happening and have collective action from all students, staff, and management. And this information are disseminated through our press release through various platforms, such through our website, through our official social media platforms, as well as through our emails. So we also provide hotline numbers for each of our campuses so that parents, students, staff, and other members of the community to contact us to the respective numbers if there's any queries and clarification regarding the COVID-19 situation. We at IBT also crafted our business continuity plan, BCP, which describes about how to operate to achieve the strategic key objective of IBT and how to reoperate our at acceptable level and to manage disruptions in confidence. So at IBT, we have 5 levels of this escalation from level 0 to level 4, which are aligned to the country prevalences of COVID-19 situation and level of effectiveness of our combating our COVID-19 in the country. So this slide just shows you some of the reopening protocol at level 1. So these are what are going to be done in our schools before the students are allowed to have face-to-face interactions. So at readiness level number 1, the following measure will have to be taken place. Example, temperature taking at entrance point, scanning through the Brew Health apps so that those only have the green and the yellow code are allowed to enter our schools. Hand sanitizer every point and other critical places for students and staff to use. So these are the description of the things to do at level number 1. These slides just show you the metrics of the escalation stages from level 0 to level 4. So these are the overall plan at a glance. And from a total restriction of 100% at level 0 of online learning through some sort of face-to-face interaction or learning and teaching increase from level 1 to level 4. So we also believe that vaccination is an important strategy to overcome COVID-19 pandemic. For that matter, at IBT, we also monitor the vaccination status of our students and staff. This slide shows you the dashboard that we have used at IBT and also help us to execute plan for a reopening and to de-escalate at the same time. So we want to, at this time of point of time, we aim to reach at least 80% of our staff and students to be vaccinated before we can de-escalate to the next level. In order to stay relevant, we are working closely with our partners, usually the industries and other stakeholders in the implementation of internships and industrial placement of our students during the pandemic. And depending on the discussions, the internship and industrial placement are either implemented as scheduled with standard operating procedure in place or to reschedule the whole thing to a later date when the situation is more favorable, or in some cases where the companies are highly affected by the pandemic, either by slowing down in operation or downsizing, we have to reassign the student to another companies. So we at the IBT also see education and training as a holistic approach. We believe that students must be equipped with the soft skills, which are also important in today's world of work. For that matter, IBT has implemented the STAR program for students to develop their foundational cognitive and socio-emotional skills such as empathy and resilience. So STAR program is still continued during the pandemic, whereby students can be rewarded with STAR points in helping in the country in managing the COVID-19, such as volunteering at vaccination centers and COVID-19 operation centers. For question number 2, what opportunities presented during the pandemic are promising and can be seized by your country or institution? So despite the challenges posed by COVID-19, there's some silver linings or hopeful or positive or bright prospect of this COVID-19. It is without doubt that digital transformation and sustainability are among the key opportunities that emerge from COVID-19. The pandemic has pushed the world to go through a rapid digital transformation, and while that it has own challenges, it has provided some opportunities. We at IBT developed our learning management system, LMS, which call it the IBT Elevate, whereby the teaching materials in the electronic format, such as electronic textbooks, study guides, tests, and many more can be uploaded and downloaded by students and teachers easily. Now, there are many platforms that can be used by teachers and students for their online communication and teaching and learning. At IBT, we have subscribed to our Microsoft 365, and we encourage our staff and students and to provide them support in the use of our Microsoft Teams, whereby all our students and staff have been assigned a dedicated email address for easy communication. Another challenge that we face at IBT is the connectivity and devices for some of our students and some staff as well for online learning. We have implemented donation drive, which is done from relevant agencies and NGOs for donation of data and devices for our less fortunate students. IBT is also working closely with our partners in doing volunteering works, as well as for students to do practical or internships in the health and safety areas, which are very important at the current COVID-19 situation. In terms of support,
to break in, Dr. Haji Zamri, could I maybe remind you about time, and if you could maybe finish your slides fairly quickly. Thank you.
Yes,
Sorry.
yeah. So in terms of continuous professional development, we also support our teachers in terms of our online learning platform through our TVET Academy roadmap. Next one, the digital TVET to implement in the country. Of course, there's several learning that I mentioned just now. We are looking at smart classroom and to harness the technology of virtual reality and augmented reality simulators. And of course, we also promote our staff for innovative teaching and learning, as well as assessment, which is blended and flexible in terms of delivery system. And of course, we also in the process of development of our digital contents and to prepare our digitally ready curriculum. So last and not least, this more personal thought in terms of government, how to ensure resilient TVET system. The government is a key role ensuring that the youths are remain employable. Okay, so there are 4 suggestions here. One is for government to facilitate and support initiative to strengthen TVET institution with industry partners, government, GLC or private, to invest and strengthen the digital infrastructure in the country, in the schools, budget allocation to enhance digital competency of teachers, trainers, invest in labor management system, last and not least, to promote lifelong learning for our students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Haji Zamri. And my apologies for breaking in just now. Yeah. I noticed you had the pandemic is a dress rehearsal for IR 4.0, and you emphasize things like empathy and resilience. So these are things that we will keep in mind. Thank you, Dr. Haji Zamri, for enlightening us on the TVET situation and the initiatives on the home ground here in Brunei. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our second panelist comes from the Kingdom of Cambodia. Mr. Viset Phuong is a governing board member and the Deputy Director General of the Directorate General of TVET in the Ministry of Labour and Vocational Training. Please welcome Mr. Viset for his 10-minute presentation.
Yes, thank you, the moderator. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, although it's a bit faint.
Okay, I turn a little bit louder for my voice. Okay, first of all, good evening from Cambodia. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me thank you all for joining here today. First of all, I would like to introduce my name. My name is Viset from the Ministry of Labour and Vocational Training. I would like to share some common practice on the Cambodian responses in managing pandemic challenges and opportunity of TVET in the era of digitalization. In my presentation, I have divided into 3 points. The first one is about the government vision and social economic goal. Second one is current TVET situation and impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. And lastly, the way forward. To begin with my presentation, the government vision is to build a Cambodian society with sustainable, prosperous, and support equitable opportunity. And the social economic goal is to transform from the country current lower middle income country status and then progress to an upper middle income country by 2030 and a high income country by 2050. In order to achieve this vision, Cambodia needs to develop a high quality skill and capable human resource. The Ministry of Labour and Vocational Training has important role to play in accelerating the industrialization of the country. Let me begin with the current situation and impact of the COVID-19 pandemic that are shown in the 4 questions from the moderator. In order to manage the continuity of TVET and study relevant, under the TVET policy reform action, the ministry has introduced the vocational skill certificate as an alternative entry requirement into the formal TVET system level 2. Develop and implement policy for the recognition of prior learning and recognition of current competency, OPL, OCC. Strengthening quality assurance system by implementing the national TVET policy. Strengthening the internship program. And last one from the government is to implement the TVET strategy plan and to implement the master plan of TVET development. In opportunity presented during the COVID-19, all the TVET institutions in Cambodia were closed since early 2020. Therefore, online classes has been started with some challenges. First one is digital divide and internet infrastructure. Second, curriculum development adjustment is not much to the digital divide as well. Capacity of instructor, teaching and learning method. And lastly is about the practical training, hands-on at the workshop or internship program is not allowed to do within this COVID situation. And we also have an opportunity at the same time that is benefit for TVET system to restructure TVET system using a blend learning, flipped classroom, and other distance learning approaches, and especially for e-learning platform that has been introduced by the ministry. We also introduced what we call national TVET e-learning platform, which allows all the teacher and student to join to learn from the internet by using the digital platform. And also receive more support from the government in terms of infrastructure and current development, and also from the development partner as well. to ensure with the resilience in TVET system that continue to produce labor skilled workers for the post-pandemic labor market. We identify the utilizing the digital technology to deliver training program, adapting the TVET curricula to a post-pandemic world of work, enhancing the digital competency of TVET trainer and the management, and develop a responsive and alignment with the TVET policy, as well as a resilient TVET system for reskilling and upskilling for the worker. Last but not least, we identify the way forward in the country by introducing two scenarios. The short-term scenario is to assessment of digital skill gap and digital skill readiness strategy for the country. And for medium and long-term scenario is to develop a skill development roadmap, as Dr. Brasit from ADB also identify the study that for country has to be developed for the skill development roadmap. We need to diagnostic of TVET system, and regarding to the digital technology and industry 4.0 or the skill composition with the economic sector. This based on country by country. And regarding to this concept, we need to preparing for tomorrow labor market as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Viset, for keeping us abreast of the pandemic situation in your country, in Cambodia, and for enlightening us about particularly things like the short, medium-term, and long-term scenarios, your measures. Yeah, we found that very succinct and very informative. Thank you very much, Mr. Viset.
Yes, thank you.
Next up, we have from Lao PDR, Mr. Sekam Pantavong, who is Deputy Director General in the Department of Technical and Vocational Education, Ministry of Education and Sports. He's a governing board member for Simeo Labtech as well. Mr. Sekam, please proceed for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Sorry. Hello, where's my name? In control. Oh, sorry. Where's my name? Thing. Okay. Can you hear me? Sorry. Hello. Sorry. Excuse me.
Mr. Sekam, are you having any issues? You all right?
Yeah, no, but you can hear me? Sorry.
Sorry, is your speaker on maximum? Because I think it's a little bit of...
Yeah, maximum.
Yeah, we can hear quite okay.
Oh, thank you. And you can see screen?
To see your screen, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, moderator and excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Sekam Pantavong, Deputy Director General of Technical and Vocational Education Department, under the Ministry of Education and Sports, Lao PDR. And it's very pleasure for me to share with you in the last situation of pandemic response. Because of COVID-19 pandemic that affected the education, that we can see the recently, the country lockdown, social and physical distancing, students study from home and no transportation, school, TVET colleges and industry closed. Now we all work from home. With the nationwide, closure impact more than 1 million students. The intent is use this plan as key reference for the intervention of the MOE and development partners to mitigate the impact of the pandemic on the education sector and ensure the health and well-being of students and education staff, as well as support continuing learning. The objectives of this response to support learners, educators, and prevent the transmission and spread of COVID-19 in line with the national public health guidance and ensure the well-being of learning and education staff. And to ensure continuity the learning through the implementation of diverse key learning activity and this opportunity aimed at the quality learning and well-being of learner, teachers, parents, school, communities, taking into account equity and inclusivity, and to support the safe and inclusive return to schools, and ensure coordinate government and development partners respond to COVID-19 prevention and control, also for the education sectors and coordination with other sectors. The strategy, this principle, the first one aligned with the national government policy plans and rules and regulation and priority inter-sectoral interventions. Key interventions, decision, and protocol are guided by the National Task Force Committee for COVID-19 Prevention and Control. It is also important for the response plan to include integrate intervention and reflect coordinated collective action across sectors, particularly in line with health and hygiene protocol and communication. And to inclusive education, equity, gender, disability. During the COVID-19 crisis, the most marginalized children includes those with disability, struggling learner, children from non-Thai ethnic group, children in the most rural, hard to reach, and poorest community, and girls, particularly as the caregiving burden is desperately by the closure of schools, may not be able to access remote learning opportunities. The inability to access learning may be due to lack of access to the internet, fair of effort required equipment, and simply because the modality of delivery may not meet their needs. And we look for the building back better. The response plan strive to build the resilience of schools community through the COVID-19 preparedness and response activity. For example, the development of mixes, inclusive learning opportunities and tailored for the different needs of learners, the provision of washing facilities, dimension of hygiene measures, amongst others. This also aligns with the Ministry of Education to strengthen preparedness and resilience of the education sector to disasters. The response framework, as they stated above, the education COVID-19 response plan include 3 objective response responding to school remaining open or closed. There's objective 1 to prevention and mitigation continuity to learning during school closure. Safe return, opening up better, and to ensure a coordinated response is implemented throughout. Ministry of Education and Sports, Lao PDR, officially launched the country's first national digital teaching and learning platform on 5th October this year, named Cambodia Lao, which has been developed with the support of UNICEF and in collaboration with the European Union and the Global Partnership of Education. The platform has been developed to facilitate distance learning for students and teachers to ensure the continuity of learning during COVID-19 pandemic and other emergencies. It is also designed as a supplementary teaching resource for youth face-to-face classes. The platform can be accessed online either via the web or as an application to and for Android device, which enable users to access content without the internet connection. The platform will be an invaluable resources for both students and teachers. The digital platform Cambodia Lao, which means Wisdom Warehouse in English, can be accessed by the web or application, allowing the offline access serve the following purpose: for facilitate the learning of children and adolescents, allowing for continuing of learner during school closure, and as supplementary learning resources to face-to-face classes and learning at home. Enhanced learning for supporting the work and professional development of teachers, principals, pedagogical advisors, and education technical staff by providing resources as a platform for blended training. And for enhance the digital skill for our children, young people, teachers, and education staff. The challenges and opportunity that we know digital devices, internet infrastructure, curriculum adjustment, teachers and student readiness for online education, teaching and learning method, and lack of motivation from students. Just for the opportunity, we have the borderless or flexible for collaboration with other schools and colleges, and self-regulation, and hands-on experience for web-based training and module, practice for time management and self-discipline, and leveling travel costs to expand the network. The TVET system is also in strategic position, teaching on different times spent when planning their action and consider short-term, medium-term, and long-term. In the short-term, TVET system should become aware of the fact that they have technical knowledge and in some cases, well-equipped facility that could be used to help those who are suffering. This is a moral necessity that they start to analyze what they can do and start doing at all fast as possible. Decision of the TVET institution, people, and government take wind share the world of future. It will not only change the healthcare system, but also our future for sustainability, economy, social cohesion, and environmental integration, the way they think, act, and socialize. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sekham, for sharing your perspective on TVET in Lao PDR. We know the similarity with Cambodia in your national digital learning platform. Yeah, that's quite heartening. Yeah, and thank you very much indeed for sharing such information and insights with us. Ladies and gentlemen, our next panelist comes from Malaysia. Madam Haja Zanaria Haji Ahmad is our governing board member and director of Malaysia's Technical and Vocational Education Division, Ministry of Education. Please welcome Madam Haja for her presentation. Welcome, Puan Haja.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Okay, everyone, good morning to everybody. So I will answer all the 4 questions in the Malaysia context. So the first question is how will your country manage the continuity of TVET and to stay relevant? Okay, next. Next, please. Okay, due to pandemic COVID-19, Malaysia, like other countries in the world, also imposed the movement control order. And as a result, the educational institutions were ordered to close and all face-to-face activities were cancelled and shifted to home-based learning. Do I have my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, Puan Haja. I think the IT people are retrieving it at the moment. Yeah.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry for the slight disruption. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Also, by the way, Puan Haja, I think maybe you were expecting to be the last presenter in order,
no
but there
problem.
has had to be a rescheduling, reordering. Yeah.
Okay,
so,
thank you. I will wait
the
for that.
Indonesian presenter will come on last. Our apologies for that.
Okay, no problem. Thank you, madam.
It's on now, please.
Yeah, Puan Haja, I think you are muted. You can start now. I think your slides are up.
Okay, thank you, Madam Moderator. So I will continue. I will answer all the questions in the Malaysia context. The first question is how your country manage the continuity of TVET and to stay relevant. So due to the pandemic COVID-19, Malaysia, like other countries in the world, the government also imposed the movement control order, and as a result, the educational institutions were ordered to close and all face-to-face activities were cancelled and shifted to home-based learning. And the Ministry of Education also provides guidelines for new norms to ensure that the students do not miss out on the quality education. So in the Ministry of Education TVET institutions, we carry out a competency-based curriculum, which is consisting of 70% practical and 30% on theoretical. So to manage the continuity of TVET, the Ministry of Education implement the first one is to carry out with curriculum alignment, which all the theoretical we conducted or completed through the online classes, and we also enhance the digital learning, such as visual workshops, online classes, video simulations, digital applications, and online presentations. And also, we also revise assessments on the job training method by engaging with industries to ensure that on-the-job training is not disrupted and that students gain sufficient skills to meet the accreditation requirements. And for the second question, in the next presentation, next slide, please. The second question is for how your country during the pandemic were promising, and which was this in your country institution. So the opportunities that are taken by the Ministry of Education and Government of Malaysia is through first by improve our digital skills. where teachers and students have to learn and explore the digitalization. And also the COVID-19 has turned the leap into digitalization, and many things were accessible and Malaysians were pushed out from their comfort zone. It means that they had to embrace everything online. And the opportunities, another opportunities that is easy access to source of knowledge, such as webinar, online classes, video content related to TVET, ebooks, and almost everything is costless, and all you need is a gadget and internet data. So another opportunities that we have in during this pandemic is the participation in international competition and conference made easier. This is why, because the less cost for the participant, we don't have to need to be there physically, and more people can participate, which is organizer can accommodate more participation due to no venue needed. So for example, Malaysian lecturers from the College Vocational Perdagangan had won the Gold Medal Organizers Choice Award and also the Canadian Special Award for the in the 6th International Invention Innovation Competition in Canada, ICANN 2021. And the last one is the opportunities that we're having by providing assistance to students in need by providing internet data and also gadgets, which not every student is lucky enough to have the latest technology and fast internet data. And Ministry of Education also takes an initiative to provide a new gadget to those in need and provide internet data to students. Okay, the third question is next. The third question is trends in digital trends. So by providing teaching and learning materials for courses or topics related to theory and webinar, theory and practices that can be implemented in a virtual. We are due for the virtual workshop or lab. We're having the Digital Learning Initiative Malaysia, or we know as a DELIMA, and also we have a Didactic TV, and we also have the Edu Web TV. So another that we have this for the digital trend is for the on-the-job training alternative approach. It is by doing by a problem-based project, topical topics, and project-based, and also research project. And it will also we implement by another new modern technology to make studying more effective and interesting by using augmented reality AR and virtual reality VR technology. And the last question is how to ensure the resilience of TVET system in Malaysia. So next slide, please. The government of Malaysia have taken initiative through the 12th Malaysian Plan to improve the TVET education. So what we have done is under the 12th Malaysian Plan is by creating a TVET database, in which this database will be a platform to harmonize, centralize, and integrate all data pertaining to TVET pathways, jobs, as well as job matching. And also another initiative is enhancing quality programs. It's a how to get the quality programs by ranking. Ranking system will be introduced to categorize the TVET institution based on a number of components, including employability, wage levels of graduates, industrial engagement, and also the implementation of social initiative in rural areas. So another initiative that we are taking under the 12th Nation Plan is promoting the TVET brand. A single TVET brand representing both public and private TVET providers will be introduced. So another initiative is revamping the TVET governance system, which is through the establishment of the National TVET Council, will optimize the utilization of resources, minimize the duplication of programs, and coordinate and consolidate various TVET governing system. So another initiative we are taking through the addressing overlap in TVET government. which is done by a TVET institution, are currently governed by different ministries, state agencies, and private organizations. So effort will be taken to align and diverse system of TVET institution to ensure students' pathways to higher education and future careers are streamlined. So another one is strengthening TVET through digital learning. This is done by the emerging technologies such as VR, AR, and AI will be leveraged to complement hands-on teaching activities, research, and development. And the last initiative under the 12th Nation Plan is by enhancing TVET program through which is done by industry within the proximity of TVET institution will be leveraged to provide students with better exposure to the latest technology as well as industrial experience. So another initiative that taken by our government is Ministry of Education will introduce the digital education policies, which means to ensure the progress of digital education as we move towards the industrial IR 4.0. So in this case, it is vital to foster the culture of sharing and openness in order to TVET system to keep up with the times and deliver inclusive learning procedures to a growing number of learners. So teachers like students, they are also learners in a world that is changing faster than ever before. So in today's digitalization era, networking has become the most important resource. The role of instructors and trainers in continually expanding as new tools and technologies for imparting new skills and occupational education and training are offered. Technology may offer several learning paradigms, but it will never be able to replace teachers and trainers. They should be constantly be at the forefront of the implementation of ICT in instructional environments, especially in digitalization. So with these changes, everything in the world will move forward, and we hope that they will be in tandem with the Sustainable Development Goals and the Industrial Evolution 4.0. For that, I thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Puan Haja Zanaria, for giving us such a good idea of the situation, the trends, and the innovative measures that Malaysia is taking. Yeah, so we hear that you were actually in a little bit of a hurry as well as there were other things occupying your time. And we really appreciate that you're making this effort to be with us. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our final presenter for today's panel, for this morning's panel rather, is our representative from Indonesia, who is the governing board representative, Mr. Saryadi ST MBA, who is acting director of the Directorate of Partnership and Synchronization of Business and Industry, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology. Mr. Saryadi, welcome. The next 10 minutes belongs to you.
Thank you, Rina. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, all. Thank you for the opportunity to share the perspective.
Sorry, Mr. Saryadi, we can't hear you.
Yes, hello.
It's fine.
Do you hear my voice?
Yes, it's fine.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, I will repeat it again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to all of you. May God bless us in this event. First of all, I would like to convey my appreciation to Samuel Fogbeck for the excellent arrangement for this forum. Allow me to share the perspective of Indonesia, or share the Indonesia experience to answer the question which is already formulated by Samuel Fogbeck for this forum. Could you share my slide? Next.
Sorry, Mr. Saryadi, I
Yeah.
don't think we have received your slides.
Oh.
So if you do,
I-
if you have a copy, could you kindly use that? Thank you.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought my team already sent it to the committee. Not yet? Just wait a moment, please. I'm sorry for this inconvenience. I tried to share the screen to you. Just wait a moment, please. Ini saya download nggak jalan-jalan, Mas. Ya, saya masih yang lama ini filenya. Ini masih muter-muter gitu nggak jelas.
Are you all right? Yes. So.
Yeah, I still try to share the.
Okay, maybe while we're waiting for Mr. Saryadi, let's have a look at a question that was posed by Dr. Supri Ladi via YouTube. And here's the question. COVID-19 is a booster to digitalization in education. Due to this boost, what are your interventions to ensure all students can access the online class and exam, especially those who are underprivileged? So if there are any among the panel who would like to answer, please, who would like to respond to this question, you're most welcome while we wait for Mr. Saryadi. Is there anyone who would like to attempt this?
Can I respond to that, moderator? Can I respond to that question, moderator?
Yes, please. Dr. Zamri, you may respond.
So Dr. Zamri, our first panelist, would like to respond to this. Dr. Zamri, welcome.
Thank you very much, moderator. Thank you. The question is regarding the in terms of accessibility of I think most of the students at the moment have some sort of challenges. Not only students, but teaching staff also have challenges in terms of connectivity as well in terms of devices, especially from those less privileged and those who are living in the rural areas. So what we are doing at the Brunei at the moment, we are doing some initiative in terms of donation drive, we call it. Donation drive means we are working with relevant stakeholders and other NGOs and others relevant companies or business companies that are willing to donate not only devices, but in terms of the data donation as well. So that to ensure that all students, wherever they are, have the access to online classes, examinations, and other e-learning platform. So this is one of the initiatives that we done in Brunei. But these are meant for those who are less privileged and those who have no access to internet access. So what happened? We are providing some pathways for them to have some contribution from companies, NGOs, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Haji Zamri. It looks like you're factoring in the private sector in this. And yes, we can see that they are here in Brunei, they are increasingly playing a strong role, in supporting education. Thank you very much for that. So, Mr. Sariadi, I believe you are now ready.
Yeah, I already shared the. Have you seen it? Hello, Rina. Could you hear my voice?
Yes, it's fine, Pak.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for this inconvenience. I have something wrong with my internet connection, and then there's a miscommunication between my team with the committee. Before I share the perspective of Indonesia regarding how to manage pandemic COVID for TVET, I would like to share the context of vocational education in Indonesia. That currently we manage vocational high school with the number of school is more than 14,000, and in the vocational higher education we have more than 2,200 institutions, and then we also manage courses and training with more than 10,000 institutions around Indonesia. And then, of course, with the large the large area of Indonesia, there is a different condition regarding pandemic COVID-19. The Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology already declared the strategy how to improve the quality of vocational education through link and match strategy, which is implemented in the three kinds of education that I already mentioned. The first one strategy is we try to encourage the industry in developing curriculum for TVET and then second one we try, which is a real project from the industry for the vocational education, and then there is a policy. We try to increase the number of expert from the industry to go to the school to teach the student, and then we post the internship program. There is a new regulation from the government that for the internship program minimum is 1 semester, and then the other policy we try to develop a certification of competency for the student, which is really involve the industry in the certification, and then we implement training for lecturer, teacher or instructor. And then there is a cooperation between industry and vocational education for applied research, especially to implement in the higher vocational education, and then graduate vocational COVID-19. in education, the impact is that COVID-19 reduced the face-to-face learning interaction in the school, and then the risk of exposed COVID-19 at the school, and then the occurrence of learning loss or skill loss, and the possibility of losing student interest in learning. And then we also facing that the teachers have not fully mastered the use of information technology to carry out online learning. And then the last one is less optimal practical learning in the vocational education. This condition have implication that we are right now facing, that increasing the use of information and communication technology for the distance learning process, and then various learning model are widely optimized the implementation of online learning. And then we also facing that practical learning is carried out with a strict health protocol and limitation of student presence to COVID-19. And then the government of Indonesia issued the policy to guide the implementation of learning during COVID-19, and we try, the government also implement how to make sure the environment of school are really support project-based learning to pandemic COVID-19. In the other hand, COVID-19 also.
Mr. Saryadi, I think we are losing your voice a bit. Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear my voice, Rena? Hello?
We can hear it fine now. Thank you.
Okay. In the other hand, COVID-19 also have promising opportunities that right now the Ministry of Education and Culture try to strengthen digitalization skill that we provide TVET teacher and student, which the exposure of digital thing, like we provide training for the teacher how to use digital technology in the learning process. Also, there is innovative learning method from the teachers. Teachers are triggered to create innovation in teaching and learning process. Also, connection and networking with industry. In the before pandemic COVID, there is maybe a compulsory face-to-face meeting between industry with vocational education, but currently with pandemic, I think it is easier for the vocational education to have a meeting through online platform with the industry to discuss the strategy and then strengthen the networking. And then in this pandemic, we saw that there is a digital entrepreneur skill increasing, that students have a wider opportunity to learn using digital technology and then practice and become digital entrepreneur. COVID-19 era, we also find a trend in our vocational education in Indonesia. There is a development study program which is really popular in the youth, that like visual communication, design, visual communication and design, and then games and apps, 3D printing, web and mobile development, virtual reality, and e-commerce or digitalpreneur. We also found that learning using massive open online course system are really increase and have a better quality during pandemic COVID-19. And then, of course, a blended learning system also implemented in our vocational education. And then online learning implementation in vocational education become one of the indicator for the quality assurance. That is maybe the new one in Indonesia, that we have emphasized online learning implementation as one of the indicator for quality assurance in vocational education. We also implement online-based
Mr.
certification.
Saryadi, can we TV you along? Because I think we are running a little bit short on time.
Okay. I will make it faster. Online-based certification for a certain major of vocational education. This is the government initiative for a certain program to strengthen the collaboration between vocational education and industry. We implement a matching fund. There is a program that aims to support project-based learning collaboration between vocational higher education and the industry, with a scheme cash or in kind, and then a competitive fund for vocational higher education, certification and micro-credential. We give the opportunity to the student to come to industry to improve their skill and soft skill. And then we develop a center of excellence in SMK, which is really tight cooperation with the industry. And then we also push entrepreneurship program, since there is a limitation, the opportunity to have work in the pandemic era. And then also the government provide incentive for the company that are willing to cooperate with vocational education, namely super tax deduction policy. And then the government invite industry to support the priority program with a matching fund scheme. And then we also try to support the school to develop internship entrepreneurship program. This is just give a short illustration about internship program that I already mentioned, that some of the internship program conduct in online scheme, but we still to implement the offline internship with, of course, with the strike protocol of health. And I give you the last slide. Indonesia is really optimistic and can adapt to the pandemic condition, and is ready to encounter the post-pandemic, since we already vaccinated all of the teachers in our vocational education. And we are looking forward to collaborate with ASEAN member country in the field of vocational education through sharing expertise, experience, and perspectives. Thank you very much. And once again, I'm sorry for the technical program for my presentation. Thank you. I give the time to Rina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Saryadi. I think this is indeed a reflection of the challenges that we are facing right now with the pandemic, and even for us doing this virtual forum, you can see that, occasionally there are little hiccups here and there. So you're forgiven. Okay, right. Okay, thank you very much for that, Saryadi. Yeah. So that was our last panelist, and we thank you all for being with us to listen to them and gain insight on the national level measures that all these CMEO member countries are putting in place. Right. Because we have a little limited time left, I think we are only just probably going to have one question for the panel. So can we have a look at the question? Here it is. Okay, from Dr. Haji Supri Ladi. Has any country carried out comparison study on effectiveness of physical teaching, learning, and industry placement versus virtual? So has there been any comparative comparisons done? So if any of our panelists would like to share, please do so. Do you know of any has any country among the 5 of you, has there been any comparative study?
Yes, moderator.
Perhaps Malaysia, Puan Haja Zanaria?
We haven't done the study for the comparison. Yeah.
So no study as yet.
Yes, moderator, can you hear me? Visit from Cambodia.
Yes,
anybody among the would
Mr.
like to attempt this question?
Mr. Visat, you may speak.
Yes, I wish to respond to this question.
Perhaps we can take another question, since it seems to me that there hasn't been much by way of comparatives being done. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Visat. Mr. Visat, we invite Mr. Visat to respond
thank you, the
question.
Yeah, thank you, the moderator. Actually, this question is a little bit direct to all the countries. But in fact, the official study comparison is not yet made in Cambodia. But through our observation, the physical teaching is more effective than online courses because of the challenges made by the COVID, and the digital divide is not ready in Cambodia. But other country, I see the challenges look like the same, not only Cambodia but through all the country members. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Visat. Yeah, there was a bit of a connectivity issues, I think. So I think we actually do not have enough time for questions. So I think we will move on to the next agenda, which because YB Yanti will be coming on next with the keynote speech. So we would not want to deprive her, you know, seeing that she has made all the preparations. So I'm going to proceed now to a little bit of, shall we say, my synthesis of the panel, right? The COVID-19 pandemic has left in its wake unprecedented and unexpected impacts in every sphere of life, of human life. Yeah, where TVET is concerned, the challenges are very real indeed. Constraints in acquiring work-based learning, practical skills, aspects that are not easily deliverable through remote modalities, to quote Dr. Haji Zamri just now. And the teaching force is made up of digital migrants needing to upskill themselves in a hurry. There's inadequate pedagogical resources and infrastructure to support quality online and distance learning, rising unemployment, and compromised mental health. So the list goes on and on. How do CMO member countries and countries beyond respond quickly enough to the new dark waters they now find themselves in and need to navigate out of without a proper map or GPS? How can they work together to emerge stronger and better? Right? Communication, innovation, and collaboration. These, in essence, may be where the solutions and opportunities lie. Purposeful and sustainable investment in digitalization towards IR 4.0 offers a way out, and we can see how each Simeo state is employing these resources individually and collectively across the region to stay relevant and resilient. A very brief synopsis. With that, I would like to wrap up. On behalf of Simeo VocTech, I would like to express our sincere appreciation and thanks to all our panel speakers for rising so well to the demands of this occasion. Technology disruptions notwithstanding. We would also like to thank all the forum participants for the overwhelming response and support to this virtual forum. We hope you will continue to join us for the next 2 panel sessions after the lunch break. Last but not least, a very big thank you to all of you for your support and patience. Stay safe, stay strong. Over to you now, MC, Miss Abby.
Thank you, Ms. Rina. And thank you to our eForum 1 panelists. Moving forward is the e-certificate ceremony as a token of appreciation from Simeo VocTech to all our valued speakers. We are pleased to present this e-certificate to Dr. Haji Muhammad Zamri bin Haji Sabli, Director, Chief Executive Officer of Institute of Brunei Technical Education, Ministry of Education, Brunei Darussalam. And to Mr. Viset Fong, Deputy Director General, Director General of TVET from Ministry of Labour and Vocational Training, Cambodia, Mr. Saryadi, STMBA, Acting Director, Partnership and Synchronization of Business and Industry, Director of Partnership and Synchronization of Business and Industry, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, Indonesia, Mr. Sai Kam Fantavong, Deputy Director General, Department of Technical and Vocational Education, Ministry of Education and Sports from Lao PDR, and Madam Haja Zanaria Haji Ahmad, Director, Technical and Vocational Education Division, Ministry of Education, Malaysia. Humble apologies for any mispronunciation of names. And on behalf of Simeo VocTech, we would like to once again thank the governing board members and representatives for their presentations and for sharing their perspective on the country-level policies and practices in managing pandemic challenges and opportunities of TVET in the era of digitalization, which has surely been beneficial for our audience. To close off eForum 1, we are honored to present our next keynote speaker, presenting on cross-border training and mentoring in ASEAN, Chair of ASEAN Business Advisory Council 2021, Brunei Darussalam. Please welcome Yang Berhormat Fellow Dr. Architect Siti Rozai Merianti binti Datu Sri Laila Jasa Haji Abdul Rahman. Please welcome.
Thank you so much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. A very good morning, good afternoon, and salam sejahtera to everyone. Dr. Chin Weka, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Higher Education from the Ministry of Education, Brunei, alias Haji Abu Bakar, the Center Directors of Simeo VocTech, Brunei Darussalam, Your Excellencies, government officials, academia of ASEAN and beyond, global experts, ladies and gentlemen. So let me begin by saying thank you for the kind invitation to give a keynote speech, give an address in this auspicious virtual forum on managing pandemic challenges and opportunities of TVET in the era of digitalization in conjunction with the 32nd Simeo VocTech Governance Board meeting. I'm glad that I can actually tune in this morning, listening to perspective coming from ADB, Dr. Brajesh, that touches on the two-pronged strategies, and also listening from country representative that shared their best practice, especially during this pandemic time. It is truly an honor to be here today, and I hope everyone is doing well and staying safe. So today's forum topic on TVET in the era of digitalization reflects the current extraordinary level of digitalization, digital transformation and connectivity that can help us emerge stronger from this pandemic, but only if we are prepared Now, the COVID-19 pandemic has dramatically increased the speed at which the adoption of digital technologies is fundamentally changing the landscape of work and industry skills development in the region. It is absolutely notable that filling the digital skills gap will enable them to be more competent and competitive in the future of work. So this can be done through cross-border training and mentorship, which we should seize the opportunities brought by digitalization in advancing accessibility remotely, as this expedites the issues such as travel and work visas that hinders the mobility of our people to acquire knowledge and skills across the region. Now,
Hey, hello to our dear participants. There's been an expected technology problem. So we will wait on for YBNT to connect with us once again. And until then, we will wait for a few moments. Perhaps you can relay some questions in the chat box in preparation for the topic of cross-border training and mentoring in ASEAN. If you have any questions that maybe when we have time, we can relay this to YB Rosa Marianti later on once she has come back. Thank you.
Right. Since we are waiting for Wabiyanti to join us. All right, she's back now. She's back now. Sorry.
I'm back. Can you hear me?
Hello, hello,
Yes,
YB.
very
Can you
clear.
If you can just
hear me?
continue on
You're
your
out?
previous sentence, that would be okay.
Oh my goodness me. I'm not, see, this is the thing when we talk about globalization and this is what we have. So I'm just going to back. Yeah, I think everybody's going through it. Infrastructure is really definitely not ready when it comes to digitalization. So I'm going to touch on something that's very important with regards to the mismatch of skills and qualification. Yeah. Now, CSPS Brunei actually issued out economic outlook in 2021, and this has already been an important issue that has already been highlighted with regards to employability of Bruneians in the private sector. And this is an issue, and not just in Brunei, it's facing, but really globally. So digitalization has presented an opportunity for human capital development to make necessary investments on our workforce to develop and use skills effectively. Now the question is, why skills? Now, according to the World Bank, a child born in ASEAN today will only achieve 59% of their full potential productivity. And this is partly due to the lack of relevant skills that they fail to receive. Now, having said that, it is critical that we prepare and nurture our youth as well as workforce through reskilling and upskilling as part of a long life learning in response to the actual needs of today's industry. Now, ASEAN member states are very dynamic, but our aims are the same, which is to become the 4th largest economy by 2030. It is important that businesses and the government work together to ensure that they are taking the necessary measures towards creating a better equipped workforce as well as train the trainers. And this can be done through cross-border cooperation, through sharing of expertise and resources to drive TVET development in Brunei and also across ASEAN. And furthermore, promoting workforce mobility across the region will also support our recovery efforts towards the post-pandemic area. Now, ASEAN Business Advisory Council role is an important role in enhancing the economic integration in the region, representing the voice of the private sector, right, business sector in ASEAN, and being the apex private sector body under the AEC Strategic Blueprint 2025, we are committed to strengthening our partnership with the government, especially as we face the challenges placed upon the pandemic and also climate change, which have upended the lives and livelihoods. So at ASEAN Business Advisory Council, together with the Joint Business Council, strongly believe that a close and strong public-private sector engagement is critical for the region's economic recovery. And of course, it's the push for the AEC goals. Now, the Master Plan of ASEAN Connectivity, which is the MPAC 2025, seeks the enhanced human capital through TVET as one of the initiatives in preparing a future-ready workforce. Now, the question is, where are we now? Obtaining skills development through training and gain practical experiences is the essential. For instance, when you apply for a job, majority will ask for experiences or have you done any training before? Certification is one thing, but it is undeniable that it doesn't secure you a job in the industry. So we also need to ensure the competency of a workforce. Institutions have to revisit the education system to be adaptable in any given situation through incorporating skills training. ASEAN as one community needs to be stronger for the sake of our future, and our children also means being aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. And we must take advantage of the opportunity that come out even stronger, but only if it does things together, sama-sama. So to be stronger necessitates that we capacitate and strengthen our workforce, especially TVET, to be one of the pillars of the economic development under the new normalcy. Now, as a co-chair for the Manpower Industry Steering Committee under the construction, which was established May last year, I am elated to share that the MISC construction has been actively engaging with stakeholders, such as consultants, contractors from the industry to take part in training the Brunei's workforce under our programs. Now, the role of MISC is really to link between the tripartite partnership between industry, enablers, education, as well as training institutions. Now, it is critical that we align and meet the demands of the construction industry, which I'm currently chairing, with the right supply in its efforts to boost the capabilities of our local workforce and ensure our locals are able to acquire skills, mastery in the construction industry, and make them our warriors of service. Now, since the establishment of MISC Construction, we have launched bridging programs as a quick win in pursuit of improving the marketability of our local graduates and to ensure they develop related and applicable abilities and competencies within the construction industries. We are also proposing the construction industry competency framework aligning to the construction industry as part of our medium-term strategy. As we all know, Brunei has among the highest unemployment rates in ASEAN. Hence, it is critical for us to address this as an urgent manner. And to support our journey, we work very closely. So this is more on also on the industry push and industry drive, that we work very closely with the Manpower and Employment Council, Secretariat, Job Center of Brunei, and also the Ministry of Education, close partner to ensure programs and standards are being endorsed by our National Accreditation Center and also endorsed by the industry. And I would like to take this opportunity to applaud the Manpower Planning and Employment Council for their great efforts to reduce the country's unemployment rate through IT, energy, construction, maritime, hospitality, and also tourism through a tripartite in supervising industry and education. Now, I am a strong believer in human capital development. Capacity building will help to narrow down the gaps, and I am pleased to also share our AMEX Bridging Program, the first of its kind training program under the MISC construction, specifically for trainees who undergo 6 months training, on-the-job training in the field of architecture, civil and structural, and mechanical and electrical engineering to provide in-depth and also comprehensive exposure in the construction industry in the field of drafting and also supervisory before working with employers, either contractors or consultants, for another 12 months under the iReady Pioneer program. Now, aiming to be one of the driving agents for local graduates, we are still seeking employment, who are still seeking employment. We are preparing a workforce through these programs to meet the needs of our local industry, which will be changing over time. So as they are the future and Brunei's backbone to the development of the nation. Now, I am also proud to say, not just as a co-chair of the committee, but as also the trainer who is taking part to embrace this program that represents the industry as best practices comes from the industry, leading towards professional competencies through professional training, mentoring, peer assessments, and continuous professional development. Now, I'm also proud to say that we have launched a 2-year dual TVET program, which is a hatch and take dual TVET on construction and also drafting that is under IBTE recently in July. And we have been engaging contractors and consultants in March through 11 engagement, more than 600 engagement with the stakeholders that we have actually done just to get the buy-in from companies to be the host to train our graduates. So as a long-term strategy, dual TVET programs will play an important role in local youth, and not just from school, again, academy and also regulatory, and we can't achieve our own goals if it is only if we do it again sama-sama. So it is vital that we to strengthen our national platform to move towards our goal to become the 4th largest economy by 2030. So that they can actually be future ready and competent to go beyond ASEAN region. It is important that both government and businesses work together to ensure they are taking the necessary work measures towards creating a better equipped workforce. Now, we can take the country like Vietnam, for example, who ranked first in ASEAN and placed 22nd globally for their technology skill set. Thus, we should actually rope the strength of each ASEAN state member and learn from each other as we are indeed the ASEAN legacy. Now, we also need to acknowledge that there is this huge, big gap of imbalance in terms of supply and demand. Now, many of us in ASEAN look at advanced technologies to prepare our future. Although there is a huge potential for technology to create more jobs, the workforce must be equipped with the right skills that align with what the workforce market needs. And this brings me to the Brunei's Legacy Project under the ASEAN Business Advisory Council Chairmanship this year. So we have developed a legacy project called HIRED, H-I-R-E-D, that means harnessing impact with resilient employability digitally. And this legacy project was built upon to address the issue of unemployment and the mismatched skills gaps as an effort in building human capacity to mold our workforce to be future ready and adaptive for this technical driven workforce. Now, there are 4 goals in HIRED. First is to address the skill gap in ASEAN. Now, second is to bridge the skills within ASEAN. Third is to stay relevant by building a proper ecosystem. And fourth, to enable ASEAN with the balance, the supply and demand of its workforce. And it aims to provide digital training and mentorship to the young, unemployed, and current workforce of ASEAN to gain the right skills to become employable and relevant to today's industry. Now, this will be accessed online, where there are opportunities for cross-border digital training and cross-border mentorship with companies across ASEAN region and globally, which aligns closely with TVET in applying the skills that you have gained and applying it with hands-on experience. And we are delighted to say that Hired First Regional Pilot Apprenticeship Program currently is ongoing on data analytics in partnership with UKD, Department of International Trade, and also with the support of the UK ASEAN Business Council. Now, the role of data analyst is in high demand globally and experiencing a shortage of supply, which we seek to address in providing opportunities through apprenticeship programs. And we recently held a workshop this month with the employers to understand the competence and skills requirements based on the employer's needs for data analytics. We also have a program in the pipeline, and we are partnering with, among others, Darussalam Enterprise, which is our strategic partner, GIZ, Nisai, and among others. And before I end this, I would like to take this opportunity as well to express our sincere thanks to the German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation Development, which is BMZ, which is the main commissioning party of GIZ for the support on the Hired initiative. We are grateful indeed, and we would not have come this far without their support as well. So we look forward to expanding this Hired program and highly welcome collaborations to knowledge partners, joint business councils, key industry chambers, trainers, employers, institutions to join Hired, striving for future we want to see. Now, let me conclude. Now, I believe there's bright prospects of ASEAN's economic recovery rebound. I see great opportunities if we are decisive in deepening our digitalization, connectivity, and ecosystem. I see the strengthening of ASEAN if the government pushes even more in working actively in the tripartite system of academia and industry. I see jobs and opportunities to recover livelihoods and bring more ASEAN out of poverty if we are inclusive, committed, and well-funded in transitioning towards a sustainable digital future. So I do hope that everyone is as enriched as I am, but there is a big if in every opportunity that we can harness. So there is still more work that needs to be done. And we, both governments and also the private sector, need to work together, sama-sama, and can only remain committed, deliberate, persistent, and investing our human capital that is critical to ASEAN future as one. So I would actually like to share Hired Legacy project. So if you can actually play the video thing, please. Thank you.
The fourth industrial revolution has ushered in an era of sophisticated technology, innovation, and ideation meant to truly revolutionize the future. ASEAN should be a part of this revolution. According to the World Bank, a child born in ASEAN today will only achieve 59% of their full potential productivity, partly due to the lack of relevant skills that they fail to receive. COVID-19 has caused more than 30 million people in ASEAN to become unemployed. The pandemic has accelerated the need to be digitally literate and resilient, as the future of work requires specific skill sets, aligned with the digital transformation the world is seeing now. We need to address the skill gaps in the ASEAN region and encourage the available workforce to embrace digitalization. Hired, an ASEAN-backed Brunei's legacy project, understands the importance of investing in reskilling and upskilling the workforce to adapt to a modern, technology-driven world. Hired aims to provide online training and mentorship to the young, unemployed, and current workforce of ASEAN by harnessing existing initiatives and partnerships to support access to digital skills. collaborating with employers and organizations on training and mentorship to enhance employability and strengthen ASEAN workforce. The key to a stronger human capital in ASEAN is by staying relevant and providing opportunities to mentor and train the people to achieve their fullest potential. Hired provides ASEAN workforce with quality work opportunities accessed remotely, promoting doing business across ASEAN and beyond.
This legacy project is critical to ASEAN's sustainable future. Thus, we shall rope the strength of our businesses, knowledge partners, key industry champions, trainers, employers, and institutions as ASEAN One Community. And we are indeed the ASEAN legacy. So join us. Together, we can collectively recover stronger and build a resilient workforce for a sustainable ASEAN digital future. Sama-sama.
Thank you to Yang Berhormat Siti Rozai Merianti for sharing with us such intuitive insight on training and mentoring in ASEAN and sharing us the initiatives, programs, especially in alignment of skills with industry demands. And you are right, this can only be successful if everyone works together, sama-sama, as you say. To show our appreciation, Senior Voctec would like to humbly present Yang Berhormat Siti Rozai Merianti with an e-certificate for her valuable contribution to e-forum. Thank you, Yang Berhormat, once again for elevating Senior Voctec e-forum with your presentation. That concludes e-forum 1, and it is now time for a lunch break. Humble apologies to our guests and participants for any technical mishaps. The next session of Senior Voctec e-forum will resume at 1:20 p.m. Brunei time with presentations on good practices at the institutional level in response to pandemic challenges and opportunities of TVET in the era of digitalization by the governing board members, followed by a keynote speech by an esteemed regional skills development and employability specialist from International Labour Organization for Southeast Asia and Pacific, Thailand. I would like to also give a gentle reminder to our e-forum participants to please check the chat box on Zoom or YouTube for links for the evaluation form that must be completed in order to receive your e-certificate of participation. Please also do not forget to register for the e-forum at forum.voctec.org to ensure that event coordinators can verify your information. We will see you in the next session. Thank you.
Training and certifications for trainers and assessors. In-company training is a key instrument in improving the practical competencies of workers who are working in industry and students who are participating in industrial attachments. To have proper in-company training, industry must have qualified trainers and assessors. At present, however, both in Brunei Darussalam as well as in the region, there are still lacking of qualified trainers and assessors, especially in the pedagogical skills, in how to transfer knowledge and skills to the trainees, as well as how to assess trainees' performance. So this training is offering both trainers and assessors to be qualified and certified. To address credibility and recognitions of this training and certifications, this must be in line with the regional standards such as ASEAN in-company trainer standards. CMO FOCTEC, as the regional center for TVET, has been offering training in the past 30 years. So we look forward to have you to participate in this training and certifications. And for your information, that CMO FOCTEC also as the proof center to run this, both the training of trainers and training of assessors by BDNEC, which is Brunei Darussalam National Accreditation Council, and SHINA, which is Safety, Health, Environment National Authority. So we are looking forward to seeing you in the training.
Labtech Regional Center for the past 30 years has been providing capacity building and technical skills upgrading programs for TVET personnel and the likes in the Southeast Asian region. Amongst the most recent programs that the center is offering are the certification courses for trainers and assessors. Firstly, the Training of Trainers Certification course. The Training of Trainers Certification course, or TOT, consists of competences a competent trainer must perform in the following areas: planning, preparing, facilitation or instructional delivery, keeping a safe and conducive environment, as well as evaluation and assessment of course sessions. The main objective of the TOT course is to provide candidates
Why training and certifications for trainers and assessors? In-company training is a key instrument in improving the practical competencies of workers who are working in industry and students who are participating in industrial attachments. To have proper in-company training, industry must have qualified trainers and assessors. At present, however, both in Brunei Darussalam as well as in the region, there are still lacking of qualified trainers and assessors, especially in the pedagogical skills, in how to transfer knowledge and skills to the trainees, as well as how to assess trainees' performance. So this training is offering both trainers and assessors to be qualified and certified. To address credibility and recognitions of this training and certifications, this must be in line with the regional standards such as ASEAN in-company trainer standards. CMO FOCTEC, as the regional center for TVET, has been offering training in the past 30 years. So we look forward to have you to participate in this training and certifications. And for your information, that CMO FOCTEC also as the proof center to run this, both the training of trainers and training of assessors by BDNEC, which is Brunei Darussalam National Accreditation Council, and SHINA, which is Safety, Health, Environment National Authority. So we are looking forward to seeing you in the training.
Regional Center for the past 30 years has been providing capacity building and technical skills upgrading programs for TVET personnel and the likes in the Southeast Asian region. Amongst the most recent programs that the center is offering are the certification courses for trainers and assessors. Firstly, the Training of Trainers Certification course. The Training of Trainers Certification course, or TOT, consists of competences a competent trainer must perform in the following areas: planning, preparing, facilitation or instructional delivery, keeping a safe and conducive environment, as well as evaluation and assessment of course sessions. The main objective of the TOT course is to provide candidates with the knowledge, skills, and attitude to make them competent and effectively deliver and facilitate courses. The TOT certification course consists of 7 modules, including understanding competencies, a basis of competency-based learning, assessment of training needs, introduction to training, preparation for training, implementation of training, evaluation of training, and conduct of micro-teaching. In doing the certification course, candidates are expected to produce and submit the following course outputs, including training plan, session plan, PowerPoint presentation, handouts, evaluation and assessment instruments, outputs from all the 7 modules, 15-minute micro-teaching, digital recording, as well as conduct of post-training in their own workplaces. To assess their TOT competences, candidates will be assessed through a portfolio of evidences submitted to SB facilitators and assessors, demonstrating their knowledge, skills, and attitude in the context of their own work, which includes practice, learning, and reflection. In doing so, candidates must achieve 70% or better of performance assessment. This TOT course lasts for a total of 64 hours, consisting of 40 hours or 5 days in contact, 24 hours or 3-day pre-training, self-directed learning, and post-training sessions. Upon successful completion, candidates will be awarded certified trainer endorsed by a locally recognized awarding body. Today, we're pleased to share with you that the center has conducted 4 batches of successful TOT courses attended by 44 candidates coming from different industries such as energy, banking, tourism, and education. We encourage you to join us in this program and help upgrade our training of trainers. The second course is on training of assessors, or TOA. The TOA is a course consisting of competencies a competent assessor must perform in assessing learners' competences against unit standard or qualifications, and covers a combination of knowledge and competence-based modules. The course aims at providing candidates with knowledge, skills, and attitude to make them competent and effectively assess learners' competences against unit standard and/or qualifications through the use of a variety of evidence-gathering tools and also recognizing prior learning. Overall, the course consists of 4 learning modules, including basic concepts and principles of assessment, planning and developing assessment instruments, assessing skills, knowledge, and attitudes, and assessing competence in the work environment. Throughout the course, candidates are expected to produce and submit a number of outputs, including assessment plan, assessment instruments, both written and practical, a table of specifications, and conducting assessment with digital recording at own work environment. In assessing the candidates' competences as assessors, they will be assessed through a portfolio of evidence submitted to facilitators and assessors, demonstrating their knowledge, skills, and understanding in the context of their own work, including practice, learning, and reflection. In doing so, candidates must achieve 70% or above of performance assessment. The TOA course covers a total of 64 hours, consisting of 40 hours or 5 days in contact, 24 hours or 3 days pre-training, self-directed learning, and post-training monitoring. Once deemed successful, they will be awarded Certified Trainer certification endorsed by a locally recognized awarding body. The TOA certification course will commence this February 2021. We would like to welcome you to take part in this program offering by Simeo Labtech.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Hello, good afternoon. Yes, we can hear you fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to request to share my PowerPoint. Do you
Is
have
this
my
the side?
Yeah? Do you have my PowerPoint? This is Dr. Sai.
Yes, Dr. Sai, we have your PowerPoint. Dr. Sai, right?
Yes.
Yes, we do have your PowerPoint.
Yeah. So would you like to have control on the screen, or would you like us to put it up?
So I will request to move my slide, please.
Yeah. Okay. So the presentation will be the flow of it will be from you. All right. Okay.
Yeah. So please share my PowerPoint and move my slide, please.
Okay. Thank you.
On behalf of.
Yeah.
Thank you. Noted.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Ting Ling from Singapore. Can you hear me? Just make sure that audio is okay.
Hello, yes, we can hear you fine. Thank you.
Right. I will control the slides over at my end, please.
All right, this is from
Singapore.
All right, noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
There's an echo. I heard an echo just now.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Greetings and welcome back everyone to session 2 of CMIO Labtech e-forum on managing pandemic challenges and opportunities of TVET in the era of digitalization. The following e-forum panel will focus on good practices at the institutional level of post-pandemic response, which will be kindly moderated by Dr. Jaya Priya Kasinavan, CMIO Labtech Management Specialist. Without further ado, please welcome Dr. Jaya Priya.
Very good afternoon to all, and welcome back to our e-forum. For participants, good morning for your continued support, and those who joined us, we are very happy to have you with us on the session. As a recap of our program so far, in our first forum session, we listened to our panelists from various member countries sharing their government's initiatives, best practices, and policies that were implemented to ensure a resilient TVET system. Whereas in this session, our focus will be on the institutions, on how they have navigated through the challenges faced and capitalized on the rapid expansion on digital transformation, which may have seemed as an opportunity amidst the pandemic. Hence the title for this forum, Good Practices at the Institutional Level, Responses on Managing Pandemic Challenges and Opportunities in the Era of Digitalization. Joining us today as panelists for this forum are 6 governing board members representing Myanmar, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Timor-Leste. Now, before we start the presentation, please allow me to share with you the questions that the panelists will be addressing, which you will be seeing on the screen right now. So the first question reads, what are some policies and good practices that have been implemented at country or institutional level to address challenges brought about by the pandemic? The second question, what can institutions do to ensure a resilient TVET system that continues to produce a skilled workforce for the post-pandemic labor market? Thirdly, how should TVET teachers cope with the challenges in teaching and learning that will inevitably arise as a result of the pandemic? And finally, how could TVET teachers manage opportunities to upskill their digital competencies in a post-pandemic world? Now, to dear participants, please take note that there will be a question and answer session right at the end of all the presentations. However, you are encouraged to post your questions after each panelist has presented. Now, without further ado, please allow me to invite and introduce our first panelist, Dr. Sai Kiao Nyai O, Director General of Department of Technical and Vocational Education, Ministry of Science and Technology, Myanmar. Good afternoon, Dr. Sai. How are you doing?
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Morita Jara.
So
good afternoon. Yeah, please.
Yeah. Okay, so Dr. Sai, if you are ready, you may start presenting and you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morita. Good afternoon, distinguished representative, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure and honor to present about Myanmar's managing pandemic challenges and opportunity of TVET in the era of digitalization. Please, next slide, please. Firstly, I would like to explain about the TVET system in our country. There's two types of vocational education in Myanmar. Upper secondary TVET education, and post-secondary TVET education. Our Department of Technical and Vocational Education and Training, is under the Ministry of Science and Technology. There's a 35 government technical high school for upper secondary level, 4 government technical colleges, and 24 government technical institutes for post-secondary level. These are the main TVET institutions under our department. Next slide, please. During the pandemic, we faced some challenges in TVET education, such as delayed conventional teaching and learning, insufficient skill in e-learning usage, adaptation in pedagogies, strategies, and methods, classroom management and assessment, and integrating ICT in teaching and learning. Poor internet connectivity in some areas, especially in rural and unusability of learning platforms. We have some opportunity in TVET education during pandemic, continuing to develop content and standard training packages, enhancing capacity of instructors, applying blended training, design, and operation for some TVET courses, strengthening TVET e-learning platform, improving TVET institution infrastructure, developing quality insurance TVET e-learning framework. This next slide. These policies are good practice implemented to address challenges brought about the pandemic, introduce technologies used for only online and distance learning as new norm for TVET instructor and student. Upgrade to 100 megabyte dedicated internet access in 2019-20 fiscal year. Support with working laptop by full quarter of 2021 to TVET teachers, managers, and admin staff under our department. Develop TVET Learning Management System, LMS, as a pilot project at the Government Technical Institute INSEE, which is located in Yangon. Digitalize some subjects of the Government Technical High School courses and make pilot tests on TVET Learning Management System and e-library system. This slide, we have a School of Industrial Training and Education. These are accepting new technologies in SIDE, School of Industrial Training and Education. For resilient TVET system, we need to make sure online teaching or the contents on digital device can be saved on e-platform and reused in the future for the students to enhance continuous professional development of TVET teachers and managers, to reform government technical high school curriculum, industry responsive curriculum development, to continue to develop content and standard training packages, to strengthen TVET e-learning platform, to improve TVET institution infrastructure, to develop quality insurance TVET e-learning framework. To cope with the challenges in teaching and learning, our TVET teachers need to adapt in pedagogies, strategies, and methods, classroom management, assessment, and integrating ICT in teaching and learning. Applying online training designed for some TVET courses, which involve the development of hands-on skills as well as theoretical learning, underline the importance of digital competency and upgrade their capacity related with their specific field. To manage opportunity to upskill their digital competency in the post-pandemic world, our TVET teachers need to attend an international training, workshop, and seminar for the chain delivery move to keep pace with technological advancement and use technology appropriately in TVET, to emphasize the need for further training for the TVET teachers and trainers in order to create crucial digital transformation competence, to promote continuous professional development of TVET teachers through online TVET lectures, videos, and articles, etc., to embrace lessons learned and best practice from other countries. You may see this picture shows e-learning online training for workshop management by 5S Learn Innovation. 5S land training is very important for our TVET system. This picture shows remote training of trainer TOT during COVID-19 pandemic. During pandemic, we have a plan to support the quarantine center. This picture shows dual apprenticeship program for COVID response in cooperation with Swiss Content, donation of 400 food vouchers per day to quarantine centers. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This picture shows donation of trolley to hospital under our department. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sai, for sharing with us the Myanmar TVET experience. Yes, I must reckon with you that for TVET at this time of pandemic, it's really a challenge because the nature of TVET education is very practical and hands-on. So I think congratulations to your team for coming up with the e-learning online training workshop management on 5S Lean management. 5S Lean innovation. I think that's a wonderful thing that you have done. So congratulations and thank you for that sharing. So ladies and gentlemen, now we shall move on to our next panelist, coming all the way from the Philippines, also our governing board member, Mrs. Rosana A. Urdaneta, Deputy Director General for Policies and Planning, Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, TESDA. And joining her would be Governing Board Representative, Mr. Ad Bangalone. Thank you very much for Ms. Rosa and also Mr. Ad for joining us today. So if you're ready, you can start the presentation and you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May we be allowed to share our presentation? Okay, it's already shared. So the distinguished chairman and members of the CMU BOCTEC Governing Board, fellow panelists, secretariat, ladies and gentlemen, magandang hapon, a pleasant afternoon from the Philippines. In behalf of Deputy Director General Rose Urdaneta of TESDA, let me thank you for giving the Philippines, through TESDA, the privilege to participate in this e-forum. My discussion is with reference to the 4 questions provided. Let me start by agreeing that the world is definitely volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. We are always confronted with paradigm shifts, challenging our ways of working and living. The COVID-19 pandemic has definitely disruptions and disrupted our global economy and education. In the wake of digital transformation, the pandemic, on the other hand, yielded a positive effect. It forced our governments the urgency to address the continuity of public services and businesses and accelerate efforts towards digitalization. But prior to the pandemic, TESDA is already being guided by the National Technical Education and Skills Development Plan, or we call it the NTSDP of 2018-2022. It is the blueprint that provides the strategies and directions towards attaining the country's vision of a vibrant quality Tibet for decent work and sustainable inclusive growth, anchored on a 2-pronged direction. First, Tibet for global competitiveness and workforce readiness, and second, Tibet for global equity and poverty reduction. To attain our vision, we need to be agile enough to address the fast-changing needs of the workplace, scalable enough to guarantee skilled workers are available in all sectors, and flexible and sustainable enough in order to cater to the needs of the disadvantaged and marginalized and a lasting impact in their lives. To articulate and achieve the strategic thrust of global competitiveness, we've crafted the Philippine TVET 4.0 framework to primarily address the challenges of the fourth industrial revolution. The framework focuses on responsive policies, identification of skills requirements, alignment of standards to international requirements, development of curriculum, modernization and upgrading of training institutions, intensifying implementation of enterprise-based training, capacity building or upskilling of trainers, assessment and certification, development of culture of research in Tibet, capacity building and upskilling of TESDA human resource. And finally, we need funding support that would allocate funds to support the implementation of programs for the fourth industrial revolution. Within the National Technical Education Skills Development Plan and the Philippine TVET 4.0 framework, TESDA has developed a COVID-19 recovery plan called the Operational Plan TESDA Abot Lahat, TVET towards the new normal. These specifically help transition TESDA system, processes, programs into the new normal and allow the agency to cater to the needs for skills training, retooling and upskilling and respond to the increasing demand for digital skills. At the height of the pandemic, these three strategic plans helped us ensure the survival of Tibet, which will ultimately change the Tibet sector. TESDA also strengthened its e-learning platform called the TESDA Online Program or TOP. We updated the TOP learning management system and migrated its server hosting to cloud to increase its absorptive capacity to serve the surge of users during the pandemic. From March 2020 to September 2021, the accumulated users totaled almost 2 million. The TOP helped learners, overseas Filipino workers, and other displaced workers access training during this health crisis. With learning going virtual, we developed and conducted courses on facilitating e-learning sessions to transition Tibet trainers from traditional classroom delivery to flexible delivery. We also developed and immersed trainers in developing e-learning materials to help in the development of e-learning courses for the TESDA online program. In addition, we had to ensure that policies keep pace with the conditions of society for a conducive environment for the sector. TESDA released the policy on flexible learning delivery to allow institutions deliver training programs through distance, online, blended, and combination of these modalities. This policy is important if Tibet in the country were to continue. Flexible learning delivery takes into consideration the capacity of the technical vocational institutions, the capability of the trainers in the delivery of Tibet, and the learners' access to learning resources, access of trainers and learners to technology, internet, and connectivity without compromising the quality of training delivery. Of course, the interventions of TESDA were made possible through the help of our local, international, private, and public sector partners. We are now already in the third of the structural phase, wherein we are already starting to institutionalize new normal policies and programs pertaining to training delivery, assessment, and certification, program registration, among others. To facilitate resiliency, Tibet needs to be data-driven, area-based, and demand-oriented. In line with this, the Philippines launched the Philippine Skills Framework in June, an interagency initiative to address skills and competencies of our workforce. The Philippine Skills Framework initiative resulted from the Memorandum of Understanding or Cooperation on Human Capital Development between the Republic of the Philippines and Singapore, signed in 2019. The framework aims to promote skills mastery and lifelong learning. This will support Tibet and make it industry-driven, as this will provide information on sector and employment opportunities. It will define existing and emerging skills and competencies required for occupations and job roles in an industry. We are also capacitating the Tibet sector to contextualize interventions. We have issued a policy for area-based demand-driven approach, where we zoom in our efforts for focused interventions. We are currently capacitating our field units to develop area-based and demand-driven competency standards, competency-based curriculum, and other resources for Tibet. We have customized the TESDA online program learning management system architecture for multi-tenant use. The new architecture of the TESDA online program makes our TESDA technology institutions cohorts to the system to offer facilitated learning or credit programs and allow them to contextualize trainings. These strategies are also the basis of how we make our trainers and our Tibet practitioners become resilient to changes and disruptions. We are intensifying our training of trainers, aside from the facilitating e-learning sessions and developing e-learning materials, together with our partners such as the ILO, the USAID, who are helping us develop trainings. We have the STEM in Tibet and other trainings such as the 21st century skills, which are essential in the digital era. TESDA's authority in Tibet is identifying appropriate interventions to capacitate and calibrate our trainers for new ways of teaching and learning. We are partnering with different organizations to help us bridge the digital divide, not only for our learners, but also for our trainers. Lastly, the Philippine government and its people, including the private sector, endeavor to embrace a new normal mindset in order to be relevant and responsive to this era. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ed, for that very in-depth presentation. I think you and your colleagues in TESDA have been very busy coming up with various policies and plans to counter the challenges that the pandemic has posed. I think one of the policies that which attracted me was the flexible learning delivery policy. I think this is very apt for the times that we live in now. Thank you once again for the very interesting presentation. So now we shall move on to our next panelist, coming all the way from Singapore, Mr. Lee Teng Leng, Deputy Director of Temasek Polytechnic, Singapore. Good afternoon, Mr. Lee.
Hi afternoon. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. What about you?
Great.
Great. Okay, wonderful to have you with us today. And if you're ready, you may start your presentation, and 10 minutes is your maximum time. Thank you.
Right. Thanks so much. Thanks, moderator. Good afternoon to everybody. My name is Teng Leng from Temasek Polytechnic, Singapore. Today, I would like to share an example of Singapore response to managing pandemic challenges and opportunities, or TVET, in the era of digitalization. Please allow me to provide the context. Countries in the Asia-Pacific region, especially ASEAN, share many common challenges and are confronted by general issues which have to be addressed in order to improve the quality and relevance of TVET, so that it will enable them to gain a competitive edge in the growing knowledge economy. The youth and unemployment rate in the Asia-Pacific is alarming as compared to their peers in the EU. From a report in the World Economic Forum 2019, with 383 million people under the age of 35, the ASEAN bloc has a significant number of young people, about 61% of our total population. Our youth in ASEAN are also acutely aware of their challenges to job employability. As high as about 52% of them believe that they must upgrade their skills constantly. The COVID-19 pandemic poses additional challenges for TVET and the world of work. To ensure that we can have a resilient TVET system that can continue to produce a skilled workforce for the post-pandemic labor market, we need to examine the opportunities and challenges in these 4 key areas in TVET. The influx of EdTech, or education technology tools, are changing classrooms in the various ways. EdTech robots are making it easy for students to stay engaged through fun forms of learning. IoT devices are being hailed for their ability to create digital classrooms for students, whether they are physically in school or on the bus or at home. Even machine learning and blockchain tools are assisting teachers with grading tests and holding students accountable for homework. COVID-19 pandemic has indeed accelerated the adoption of digitalization and EdTech. It is therefore important to communicate this tremendous potential brought about digitalization, particularly in the context of the greater needs for skilling, reskilling, and upskilling the current and future workforce. In the case of Singapore, we have developed a strategic focus for EdTech, a 10-year vision from 2020 to 2030. This EdTech plan will guide the development of the technological ecosystem and key platforms for learning in primary school to pre-university institutions. Singapore hopes to be able to work with TVET educators and practitioners to exchange their ideas, experiences, and best practices on EdTech. So, ladies and gentlemen, against this backdrop of pandemic and the influx of digitalization, Singapore will be organizing the World Youth Skills Day Asia Pac 2022 so that we can create platforms to have conversation focusing on youth and skills. A quick brief on the background of the World Youth Skills Day. Since 2014, the World Youth Skills Day is celebrated every year on 15th of July by UNESCO, UNIVOC, and UNIVOC centers. Just to let you know a bit about the UNESCO UNIVOC, it is a designated center for technical and vocational education and training. UNESCO UNIVOC supports the member states in their efforts to strengthen and upgrade their TVET system. So Temasek Polytechnic is the only UNIVOC center in Singapore since 2019. So the 2021 World Youth Skills Day reminds us that ensuring quality skills development opportunity for youth should remain a top policy priority around the globe. ASEAN is extremely important, and voices from youth in ASEAN simply cannot be ignored when we look at youth and skills in the Asia Pac region. We want to open the World Youth Skills Day to youth from all the member states of CMIO VOTEC. At the World Youth Skills Day, we will bring the youth voice for future of work to center stage so that various stakeholders in TVET can better understand the attitudes of youth when it comes to skills needed for the future. Their perceptions about how external changes such as 4th IR and COVID-19 pandemic has impacted the sustainability of their skills and work opportunities. And also we want to know whether our young people feel that they are getting enough support from the schools to prepare skills for the future. The World Youth Skills Day celebration will kick off on 15th of July 2022 with an opening ceremony and a symposium with the theme on youth and future of work, focusing on challenges and solutions faced by institutions on ensuring that TVET is demand-driven and future-focused. The plenary session will feature prominent speakers representing various stakeholders, including TVET alumni who are the youth assemblies, city leaders, policymakers, practitioners, industry players, and academia. We hope to create conversation with these stakeholders on how to ensure a resilient TVET system. At the same time, we also want to hear from the other stakeholders, such as the practitioners, academia, and industry players, on what are some of these EdTech tools that are effective in delivering curriculum. In August, Singapore will be organizing the Skills Future Work Study Fair. This will provide opportunity for policymakers and educators in the ASEAN region to better understand how Singapore supports post-secondary education institution graduates and mid-career professionals by providing an avenue for them to connect live with industry partners and participating employers for potential career opportunity. In September, there will be the ISET Conference and Learning Academy Festival. The ISET Conference is an annual international symposium organized by the 5 polytechnics in Singapore, together with Hong Kong and the National Institute of Technology, Japan. The LA Festivals promotes the sharing of a wide range of learning experiences and activity using a variety of pedagogies. Practitioners will be able to learn best practices from each other on current and emerging areas related to learning and teaching. We hope with more such exchanges among the policymakers, educators, and practitioners, this will help to level up the youth employability and narrow the knowledge gap on such good practices within ASEAN. There will be a closing ceremony in October to mark the end of the celebration. So ladies and gentlemen, throughout the whole 3 months or so, There will be a hackathon event for young people to exercise problem-solving skills, showcasing their solutions and exploring opportunity to transform their ideas into commercially viable products or services. A key highlight of this World Youth Skills Day is really a series of thematic dialogues where we will engage our young people with the youth exemplars. So these are the personal and interactive discussion for our youth exemplars to share their personal stories and thoughts on issues related to skills. We hope to invite our young people, youth exemplars from the ASEAN region as speakers to inspire our youth with their personal stories and successes. So in conclusion, we welcome participation from our ASEAN partners, Institute of Higher Learning, educators and young people for this event in 2022. So hope to see you in Singapore or in virtual. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lim, for that very informative presentation. I would love to be in the World Skills Day, but apparently I'm not a youth anymore. So anyway, I think it's really remarkable that you and your team in Singapore have lined up these 3 programs, which are the World Skill Day, Skills Learning Academy Festival, and also sharing the future skills workforce. Skills Future Work Study Fair. All right. So sorry about that. So I think these are really great programs to bring together all the global TVET stakeholders and to have a very enriching exchange of ideas and sharing. So with that, thank you once again. And now we shall move to our next panelist, who is our 4th presenter from Thailand. We have Flying Officer, Mr. Sompon Pandam, Deputy Secretary General, Office of the Vocational Education Commission, OVAC, Ministry of Education, Thailand. Welcome, Mr. Sompon. Mr. Sompon, I think you're on mute. Can you unmute, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sompon Pandam. I am a Deputy Secretary General of the Office of the Vocational Education Commission, Ministry of Education, Thailand. Thank you very much for inviting me to attend this meeting. Thank you.
The voice delay clear.
Okay, sir, can you start with your presentation? Okay. So I think we have lost the connection. So while we wait for them to be back, so there's a question here. As economies start to recover, how can TVET institutions contribute to the economic rebound and build back better programs and skill development systems? This question is posted by Mr. Hisamuddin Puteh from Brunei. Oh, sorry. Okay. So may we invite our panelists to actually respond? Sorry, the question is from Mr. Marlon Manalo. Okay. Can we get any panelists to respond to this? Yeah, Mr. Ad, would you like to respond to the question? I think you're on mute. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
can I?
Sure, please.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think we could help in the economic recovery of the government or our country by making TVET relevant to now the requirement of the industry. Of course, there are shift of industry from the traditional, skills to those wanting or requiring digital skills. So TVET could respond by aligning its programs to those that the industry needs, and also pursuing digitalization of its systems and pursuing digital skills. In that way, we can be able to produce workers for the industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for addressing the questions. So let us check if we've already got our members from Thailand. So Dr. Ranson, who is presenting on behalf of Mr. Sompo.
I am ready. I changed to the new computer. Sorry for the problems.
No worries, no worries. So
can I present now or waiting for the question answer?
No, sir.
Okay.
You may present now. The floor is all yours, and you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much for the, sorry, I take a lot of time about this. The Director of Policy and Planning will present on behalf of the Deputy Secretary General. I think all the country facing the same problem about the pandemic, and in this difficulty also we find the opportunity in our country also. I will present the whole picture of Thailand, what we are going to do. There would be about the breakout student, teacher, and IT development, which is very important. That's this year or next year, we are focusing on the development of IT as the main key factor for the development of vocational education in Thailand. During the COVID-19, actually we provide the manual, the instruction for different colleges to follow our instruction that how they can cope with the situation of COVID-19 last 2 years already. So all the colleges will get the manual, the guideline from the Office of the Vocational Education Commission. Here is the overall picture that how can we try to balance the class and also the classroom teaching and also online teaching. But we understand that TVET students need to be practicing not only the theory class, but of course there would be under different situation also. If the serious area that we need to move or shift to another way of learning and teaching, but we provide all the picture and information for our college to follow our instruction very seriously about this. For the student development, of course, there would be online and on-site. We have to provide the on-site because our students need practice. That's very important, like other countries, I think. By the way, students cannot come the same time. We have to rearrange. We have to arrange the program for them, the schedule for them very carefully. For the big colleges, of course, there will be more serious. For the remote area or small colleges, we can be like a more practical class than theory that we're trying to do. So our policy is like this, that when the coming of the COVID-19, we are thinking that the first one, the digital literacy skill, we need to promote this one. And Thailand, of course, we need to promote language and skill. From these important things, we have been working on different projects in order to support student digital literacy and also the language literacy for our students. But because of very short time, I could not go to detail that what we are doing. A lot of activity we have done during the COVID-19, and we are going to do next year and also the year later. One of the very challenging for us is about the teacher training, because most of our teachers are not the IT teacher. We need to train them how to use the IT and how to teach online. That's very challenging. I think not only Thailand, but for different countries also facing the same problems. But what we are doing, we have the short term, medium term, and long term, that planning for IT. Like I mentioned before, that not only last 2 years, this year and next year, we continue for the IT training for our teacher to provide training, online training for IT literacy for our people. When I talk about the training, that what the problem in Thailand is, we want them to be able to create their own digital content, to create their classroom content, online content by themselves. That would be very important, rather than they take it from internet or other ways. And we will put those content together like the resource for our TVET teachers. So because TVET teachers, there are different fields. We grouping teachers in different fields like commerce, accounting, business administration, electricity, those kind of things. So they need to create their own content, one semester, one subject. So it will be accumulated together for the whole year, and for the second year, for the third year, we will got a lot of module, learning module, online learning module that we are trying to do not only this year, but 2 or 3 years later on. For the IT development, of course, for the financial subject, we start up the infrastructure. We will promote the smart classroom in all 77 provinces in Thailand. So the Office of the Vocational Education Commission allocate all the money to the colleges to be not only the classroom, but to be the place for IT certification, IT testing and certification for our teacher and student. The meaning is that the student before graduation, they need to get the certification on the digital literacy before their graduation. That our point, not only to support the infrastructure or equipment to our college. Another way, we also think about the lifelong, the distance learning, the satellite, the television. Also, we need to take into account about those important things. Thank you very much that I take some time preparation. Thank you very much and welcome for all the questions from you. Because of very short time, I hope that we can talk more in detail. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ranson. That was a very interesting presentation. And yes, I do agree with you. Capacity building for teachers is very important, especially on building the digital literary skills and also competencies. At the same time, I think the policies of making it mandatory for students to pass their digital literary skills and language skills is also imperative. So thank you very much again for that presentation. Now we shall move on to our final panelist, who is Mrs. Isabel Fernandez de Lima, the Director of INDMO, National Institute of Workforce Development, Timor-Leste. Good day, Mrs. Dilema. You're on, could you kindly unmute? Yes.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity. Following, I will answer the questions according to the Timor-Leste context, and then also some of experiences that we passed during pandemic. Talking about the first question, it's about more on policies and practices. Talking about the policies and practice, I would like to share with all of you that our education and TVET is implemented under Minister of Education, Youth and Sport, Minister of Higher Education, and then also the Secretary of State for Vocational Training and Employment. And then also, there are some experiences that we faced during the pandemic. Can I see this one? Yeah, thank you. What we have done, here is the experiences that we have. First is we close all the schools and VET centers across the country, but there are some activities that we have done. The activities are really through the virtual classes, introducing virtual classes in the education level and then also in the vocational levels. To manifest the technology in education, in these that technology is important in education system. The Minister of Education, Youth and Sport, together with the international partners, hosted a conference, an exhibition on the ICT and innovation in education country. It was on 2020, 26 to 27 October. And then also the National Institute for Workforce Development, INDIMO, we introduced working from a distance and also conducting virtual consultations in terms of how to do the revisions of the curriculum, and then also working with the international partners in terms of the development of the new curriculum. Second slide, please. And then to ensure the resilience of TVET system at that time, since almost 1 year, we continue face-to-face classes. And then the main important part is we always following the health protocols. At the moment, I think Timor-Leste, we passed that, and then everything is normally again back to the normal. And then also to measure, some of the measures is to strengthening the use of existing ICT platforms. One is, that it's through the WhatsApps, and then also Zoom for higher educations. And then also we have one program we call Escola Bauma, or it's about the Escola Domiciliário. That's we are here. And then that's Escola Bauma, that's how to produce audiovisual series and then divulgate it through the television, community radio, and then also YouTube. And also from the Minister of Higher Education, students, they got the Minister of Education for Higher Education, that they still got the subsidy, and then also, same as from the training providers, the government continues to subsidize the training providers as well, and then also a recharge card to the students as well. Next, please. For the vocational education teachers, the only thing that we are doing with them is required to familiarize themselves with how to use in a virtual interaction platform that we have. And then next, please. And so far, we, in terms of policies, some of the policies is still under, particularly for the digital literacy, is still under discussions. So that is in between ministries and then also other agencies. But we also got the recommendations from VET teachers, experts, and stakeholders that should invest in digital literacy and national curriculum, and then how can we incorporate 21st century skills, and then also how can we make available ICT equipment, internet connections, and then also intensify the development of other platforms for the teachers and then students. Next, please. The conclusion is Timor-Leste is committed to promoting a digital learning environment and fostering digital competency in the TVET sector and education as well. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Isabel Fernandez de Lima, on sharing the Timor-Leste's perspective on how you have managed the pandemic challenges, and also on how you're going to capitalize on the opportunities. That was really a very engaging presentation, ma'am. Thank you very much. So I think we have, that was the last presentation. So thank you very much to all our panelists for such an interesting and engaging presentation. So ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our panelist presentation, and we shall begin with the Q&A session now. So our review team has chosen yet another question, as you can see on your screen. And the question reads, what policy can TVET institutions implement to address learning losses that may have developed during such closures, recognizing that the extent of these problems will differ between learners? Excuse me, ma'am. Could you kindly mute your mic? Thank you. Yeah. So I read again. What policies can TVET institutions implement to address learning losses that may have developed during such closures, recognizing that the extent of these problems will differ between learners? So I would like to invite our panelists, any one of our panelists, or even more than one, to actually address this question. Thank you. And thank you also to Ms. Mawar Othman for the question. Do we have any of the panelists who would like to respond?
Yeah, Ms. Jaya from the Philippines.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure,
thank
sir.
you.
Carry on.
Yeah, I think in order to address learning losses due to, of course, quarantines or the pandemic, is one is the institution must have a very, very purposive or complete learning materials that can be, of course, given to the learners and can be as a material to do distance learning. And the other one is to have this online learning with offline backup, so that anytime, even if the learners are not in the institution, they are at their homes or wherever, they can still address their learning, or they can still continue learning using those contents that are uploaded in the learning management system, or uploaded through offline technologies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for that response. Do we have any other panelists who would like to address the question?
Yes, from Timor-Leste.
Yes.
When the students are, loses the learning, or they are not turn up on the classes, then from Minister of Education, it's kind of doing make up classes, and then that can address to the students who actually lose the classes at that time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your response. So if there are no other panelists who would like to respond, so I think we've almost come to the end of the session. So before we conclude, allow me to sum up what the panelists have shared so far. I think we can unanimously agree that it has definitely been a challenge to stay on course during the pandemic, which has caught us off guard and shed light on our vulnerabilities and weaknesses. But on the other hand, from what we have heard from our panelists and their teams back home, they have responded rather quickly and with innovative ideas and out-of-the-box responses to maintain the sustainability of the TVET education system. Amongst the common thread of constraints that were shared were basically accessibility of internet connectivity, the importance of having good IT infrastructure for easy facilitation of online and blended learning, whereas we should say that the pandemic has definitely served as a catalyst for digitalization, as well as to prioritize the enhancement of digital competency skills for both students and teachers, as well as to strengthen the TVET e-learning framework and platforms. On the same note, it has also stressed on the importance of continuously reforming, reshaping, and reimagining our TVET curriculum to one that is industry responsive and one that caters to ready our ASEAN youth with skills that are needed for the future world of work. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this session. I would again like to express my deepest appreciation to all our panelists for collectively giving us such an interesting, engaging, and also inspiring presentation. I'm sure the participants who have joined us in the session must have learned much, and so have I. It has been a privilege to have moderated this session in your presence. I wish you all the best, stay safe, and good luck. Thank you.
All right, thank you to Dr. Priya. And thank you to our eForum 2 panelists. Going forward is the e-certificate ceremony as a token of appreciation from Simeo VocTech to all esteemed speakers. We are pleased to present this e-certificate to Dr. Sai Kwe Nang U, Director General, Department of Technical and Vocational Education, Ministry of Science and Technology from Myanmar, Mrs. Rosanna Urdaneta, Deputy Director General for Policies and Planning, Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, TESDA, Philippines, Mr. David Bangalon, Executive Director, National Institute for Technical Education and Skills Development, TESDA, Philippines, Mr. Lim Tang Leng, Deputy Director of Temasek Polytechnic, Singapore, and representative of Flying Officer Mr. Songpon Pandam from Deputy Secretary General, Office of the Vocational Education Commissioned from Ministry of Education, Thailand, and Mrs. Isabel Fernandez de Lima, Director of INDMO, National Institute of Workforce Development from Timor-Leste. Thank you. Humble apologies for any mispronunciation of names. And on behalf of Simeo VocTech, we would like to once again thank the governing board members and representatives for their great presentations on the institutional level good practices in response to pandemic challenges and opportunities of TVET in the era of digitalization, which will certainly help steer the TVET community in the region to achieve a more desirable outcome in the future. To wrap up eForum 2, we are now delighted to invite our next keynote speaker, who will present on preparing TVET for future skills to meet the demand of changing world of work, from none other than the skills expert herself, the Skills Development and Employability Specialist from International Labour Organization for Southeast Asia and the Pacific, Thailand, Dr. Akiko Sakamoto. Please welcome. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator, chair. Just let me share the screen with you, and then I hope that I have a good day with technology today. Let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes, looks good. Thank you.
Yes. Although on my slide, okay. Okay, so it seems to be okay, and you can hear me fine. So good afternoon to all of you. And it's really been a pleasure being part of this very interesting, important forum today. I would like to thank organizer and Dr. Prayao for inviting ILO and then giving me an opportunity to speak at this forum today. So the topic that are given to me today is preparing TVET to meet the future skills demand of changing world work. I'm sure that we can approach this subject from the various way, but because we are here today together to discuss how to manage the pandemic challenges and then opportunity, what I would like to present you today is that how the world of work, the prospect of that is increasingly becoming unforeseeable, hard to plan with rapid change. And then how this prospect is demanding the individual to be more resilient and more adaptable. And then in that context, how that in the TVET system, and then also the way we teach the technical skills needs to be changed. So that I would like to talk about that from a perspective of individuals and from the human angle. So I know you're already familiar with, many of you are familiar with ILO, but just in case for those who are less familiar with us, ILO is one of the oldest the United Nations specialized agencies. We work on various aspects and issues related to the world of work. And then we are governed by the tripartite partners. So not only government, but also employers and workers organization. So we set the international labor standard and we promote the decent work by promoting the rights at work, productive employment, and the social protections and the social dialogue. So in 2019, we have celebrated our centenary. And we did that by taking up the theme of the future work to commemorate our centenary event. So we have facilitated a number of research projects, the dialogue forum, and then to really discuss how that the ILO member states can prepare and then also respond to meet the challenge of the future work. So what been these events culminated is that the adaptation of the ILO Centenary Declaration on the Future Work, and which really reflected that one of the result of the key event, that it's really called for the importance of taking the human-centered approach in as we meet the challenge of the future work by placing people and the work they do at the center of economic and social policy and businesses. Of course, declaration covers many aspects of the issue, but here, one of the key pillars in declaration was that highlighting the importance of investing in human people's capabilities. And here, that the promoting of the skills and the lifelong learning for all, that it's been really stressed as an important agenda to pursue. So going back to my questions, what are the demands in changing world work and what are the future skills needed? I think that this morning, Dr. Brajesh from the ADB really skillfully presented our picture, how our world work is rapidly changing. As you know, that the way we engage in work and do business is really changing. Once that the gig workers and the platform economy was something new to us, But you see how quickly that this has become our almost regular feature of our economic life. So there is a bigger mega trends is actually shaping the world of work, not only the technology, the advancement, but also transition to green economy and the deepening of the globalizations, that demographic change, etc. So as also presented by the Dr. Prajesh, the technology advancement and green transition certainly offer new opportunities, maybe more, in a net growth, and maybe more creating job. But this transformation comes with not without the labor market disruptions. These transformations actually result in redefining existing work and together making some job tasks and skills obsolete. And in a worst case scenario, resulting in job losses. So we don't know, we don't know that, what is, maybe the jobs that exist today may not exist in a few years' time. So in this case, it's the idea of the just transition is very important to pursue, because those who have been really seizing the new employment opportunities are not necessarily those who have lost a job. And this is very important. And then to really to make this, taking opportunity, but the positive transformation, but making it be in a way to be inclusive so that the fruits of the transformation can be shared more widely. As we've been discussing, the COVID-19 has been a very painful experience for us, but it was a very stark reminder that with disruption can happen unexpectedly, very sudden. And then it has been really testing the resilience of the individuals and the business and then the society as a whole. So, this one, in this context, from the point of view of the individual, the world of work is increasingly really unforeseeable, something with rapid change and not secure. And then this PowerPoint slide, you can see, and you cannot see really because there's a huge blur, but that is being done purposely, because from the point of view of individual, that their career paths are not easily to be seen. So that from the individual point of view, they are likely to face more multiple careers, certainly at least not linear compared to before. And they probably face more higher chance of career disruptions and setbacks. So in this context, the skill development is not something that no longer once for all, that you do it before entering the labor market and you're set for the rest of your working life. Those days certainly is gone. So I feel that there is also, I think that the previous speakers also pointed out, there's a more increased pressures, expectation of individual and their skills to take their initiative to pave and navigate their own ways. And then this is certainly quite a challenging situation. So in this context, what are the future skills needed? And what are the critical skills, preparing individual to navigate through this kind of uncertain changing world of work? And then the skills or capability that are quite often being called upon are resilience, adaptability, and then perseverance, right? But these things we cannot be developed overnight, and it wouldn't come from nowhere. There has to be skills and knowledge, and then other experiences or capabilities contribute individual to develop, to be resilient and adaptable. For example, one of the critical skills is the ability to read and analyze changing labor market situation and the labor market information on their own. What is really that the prospect of the industry they are interested in embarking their career, where the jobs are going, with the jobs that is redefined, is that what really the skills are required, and then not only that, what are the sort of education training opportunities available, which one seems to be suitable, providing relevant quality training, right? So in order to do that, really the basic level must have skill is the basic digital skills. If the individual are not equipped with it, they cannot access to those information. And then the individual also need to have ability to strategize, plan a course of action to implement that plan. And what anchors it is the ability to learn. And then what is basis here is that in order to develop ability to learn is a solid foundation skills. And then I would say there is a big role to play in providing the quality education. And if anything, the quality education and ability to learn basically provides a basis for the acquiring ability that I just listed above. And then another thing that maybe you don't hear so much is know your basic labor rights. Because I think when we are talking about the resilience in the face of work transition and setback, it's very important. It's about the labor rights regarding about the working hours, maybe that minimum wage, it's maybe the maternity leaves, and then maybe policy on the discrimination, etc., etc. It's a really, it will help to protect in a very adverse the labor market situation. And then I think it's very important to really make that achieving, build back better and then to our society. And then so that the benefits of the transformation will not fall onto the burden of the few people and then this disadvantage people in a disadvantaged situation. And then to add this, I think that for the workers to be resilient, ability to seek help when they need it, and then to where they can help find those skills. Is it the families? Is it school? Is it trade union? Is it civil society group? And then those support network is really, it's contribute to the individual resilience and help them to bounce back from the setback. And obviously the accumulated experience of successfully overcoming the setback ultimately contribute to building the resilience and then adaptability. So in that context, how the TVET system can create the enabling environment for individuals to continuously engage in TVET so that they can develop their resilience. I think that what I would like to say is that it is important for the TVET system to have a greater understanding, to take the perspective of the individual and then a greater understanding of individual perspective, and then to create the environment or service to support that individuals so that the individual can drive and build their learning journeys. For example, I have talked about the individual need to develop, read and analyze the labor market information. The system, to begin with, has to make the relevant quality information available. It's not only LMI, but for especially the resilience in adverse labor market situation. Social security, the public services information, very important. Also the training providers, as I said. It's here that it's not just about the course information is important, but also to give an indicator to the individual, which one is a quality training institution. I have heard from the Malaysian the colleague that they're introducing a ranking system, and maybe other countries also have it too. Maybe the ranking in terms of the employment rates, it could be about their institution, the ability to engage the disadvantaged group. Those information will be important. Presenting a career map is also help individual to see how they can progress in a career vertically and horizontally. And then if that career map is actually showing as they move along what kind of a qualification and training education is required, that will definitely be there to help them to plan their learning investment. If that each level as they move the career ladder, if there is a suggestions on remuneration, working condition, improvement in working condition, wage and so on, if those information is available, it would also motivate individuals to invest in that learning. The recognition of the non-formal learning is something that many countries have already been undertaking. Learning takes place in the various places, not only in the formal. And then I think that formally recognizing non-formally acquired learning, it will help them to bring them to continue in a more formal way to continue their learning journey, and also present them what they have, the skills they have to gain the employment that they are looking for. The development of digital platform is as also the shared by the previous speaker, is really is also help to store this learning for the individual and then also manage their own learning journey by themselves. The AIs and technology is really advancing, isn't it? So that they authenticate the certificate and they also help to match how their CVs and learning journeys is actually can be matched with existing jobs. So I think that opportunity and potential is really expanding. Finally, on this section is I want to say that, even though that everyone here knows and then that investing in skills and training is important, but opportunity for learning is not equal. And then, so therefore, it is important that we need to create a situation. Think about the financial support, non-financial support. For example, paid leave for those who are already working in the labor market. Those things is help needs to be learning, lifelong learning. It has to be available for all. So finally, on the finance section, I'm here. I wanted to extend saying that how does teaching and technical skills needs to be changed in this context. So this is asking now the also same question: how do we best teach so-called core skills or transversal skills in TVET? And here I have a limited time, but what I would like to share with you is that it's some of the lessons or results that are coming from one of the project, ILO ongoing project. The project that we are implementing, in fact, the 3 countries, but this example is coming from the Philippines, is to promote that women's career and career progression in a STEM-related job through the skills development. And we are doing it in close collaboration with TESDA here. So, we project have many other activities, but one of the key activities that we are doing is how we can teach the generic STEM skills, STEM skills, meaning that analytical skills, logical thinking skills, and problem solving skills. Then these skills can be best taught in a TVET. There is lots of activities and learning that we have already accumulated together with a colleague from the TESDA, but I just had, for the sake of, for the interest of time, I'm just sharing what actually the result or lesson that are emerging from our activities. The number one is that teaching and generic skills seems to take place best as a part of being embedded in a technical teaching. For example, apprentice watchmaking in Switzerland, they wouldn't learn how to be attention to the detail, perseverance, and problem solving in a classroom. They learn it through their learning or process of becoming master of the watchmakers and then acquiring the technical skills, because it comes with that as a part of the process of the learning to be the good watchmaker. The second one is the importance of experience-based, project-based learning. It's really allowing, I think this is being shared by previous speakers also. It's allow the individual to set their own goal, course of action that they need to take, allow them to make a mistake, collaborate with others to find a solution, so that they self-direct their learning. And it seems to be very effective in acquiring a generic skills. Third one is something similar, but it's individual-centered, self-direct learning. That it's not that a teacher is actually teaching individual what teacher think that what they should learn, but actually, let the students to be exercise their curiosity, facilitate their inquisitive minds to grow. That seems to be also the approach that seems to work well. Then the fourth one is that what we are realizing that these generic skills develop over time at the different stage of education training. And now here, we cannot just talk about the generic skills training in the TVET. It's something that needs to come from the long term, from the early part of the education. And it's here, education and training sector and higher education linkages become absolutely critical. And then the fifth one is that, when we, maybe from my position, but also that, teach at the training institutions point of view, if you ask the individual to be adaptable and then develop the ability to learn, we have to, teachers and TVET institution has to ask that same question to themselves. Are they adaptable? Do they have ability to learn? Are they a learning organization? I think that is a very important two things to remember. And I'm also talking to myself as well. So in summary, the prospect of this changing world of work, individual seems to be asked to navigate an increasingly unforeseeable world of work and be resilient and adaptable. But TVET system needs to be in this context more learner-centered, offering service that enable individuals to drive build their learning journey. The third point is adapting individual learner-centered approach in a teaching and technical education and training is also critical to nurture generic skills that are key for individual resilience in conducting their working life. I think that I have one more slide, but I think I see that the time is up. So I just wanted to share with you that ILO has lined up this number of forthcoming key events coming. Maybe for you to know particularly that one of the things I want to highlight is that from June 2022, ILO will start a global discussion on setting international standard on a quality apprenticeship. And then this will be a very important event. Of course, all the ILO member states are invited to be part of this discussion. So anyway, with this, I'd like to conclude what I wanted to say. I just say that, like I said, a teacher in the training institution themselves to be a sort of learner in a learner organization. And then also that what I have shared with you is that it's very much in, work in progress. And then ILO is also learning from you today, and then I continue to, and looking forward to also, putting this learning into action and working with you. And then if ILO could assist that your endeavor in that meeting the challenge of the changing world of work, that will be our pleasure. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Akiko, for sharing with us crucial insights on the shifting demands in the world of work. We have time for one question, and we will select the question from Testa, Philippines. How can we help learners from the remote area, specifically here in the Philippines, who are suffering a very poor internet connections, since we're talking about the transformative and digitalization learning, so that they can also cope up with their lessons if ever, and we can assure the good quality education, and with that, we can ensure that they have a good job in the future. Dr. Akiko, you may answer this.
Yeah, thank you very much for the very important questions. Yeah, it is, how we can effectively address this problem of a digital divide is a huge issue. It's really, I really share your concern that challenges are both in the infrastructure as well as a sort of a learner skill side as well, the digital readiness. I think that, first of all, so far that maybe the formal education training system have not been expanded it, and then developed a strong partnership with working with the community. Maybe those who are working in a civil society who are connected, who are actually operating in this remote area. So I think that a sort of a multi-party partnership, so going beyond the normal partnership of working, but to really understand first what is really the issues, needs of those who are in a remote area, and then how they, the third party, civil society could actually work together, play a role. I think that that's probably the relatively new thing, but I think that needs to be explored. Another thing is that I think it was a view expressed by the Philippines representative to do not also importance of taking more area-based approach too. I agree. all the policy in the national, of course, is important for the coherence point of view, but at the same time that the issue of the particular remote area is also that I need to be taken care and then addressed by the people in those areas, and they understand better what the solutions are and how that the issue could be addressed. So I would highlight those 2 points. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Akiko. I hope that Testa from Philippines, and thank you, Testa Philippines, for the question. We hope that the response by Dr. Akiko will give you better clarity on the concern. And with that, and with great gratitude, Simeo VocTech would like to present Dr. Akiko Sakamoto with an e-certificate for her valuable contribution to Simeo VocTech e-Forum. Once again, thank you, Dr. Akiko, for giving us the opportunity to share your knowledge with our audience. The e-certificate presentation concludes e-Forum 2, the next session of Simeo VocTech e-Forum on managing pandemic challenges and opportunities of TVET in the era of digitalization will resume at 3 p.m. You may look forward to keynote speeches by the esteemed Program Director of Regional Cooperation in TVET, Vietnam from GIZ, and by the Team Leader of Innovation and the Future of TVET from UNESCO Univoc, Germany, before and after the third and final panel of presentations focusing on industry perspectives to ensure a resilient TVET system in this new era. Before our break, another reminder to our e-Forum participants to please check the chat box on Zoom or YouTube for links, or to be seen on screen later on for the evaluation form that must be completed in order to receive your e-certificate of participation. Please also do not forget to register for the e-Forum at forum.voctech.org to ensure that event coordinators can verify your information. Thank you, and we will see you in the next session for e-Forum 3 at 3 p.m. Assalamualaikum, good afternoon, and welcome back everyone to session 3 of Simeo VocTech e-forum on managing pandemic challenges and opportunities of TVET in the era of digitalization. To open up this afternoon's session, presenting on initiatives in advancing TVET in ASEAN's new norm, let us welcome Program Director from GIZ Rico TVET Vietnam, Mr. Ingo Imhoff. The floor is yours. We can see and hear you, Mr. Ingo.
Hello.
Hello.
Ah, wonderful. I could not hear you. Thank you.
So you will be presenting on initiatives in advancing TVET in ASEAN's new norm. The floor is yours. You can start.
Thank you very much. Please accept my apologies, first of all, that in terms of optics, I will not compete with Akiko Sakamoto and her very beautiful presentation. Also, unfortunately, for technical reasons, I have to invite you to my office rather than to present the beautiful background provided by Simeo VocTech. I'm very grateful for the occasion to speak here at the e-forum and share my ideas. Knowing that all of you have been through a lot of content today already, I will try to keep my presentation short and maybe enable us to have a little bit of time for discussion. I hope my screen can be seen now.
Yes, we can see it.
Wonderful. So when we talk about the new norm, the question is really, what do we talk about? The COVID crisis, many had hoped would face a V-shaped recovery where we hit rock bottom once and then we go back on an upward trajectory. Now it seems to be more of a W-shaped or even an L-shaped recovery, which also differs from country to country. The COVID crisis has certainly introduced us to a new objective for businesses, for employees, and also for the TVET system and TVET institutions, which is the objective of resilience. When we look at what TVET schools and TVET institutions had to go through in the COVID crisis, it was often a radical challenge in materializing resilience by going digital. So schools that were in a position to do that escaped closing down and continued to provide their services by engaging in e-learning, of course, in projecting content, in inviting students to access learning content remotely. Some of them might have gone further into digital marketing, providing also their messages to their community via the internet or managing a collection of fees and the likes. The challenges for the schools have been manifold, including insufficient equipment to provide digital content, including insufficient access for students, in particular in remote areas, including the need to reschedule trainings when the crucial practice lessons cannot be realized as intended, and there may not be a real substitute for it. So there are also needs that were, of course, felt by all TVET institutions that had to go digital very quickly. And these include online learning, self-study, and upgrading of TVET teachers. At the same time, the old challenges of TVET have prevailed throughout the crisis. That is, very often, even for regular TVET teaching, infrastructure and equipment might not be adequate. Curricula and didactics may need updates. Even under regular conditions, without the digitalization agenda imposed by COVID, there may be an issue of TVET teacher qualification and of quality standards in schools, and even of demand for TVET, due to an image in the community that might favor tertiary education, for example. What we have is basically a confluence of two trends. We have the digitalization discussion, the Industry 4.0 discussion, the question of changing qualification and competency needs. And we have the COVID situation. And from industry to industry, it may be different, but we see in industries such as logistics or manufacturing that these trends might pull in the same direction. In that sense, not only did COVID encourage schools to go digital, but COVID made industries that already had a digital profile grow more, and other industries may have been encouraged to move towards digital by the crisis. When we look at what happens in ASEAN right now, the new norm may indeed be what has been predicted and often been discussed as a hype in the past, namely that we are moving towards Industry 4.0. The new ASEAN Investment Report 2020 to 21 by ASEAN Secretariat and UNCTAD is entitled Investing in Industry 4.0, and that has a reason. Foreign direct investment in 2019 was at a record-breaking level with 182 billion US dollars invested, 11% of foreign direct investment worldwide. It went down a little bit with the COVID crisis last year, but it's now already on the course to new levels. And of course, these investments are going into mainly new production infrastructure, giving a boost also to the influx of modern production technology. What this report very clearly states as a bottleneck for foreign direct investments in advanced technology in the region are technological competencies. Now, we also see that in different sectors, digitalization is here to stay. The trends that were projected on the basis of models in 2016 by the ILO in terms of displacement are materializing at a rapid pace. We see that in areas like the textile industry, that there's increasingly a diminishing demand for low-skilled and unskilled workers, and highly skilled crafts like or professions like designers, supply chain engineers, e-commerce, programmers, they are on the increase. When we look at the demand side for the teaching outcomes of TVET schools, companies on the one hand confronted with a shortage of skilled workers, and on the other hand with changing competency requirements in order to function properly and in order to adapt to a changing business environment and maybe business and maybe technology choices on their part. Even before COVID, we see that there was a skill shortage felt in many of the ASEAN member states. And we can expect, in line with what I've explained before, that COVID has rather accentuated this trend. Also because in-company training has often been disrupted. So the idea to upscale on your own resources has been reduced, but also because in many countries, the skilled workers that were affected by factory shutdowns and extended periods of inability to work may have left the industry in order to take care of their families or find an outcome elsewhere, or may have migrated. So when we look at the second challenge, the changing competency requirements, a lot has been said, and I'm sure it has been covered today intensely already. I just want to refer to a study conducted in 12 professions in Germany between 2017 and 19, which looked at the requirements of highly skilled companies, highly digitalized companies, and asked what is it that these companies really need, what is it that they really want. Do they still need workers? Do they need other maybe post TVET degrees? And actually, there wasn't much as is felt in the region now. There was an increased demand for skilled, but this was played out almost exclusively in the field of highly skilled. And there was at the same time a decrease in demand for lower skill levels. And the complexity of the tasks that workers were confronted with had increased due to technological innovation. So the question is, what follows in terms of the requirements to be fulfilled by the TVET system? What follows is that the competency requirements are increasing, and the jobs are changing in line with the work processes, but the work processes are changing not at the same pace and not universally. It may well be that we find that in the same industry, some companies prefer to continue working with a skill mix that is less technology intensive, and others might prefer to work with a skill mix that is highly technology intensive. So there may be a degree of differentiation necessary. What the highly digitalized companies universally agreed to was, however, that in this digitalized world, broad technical competencies and knowledge in the profession of a skilled worker is a priority and a premise. So a good mechatronic has to be a good mechatronic, a good electrician has to be a good electrician, first of all. Secondly, they have to bring learning skills with themselves. So while the school may not prepare for the specific circumstances of the individual company, they should equip the students with the ability to find the path to knowledge themselves and equip themselves. This, of course, also implies a degree of flexibility on the side of the worker, the flexibility not to just fulfill a role, but also to adjust to changing circumstances. And finally, and that should not be neglected, there was, of course, the issue of digital competencies, which are in more demand than ever, as one would expect. So for the German case, the study found that even in the German TVET system, there were professions, and some of them were surprising, perhaps, upon first sight, where the TVET schools did not offer a training anymore that reflected the degree of digitalization of the companies or of the work environments that graduates would find after leaving the TVET school. And these were in areas like agriculture or textile or machine operation, interestingly also in areas like road construction. It was found that sometimes German schools did not fulfill yet the requirements of advanced digitalized work environments. And the potential solution or a way to abate this situation where deficits exist was seen by the authors in a stronger cooperation of schools and TVET institutes with companies, including the chance to exchange teaching staff, but of course also to collaborate intensely in apprenticeships. What does this confluence of a high skill need of the employers in the ASEAN region, the extensive investment in digitalization, and the incidence of the COVID crisis that has set also TVET systems on a trajectory of digitalization lead to? In the optimum, we could say it might lead to a concerted effort to build back better. We could use the dynamic, and it seems that stakeholders in the ASEAN region are trying to do that, to come out of this crisis with better initial conditions, adjusting to digitalization and Industry 4.0 than they found before the crisis. This involves efforts to improve the data foundation so that decision makers in education systems are better informed about the changing requirements in the labor market. This might also imply that this wild growth of digital solutions that TVET schools all over the regions have adopted during the COVID crisis are systematized and quality assured and professionalized. So that we don't go back to a level where we say now the COVID crisis is over and now we scale back our digital teaching, but rather that we improve on the investments made and maybe in an exchange across industries, across schools, across sectors, and maybe in the ASEAN region across countries, we come to more conversation on quality of digital education and measuring of outcomes of digital education and the framework conditions required for that. Since old problems in the TVET systems cannot be denied and the digital agenda hits us at the same time, the solution that public TVET systems have to see a comprehensive investment in the entire TVET ecosystem seems unavoidable. And we see in some countries that this is taken quite seriously, that namely an upgrade of the TVET system involves investments in areas from regulation and teacher training to infrastructure and equipment to the adjustment of curricula and didactics. Again, we will not see in the foreseeable future that TVET institutions will be able to internalize all the innovations that the private sector right now introduces in terms of advanced technologies. But this is why public-private partnerships are so important. And why an exchange between the private sector and the public system is so important, so that innovation is included in the education system, and so that the requirements of the private sector are known in the system. So ultimately, and this is also a conclusion again of the German study on the requirements of digitalization, what we really need is a broad policy practice dialogue of the entire vocational community, taking into account the companies, the public sector, and decision makers in the education systems, as well as business membership organizations and trade unions. Looking at the current situation in the region, there are so many good examples that such a change for the better is possible, if not everywhere imminent. We see that companies invest intensely in qualifying their staff, maybe by purchasing the services of private education providers, but in some cases also by upgrading their own staff in the field of in-company training, maybe certifying in line with national standards for in-company training or even the ASEAN regional standard for in-company training. And we see that companies also partner with other companies, be that in their industrial zone or be that in their neighborhood, maybe in a form of company training center. But we've also seen, for example, with the ASEAN Business Award on Skills last year, that there are companies in the region who partner systematically with education institutions because they say that's the only way for us to get our skills needs met today and in the longer term. We've seen that with Ang Pham Holding from Vietnam, who won that prize last year. And also we see moves from companies to cooperate with business membership organizations in skills councils that provide an institutionalized forum for the discussion of skills development among companies, but also with the interlocutors on the side of the public education system. On the side of governments, we see in the region ambitious plans to move the education system towards digitalization. We see efforts to update regulations, standards, and curricula. And we see involvement in teacher training and lifelong learning. And we believe, and studies show this, that this message of the need to engage with the private sector is really broadly accepted. It's not broadly realized everywhere, and there are challenges that one needs to discuss and tackle. But when, if not now, when the push on the side of the private sector and the push on the side of the public sector are so obvious. Regional organizations such as CIMIO and CIMIO VocTech, such as the ASEAN, have a chance to play the role of a catalyst in these discussions by establishing multi-stakeholder platforms for exchange and learning, such as the TVET platform, or offering learning opportunities, and also by setting agendas and setting regional standards for the orientation of TVET systems in the region. What is RECO-TVET's contribution in this context? Our objective is to make a contribution to the capacity of the region's TVET systems to adapt to the requirements of digitalization. And what we've done is to digitalize training modules for TVET teachers, which we had developed on the topic of getting them ready to work in a more Industry 4.0 leaning environment, but also modules that help them to find practical ways of building strong school to business linkages. We put these online, and we held the trainings that had previously greatly benefited from being conducted person to person and in a group setting into cyberspace. We've also published, in cooperation with CIMIO VocTech, the methodological approach of these modules. And we are currently engaged with institutions for teacher training all over the region in promoting the sharing of learning offers, demand-oriented learning offers via CVET.net for utilization in TVET systems in the region. We have also been involved with the ASEAN chairmanship of Vietnam in promoting or developing the ASEAN Declaration on Human Resources Development for the Changing World of Work and its roadmap as a plan that extends to the focus of human resources development to all areas of education. It promotes a lifelong learning approach, also a continuous TVET approach. We've been working with the chair of the ASEAN TVET Council of the Philippines from the very outset of a drafting workshop on the terms of reference to the current work on developing an ASEAN TVET Council work plan and engaging now with all the stakeholders in the ASEAN TVET Council, from government ministries concerned with TVET via the private sector, the unions, and of course institutions like CIMIO with a mandate for education. And one of the most important topics, and indeed one that I believe is very crucial in the context of getting the region ready for a more digitalized work environment, is we've been promoting private sector participation in TVET by developing the ASEAN standard, by working with private sector group on developing practical recommendations for policymakers, by supporting best practices on private participation with the business awards, and collecting the state of the art. We also had the privilege to collaborate with the ASEAN BAC and the ASEAN Future Workforce Council on questions of business dialogue and skills development. And we are currently working with business membership organizations all over the region on the topic of how can these institutions develop new services by means of design thinking that will help them take a proactive approach on TVET. That's it. Thank you very much. If there's anything of that of interest to you, all information related to our activities can always be found on the website CVET.net, which is hosted and curated by Simeo VocTech. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ingo, for sharing TVET's perspective and initiatives. It was very encouraging, and we look forward to seeing more TVET players in the region with even more innovative initiatives that will help advance TVET in ASEAN. We actually have one question posed for you.
Gladly.
Mr. Sumardi from Lifelong Learning Center, Ministry of Education, Brunei Darussalam asks, how do we plan and implement better skills forecasting for our existing and future workforce? Can GIZ TVET share with us their experience, previous projects, if any, and knowledge on this matter?
There's two ways how we're approaching this entire agenda. We think that, we've observed that for a long time, that in the ASEAN region, there's a scarcity of reliable data for education reform. And so we've partnered with the Philippines, Indonesia, and Vietnam on their idea to strengthen regional cooperation on labor market information systems. And so we are supporting jointly with the ILO a work project under the 5-year work plan on ASEAN 5-year work plan labor. And the idea is to have to bring together decision makers on and experts on labor market information from all ASEAN member states and discuss the question of where they stand and what opportunities they have to strengthen the databases for reforms. So we are very much looking forward also to participation from Brunei in this group. Another effort we are conducting right now is to develop a study that will look into adjustment of education to the requirement, and TVET of course, to the requirements of or to the environmental requirements of different professions. And in this context, we will also apply, explore in a concept paper and apply different approaches of skills forecasting. There are interesting examples of skill forecasting in the private sector. There are also interesting examples of forecasting promoted, for example, by the CEDEFOP and the European Union. We have just embarked on this journey, and as always with TVET, we do it in a participatory way. So we invite member states to join us, and we are glad to share the results as soon as we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ingo, for your response, and Mr. Sumardi for the question. And with great pleasure, Simeo VocTech would like to humbly present Mr. Ingo Imhoff with an e-certificate for his valuable contribution in today's forum.
Thank you very much.
There you go. Once again, thank you, Mr. Ingo, for joining us today and sharing with the audience with your initiatives that will surely be beneficial for the TVET community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving forward, we will now share a recorded keynote presentation from the team leader of innovation in the future of TVET from UNESCO Univoc Germany, Ms. Sarah Elson-Rogers, to present her keynote presentation. Without further ado, Ms. Sarah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sarah Elson-Rogers, and I am the Innovation and Learning Programme Manager at UNESCO Univoc, situated in Bonn, Germany. I am team leader of the BUILT project, which I'm here to present today. It's a pleasure to join you at the 32nd Simeo VocTech Governing Board meeting and e-forum on managing pandemic challenges and opportunities for TVET in the era of digitalisation. Digitalisation is a core theme of UNESCO Univoc's work and is central to our Bridging Innovation and Learning in TVET project. I very much hope that my presentation today will give us the opportunity to engage in a future cooperation. Our work has much in common. The BUILT project, whilst it's implemented by UNESCO Univoc, is implemented with BIBB, which is the Federal Institute for Vocational Education and Training in Germany, and it's sponsored by the Federal Ministry of Education and Research in Germany. So let me say a few words about the basis for and the basics of the BUILT project. The BUILT project started by reinforcing the European Univoc network in 2019. In 2020, it was expanded to Asia Pacific and Africa. In 2021, we engaged around 150 TVET stakeholders cooperating from these 3 regions. The project is underpinned by an advisory committee with high-level representation from each region, including from the African Union, the European Union, and representatives from Malaysia and Singapore. The core objective of BUILT is twofold. First, to create a dialogue across these 3 regions on the common challenges we face regarding TVET. And secondly, to exchange information on what we're doing in terms of solutions to address those challenges. This dialogue and exchange occurs amongst policymakers, researchers, and TVET practitioners. The dialogue is both transnational and intra-institutional. This dialogue underpins our 4 aims, which you can see on the slide, namely to build bridges across these regions through partnerships and networks, to foster innovation through knowledge generation, and to create learning opportunities amongst our partners on key TVET themes. In the previous BUILT project phases, the key themes of choice from 2020 to 2022 have been how multi-level TVET stakeholders at government, sector, and TVET provider levels identify new competencies, how they integrate them into curricula and qualifications, and how they then implement them into teaching and learning processes. What are the mechanisms and practices that different stakeholders apply in different countries? And we will soon be publishing 3 reports synthesizing the different mechanisms used. These range from methods to analyze labour market data, as well as how stakeholders cooperate to anticipate the emergence of new skills and competence needs. The added value of this BUILT project is the extensive involvement of TVET stakeholders from across the world. We have had multi-stakeholder expert groups from 30 countries participating in this work. From 2022 to 2025, we are going to focus this topic now on 2 competence areas: digitalisation and so-called green skills. We will work across our network to examine how TVET providers and government bodies are both anticipating and adjusting to new skills and competence needs required by our future labour force. This short video provides a snapshot of the thematic focus of BUILT. Between 2022 to 2025, we also hope to introduce a new focus on the implications of digitalisation and green skills on social inclusion and labour market integration. So, what do we ask of our BILT participants? All members of the BILT community commit to actively support our work through participation. As mentioned, we have an advisory group with regional representation. We hold a biennial learning forum, and our next one will take place virtually on the 7th to the 9th of December, which I hope you will be able to join us at. We also invite the community to participate in our regional events. These regularly take place in Europe, Africa, and Asia. For our innovation theme to support knowledge creation and learning, we set up cross-regional expert groups to produce implementation-oriented publications. Again, our expert groups are comprised of the Univoc network community, and our BILT community seeks out new examples of successful TVET practice, which they think are worthwhile sharing, both within the network and beyond. We have published over 40 examples of innovation and learning practices from Europe, Africa, and Asia. Each example is related to one of the BILT themes, whether that's new qualifications and competencies, greening, digitalisation, entrepreneurship, or migration. We have 8 examples which stem from the Asia-Pacific region. We have one from the Philippines, from TESDA, from Singapore, from Temasek Polytechnic, from the Thailand Professional Qualifications Institute, and from Vietnam, from the College of Machinery and Irrigation. We share these innovative practices by hard copy and web-based publications to the wider world, and they are all available on Univoc's website. Last but not least, cross-regional learning is a key project aim. To allow for a deeper understanding of our collected innovative examples and to make use of their potential for peer learning, we offer a quarterly learning lab. These are online webinars where we showcase one specific innovation and learning practice. Our first learning lab was held earlier in October with the Thailand Professional Qualifications Institute. At this learning lab, they shared how they had integrated a regional ASEAN competence standard for in-company trainers into their national competence framework. And we had over 200 participants in this learning lab from across the world. One important and new activity we're carrying out with BILT is capacity building. The idea is to bring our publications and products to a practical level with the help of applied tools and workshops. We are currently transforming our publication on new qualifications and competencies into a self-reflection tool for TVET providers. And in 2022, we will collaborate with Univoc centres to test the tool in the framework of pilot workshops. I hope this presentation has given you a taster of the BUILT project and you will consider joining us. This slide shows our contact details, our website address, and how to contact us by email. I would like to thank you again for inviting me to present our project, and I hope and look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
That was a presentation from Ms. Sarah Elson-Rogers. We thank Ms. Sarah for her very intuitive presentation and for sharing her insights and expertise with our e-forum audience. Simeo Voctec would also like to present Ms. Sarah Elson-Rogers with an e-certificate for her effort and contribution for Simeo Voctec e-forum. Once again, we thank Ms. Sarah Elson. Following the keynote presentations from our esteemed speakers will be the third panel of presentation to Simeo Voctec e-forum on managing pandemic challenges and opportunities of TVET in the era of digitalization. In this third session, invited speakers will be sharing on industry perspectives in ensuring a resilient TVET system during pandemic and in the era of digitalization. This session will be moderated by Dr. Pariono, Deputy Director of Professional Affairs and Research Specialist from Simeo Voctec. Without further delay, please welcome Dr. Pariono.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Abby, for the kind introductions. Very good morning to our two speakers from Finland, Mr. Pasi Paromo, and then from UK, of course, our friend Dhruv Patel, Dr. Patel is the CEO of Nisai Group. And good afternoon for the other two speakers from this region, even though whether Mr. Smith now is in Germany. So good morning, Mr. Volker Smith, and if you are in Germany, or good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dr. Boyodo.
Oh, very good to see you. And also Dr. Steve McKee, I hope that you are in Batam. So very good afternoon in that case, if you're there. So again, it's great pleasure to have four of you here. I think we have known for quite some time, so we are kind of colleagues and friends here. So we're very happy to have this opportunity, even though we don't meet physically, but at least we can see on the screen. So hopefully we can minimize all of those struggles that we have, and hopefully that we can share very important topics that this morning, I think from afternoon, we have learned from different players when we talk about TVET. We started from the government, and then from TVET providers, also from development agencies, as well as the financial institutions. So now, when we talk about TVET, we cannot ignore the importance of the roles of private sectors, because without this, TVET cannot progress and also cannot feed the needs of the future workforce. So I think we are very happy to have four of you here in our forum. So later we will, as I think I've informed everyone. The first one is that I would like to request for the participants, both those who are joining through YouTube as well as in Zoom, please prepare your question as early as possible so that we can address early. And secondly, we already prepare 4 questions to our speakers here. As you can see on the screen, again, the roles of private sector is very important. So the first question that we would like to ask our speakers in this afternoon is that what can private sectors do to ensure a resilient TVET system that continues produce a skilled workforce for the post-pandemic labor market? That's the first question. And the second, how can industry players contribute tools and resources to ease pandemic changes and transitions in TVET? We have the third questions, and what are the some trends in digital TVET that are suitable to implement in Southeast Asia? As we know that Southeast Asia is very diverse. So I think you might offer different kind of solutions. So I'd like to hear from all of you. Last question is, considering the disparity of technology infrastructure in the region, how far can the accelerations of digitalization ensure expansive access to TVET while reducing the digital divide? So those are 4 questions. Actually, we plan to ask one by one, but knowing the time and the deliberations using online, I think it would be easy. We just ask you to address 4 of those questions at the same time. And then later on, after 4 of you have presented, we will give opportunity for responding to the questions. I think that would be a suitable arrangements, if that's okay with everyone.
Yeah, fine, Dr. Payono, fine.
Excellent.
Yes, definitely, yes.
Okay, so in that case, we will have, this is the order of the presentations. I don't know why we have this order, but I think it's maybe we will respect the one from far away. Is Mr. Pasi Puramo there ready? Just want to double check.
Yes, hello.
Oh,
hello, thank you.
Very good morning. Okay, very good. So thank you. So we will give opportunity to you to present first, and then followed by Mr. Volker Smith, and then Dr. Steve McKee, and last but not least, our friend here, Dr. Dhruv Patel. If all of you are ready, maybe we can just follow that order. Yeah. Sorry, in terms of time, we only give you 10 minutes, so try to utilize the time efficiently with that duration. I'll give you a signal if 2 minutes before the time ended. So in that case, Mr. Pasi, please. It's time for you to present your presentation, please. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will share my screen here. So hopefully you can all see.
Yes.
See, so thank you very much for this opportunity to speak here on this forum on managing the challenges of the pandemic and then addressing these new opportunities for this digital era. Just very shortly, I come from ADE, Finland. We have been doing with TVET and industry learning for 20 years, focusing on simulators and an e-learning, and then we are very strong on the certification side, so and standards. So of course my answers come from that perspective, and then to getting into the subject of producing a skilled workforce in the TVET, we use the metaverse, and then here we combine the e-learning and then simulators to create certifications. And the important thing here is that you can do, when you want to train a lot of skilled workforce with these new technologies, you can do either one person or thousands of persons in the same day. So it makes it much faster to run through, and then the way we approach and we see it done is through all these new technologies. We are using AR, VR, XR, lots of artificial intelligence in linguistic trainings and then in gradings, and then we do a lot of impact studies, effectiveness studies on this virtual education side. And it is currently quite widely in use in flight, driving, healthcare, forestry, but especially also from our perspective in certification training. And one of the most important things about these new technologies is that it is much faster than the previous classroom trainings that have been done. And it is also much faster for TVET schools and for companies when you don't have to ship people to some trainings or create the hands-on trainings by yourself, when you can do it in simulators. And also the screening tests done remotely make the process much faster. Here are some extra arguments on that point. One of them being when you want to train workers. to do some process that they don't do daily. Getting into a simulator training can reduce that time in significant amounts. It is added into the e-learning way to doing, and very standardized grading based on AI makes the unit cost per student to go lower a lot. We have some research on that subject. To get a little bit more into the view of these digital trends and the divide, I will a few minutes use to explain our approach. We have this quite comprehensive Isoveli platform, which has many user interfaces for web, for AR, for virtual devices, simulators, and also it makes it possible for in the metaverse for the teachers and certification bodies and students to meet in a multiplayer way, and also makes possible the meetings between students and the AI. This new way of doing the training and teaching is very effective and much faster than the previous ways of doing it. And then how you can access these new ways of training. We have many different web shops where schools and companies buy these trainings, and then they do this online training. It's about 4 to 8 hours per certification, and then they do the simulator. It's maybe 1 hour, and in this time you can do the similar as in 2 days of classroom training, and from there you get the certification, and then we have a certification database from where you can get, you don't need any more printed cards, but you can show it straight from your phone, or companies can come ask their certifications. And our value proposition here is we have about 30 different certification trainings done, which use these e-learnings and these simulators. We have fires and healthcare and general safety, and then there is a lot of lifting and all kinds of safety perspective is viewed, and then these can be taught in a very, very high levels because you can, like I said before, run through even the whole company or the whole school in 1 day, for example, in first day trainings. So it is very, very effective and also very cost effective. And then how to make the training so that the people actually learn. We use lots of AR in our approach, where you can see the device and then have the questionnaires and so on. And then to create more impact, we use authentic devices. So you have here fire controls, remote controls embedded into the metaverse, so that the training is very. We have made lots of impact studies on this, and it is very effective way to get the learning into the reactive side of the brain, which is of course in safety training very, very important. And then we have a wide.
Just to remind you, just 2 minutes left.
Yeah, I will be going to the topic from here. So how we do that together, producing with the schools, is we analyze a lot of laws and standards and legislations together with the schools, and we create a huge amount of data in large quantities to create impact studies, which with the point to create scalable trainings with low per unit costs, and then to get to the digital trends. Of course, the metaverse, but then we have the AI doing the grading, also the monitoring of the behavioral using eyesight, and also using these sensing modes. We can from the speech sense if you are angry or etc. to better do the training, and then we have the AI doing the linguistic also in the metaverse using simultaneously many languages. And we have our own approach also for this digital device. We call it Certification Plus, where we train the certification for the teachers, and they get automatically a training package to train for their students in their home country. So even if we don't have all the devices, we can multiply the training. And also, of course, these continuous developments of new training technology, mostly based on simulators and AI-based sensing and linguistics, make the trainings all the time more effective then you need to use less and less time in these devices. Thank you very much for the possibility to address these questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think I was about on time.
Excellent. That was perfect. Yeah. Sorry for interrupting the middle. I didn't know that.
No problem.
That was great. So thank you. I think this is an exciting technology that everyone's talking about, especially in the era of COVID-19 as well as the era of digitalization. So I think a lot of participants later on will ask questions to you. So please bear with us. So just stay tuned later on for their questions. Okay, for the second presenter, we would like to invite again Mr. Volker Smith. He is the Regional Director of Asia Pacific, Festo Didactic SE Germany. That at this moment, I think he's in Thailand. So Swadikap. So we'd like to give the opportunity to Mr. Smith for a 10-minute presentation.
Thank you very much. Dr. Payono, can you quickly tell me if you can see my screen?
Yes, excellent.
Good. So then, dear participants, thank you so much for welcoming me. Let me hurry up. 10 minutes is not long, and we have 4 very interesting questions to be covered. So here are the guiding questions. Dr. Payono already read them, and you will also see once again the guiding questions as the headline. So the first one, and let me just jump into some of this, what can private sectors do? I still need to continuously still work with the private sector that they invest more into TVET in respectively in internships, but also in dualistic vocational models. Unfortunately, I mean, we see some of these programs here in Thailand. We see a dualistic education program in Malaysia, supported by the local chamber and other countries as well. However, I would not yet call those programs very successful because a lot of companies, local companies, are not yet joining. And we need to really push the private sector to invest into dualistic apprenticeship models, but also into internships. Yesterday, I spoke, for example, with Infineon. Infineon also set up their own dualistic vocational training in Malaysia, also supported by the Chamber of Commerce, but they also had a support from SEQA, a funding support to set up also the teachers. However, roughly speaking, each apprenticee needs another subsidy by the company of €1,000 per year in order to make the program sustainable. And I think this is something we need to address also in the region. Ingo from GIZ spoke about it. It's not only the teachers that need support, it's not only the students who need support, but also when we look into the companies, I think still a lot of professional mentors on the shop floor level are missing in order to guide the trainees, in order to coach the trainees, to really take care of apprentices and internships coming to the companies. And unfortunately, here and there, we still see that interns are being misused. In the office area, they are used for copying whatsoever, but they are not, in particular on the shop floor level, they are not yet really ready to touch the machines. And here we also need to invest from the private companies' perspective. We see already some trends. I'm currently looking into Vietnam, that some of the companies, larger companies, they have also started to pay the apprentices during the apprenticeship time. That means apprentices are also treated like employees, and I think this gives a different perspective already for the apprentices to look at their career path. And we need to highlight this, that TVET or VET in particular may only be a starting level for the career path, and we need to continuously improve these career paths in order to move ahead, in order to make this sector still more attractive. I think, Ingo, you also mentioned this, that unfortunately, TVET is not yet attracting maybe the best students from each level. I will not go into further details. I'm ready to share the presentation, then you can read it. You can reach out to me in order to get more information about this. Second guiding question was, how can industry players contribute? Well, first of all, of course, we are also providing digital medias. We are providing digital twin models that can be used for training purposes. We create different environments. Also, we create learning platforms in order to support the individual learning path of the students. We are supporting webinars. We are also involved in online classes. We give online classes to institutions. So here we are also quite active in all countries where we are active. That means 170 countries, maybe in 50 over languages. We are supporting here temporarily with our colleagues to share our knowledge, to share our internal database. And this is also leading to the next topic, to create a better platform among industries. I think industries need to also join, like associations. Industry may need to join BOMs in order to really come up with a holistic and a regional or at least a local overview of what they are doing, of what skills they are requiring, and in order to perform this, also to support the institutions to train the students. What we also do is, for example, when it comes to hardware models, a bit difficult when there is no face-to-face class taking place, but we are also giving institutions some of our exhibition models, so students can work on real models. Whenever an exhibition takes place, we take it back from the institutions and we put it there right after the exhibition. So certain times institutes may not need to invest into hardware, but obviously this is not globally possible at all times. Third question, what are the trends at the moment? Of course, we just saw that metaverse is upcoming. Yes, we are also, of course, in the topic of learning experience platforms instead of simply providing e-learning contents. Very important, and we also heard this just now, is digital certification. This is upcoming tremendously fast, and also micro certification. For example, you are collecting a couple of micro certificates, and this is then leading to an overall certification in the future. I know from some of those digital certification platforms, they already brought people from India into employment in Germany, solely based on digital assessment, digital certification, and digital remote guaranteeing of the qualities. And I think this is something really challenging, bringing somebody from India into employment in Germany. I couldn't believe it, but it's actually true. And therefore also institutions may need to join hands with digital training, not only digital training, but also digital certification platforms, because this will allow them to also join a network to see what skill requirements are necessary, and then also to foster the development of regional skill levels, of regional curricular standards, and what companies actually need and require. Another topic that we are seeing at the moment, even though it's very difficult to bring this into public tendering, but subscription models is more and more coming. CAPEX is still there. Governments, of course, public tendering are still using a lot of CAPEX money to build up the TVET environment, but in the future, a lot will be replaced by subscription models. That means OPEX, and therefore it can be easier handled in terms of managing too many CAPEX and budget requirements. The rest I think is important as well. But let me jump quickly to the last question. And this is what considering of the disparity of technology infrastructures in the region, how far can we can the acceleration of digitalization ensure? Also here, of course, multiple access options to learning environments is important. Another big topic, and this is what we have also discovered during the pandemic, we always need to ensure that we can reach everybody. And I think this is a big challenge, in particular also in Southeast Asia. When we look into Indonesia, remote islands, are they already digitally connected, or are we still facing a digital divide? And then again, I think we need more support from governments, in particular also providing teachers and students a kind of low rate bundle or a flat rate to have constantly access to the online contents. As an example, I mean, we also have simulation softwares. We have our own learning tools, but the data volume sometimes is beyond 3 GB. And this is exceeding the teacher's flat rates for 2 or 3 months. So this is a hurdle that we need to address, and we need to address this hurdle tremendously fast and not wait too long. At the moment, I do not really know, or maybe Dr. Payono or maybe the others know, whether your governments have programs already to provide internet access, maybe at home for the teachers and for the learners. If this may not happen, then definitely we need to address the digital divide in a different way. Not in Southeast Asia, but for example, in India, there's a training foundation called NTTF. They are providing each student already a tablet in the TVET level. So once the students are starting their educational career, they are already handed over a tablet. It's a small local Indian produced tablet. A lot of contents are there, but this also helps in overcoming the digital divide and not dividing also the students into financially potential students and some which are on the poorer side. So this is something that we already see upcoming as well. Maybe in Southeast Asia, I see it in Singapore, but I do not see it in all the other 10 member countries of CMAO. Maybe you can help me. Maybe you can give me some more up-to-date information, which I do not have. And last but not least, we also come up with a lot more roaming hardware. Our students learn on the digital way, but at a certain point, they need the physical touch point. And here we have smaller models, smaller automated models that a community of students can share. That means, in particular, through the pandemic, they go to the institution, they borrow the set, they keep the set at home, work on the set for a couple of days, pass it on to the next students. And we see this demand also increasing in order to overcome the lockdown of schools, but still providing hands-on training. And here we can use a lot of those kind of smaller application modules, self-learning hardware modules, and this is supporting the trend of still providing practical skills training throughout a pandemic. So this is what I can contribute regarding the 4 questions. If you have any questions about ourselves, most of you may know us already. Nothing to add here. And also Ingo, you spoke about it. We also heard it from Bild that we are moving very fast. We are in the midst of Industry 4.0, and our main competence definitely is also how to manage the complexity of Industry 4.0 and new technologies. I hope that CMAO, you will be able to share the presentation. I'm happy to tell you, yes, just do it. Please share it with all the participants. And coming to an end, what I can say, thank you so much for your participation, and hope here and there you may have some questions to my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Focal Smith. It was excellent. And thank you for being precise and structured in answering the 4 questions. I think it's easy to follow and easy to pick later on for the summary. Thank you very much again, Volker. Let's move on to the next speaker. We will have Dr. Steve McKee from Labtech. So he is the president of Labtech and also the founder, located in Batam, even though I think the base may be from the US. We have been collaborating also with Labtech. So hopefully all of these partners here can support our CPET.net for giving opportunities to everyone in the region. Yeah. So with that, I'd like to welcome Dr. Steve McKee for his presentation. Dr. Steve, please, time is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Periono. I have prepared a video for you of my presentation today, which I've also uploaded along with the presentation onto your sharing site that you can share with everyone. So we'll just start with that, and that will keep exactly to your 10 minutes here. So let's see here. No. Let's see. If I, that's the problem, sharing the video now. Can you see that? No.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, just a second here. Let's see. Okay.
It's coming up. Yes, I think it's
coming up. And why isn't the video coming up? Okay, that's still not there. Hold on. This might be taking more time than I thought. This was supposed to be easier. Hold on here just a second.
No worries. Take your time while you're still preparing. Also for the participants, so panelists or whoever present here would like to write questions in the chat. That would be also useful, so that later on we can just pick some questions.
I would like to thank Siamo for the opportunity to speak with you all today. With the honor, is that coming up now? Yes. Is that, yes. You had that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Being the last speaker, I'd just like to say that this session has been really informative, and I especially like the keynote from Dr. Brajesh Pant with his overview on the state of education, how we've been coping with the disruptions from COVID, and how we can start to reimagine, reinvent, and improve education for the future. To realize that vision, it's going to take all of us from both the government and private sectors to collaborate and work together to do this. Today, I'd like to share with you our vision and input from working with our client countries from around the world to discuss initiatives in blended learning and highlight a few programs that we're doing globally and within the region. So as many of you know, Labtech is one of the major designers and manufacturers of technical education training systems in the world. We're based here in Southeast Asia and collaborate and support education in many countries in this region. We're focused on improving skills training for employment. We have comprehensive training systems in 7 major areas that cover about 50 or more trade courses that include electrical, automotive, HVAC, air conditioning, electronics, ICT, biomedical for supporting the proper use and maintenance of medical and hospital equipment, as well as green and renewable energy. What is special about Labtech is that we not only produce wonderful hands-on training equipment, but we are also at the forefront of creating a new generation of interactive digital content for TVET. We're one of the few companies that look at the entire process of learning from theory to practical, from digital to hands-on, so we see and work with the entire process of blended learning. Our equipment and training systems are used by over 85 countries from around the world, and we're currently implementing digital training programs for clients in the United States, Peru, Colombia, South Africa, Jordan, Pakistan, India, Malaysia, Kenya, Thailand, and the Philippines. As we have all observed that in many countries there's been a rush to digitalization, which is still in its early stages, with most concentrating on emergency measures to move things quickly online while schools were locked down. This experience has taught us a lot about what we might do in the future, and many agree that digital learning should remain to be a key element in future education, and especially important for TVET. And we can reimagine learning, digital learning, where it becomes a third pillar in learning, and it becomes a permanent part of what we do. And so this calls for repositioning of how we look at the learning process, the teaching process within the lab and the workshop. Now, about industry working together and contributing to this and being part of the solution, we need to find stronger ways to collaborate with industry and education and develop better formats and tools. digital learning platforms certainly have the potential to link industry and learning in ways that have not been done before. For example of this, we could look at seeing how we can articulate in-school learning to apprenticeship programs. And it can also be reversed around where we look at providing these training programs for upgrading of existing employees so that companies can be further along the process, particularly when it involves with Industry 4.0. This is going to be very important to make sure companies themselves can upgrade. So another aspect is linking job searches and employment with training requirements. So we can, if a person is looking for a job, he can find out what skills he's lacking and take those courses then too. This all can help reduce the skills mismatch issue that we're seeing and has been talked about a lot here. I'd also like to share with you a report that was a few months ago issued by the ILO, and it was a global survey of companies around the world about skilling and upskilling. To get to that link, you can download my presentation from the presentation that will be shared today for Forum 3. And you could then come to the slide, and you could click on that down link, and you can get an interesting report here too as well. I'm very pleased to announce that Labtech just last month signed a memorandum of agreement with Siamio Voctech to stimulate digital learning and blended learning. And so as part of this, we're doing several things. One is creating a special portal for TVET content, new generation TVET content that will be for ASEAN member countries. We're going to be also collaborating on delivering teacher training capacity development courses. We're going to be working on webinars, talking about selected topics on digital and blended learning. We're going to be conducting workshops on refining and developing what we call the digital TVET framework. And we're going to be doing research into learning for TVET and collaboration programs with select schools around in the regions. This is very important, new collaboration, and it's part of our efforts to bridge that gap and to improve collaboration. This is a quick look at what the portal is going to look like. It's based on our famous Labtech Academy learning portal. It'll be for teachers and students, and it'll cover initial subjects for automotive, air conditioning, and then be expanded into electrical, renewable energy, STEM tech, and others as we keep developing this onward. This is the slide about our digital TVET framework that we have talked about in past sessions before. I think it's a very good reference framework for guiding the development of the journey to blended learning and digital learning for both institutions and for agencies as well. So what are some of the trends in digital TVET that are suitable to implement in Southeast Asia? As we talked about, collaboration is very important. That this needs to be stepped up here. I also think that a regional center for excellence for digital blended learning should be created both for ASEAN and for national centers in each country that is interested in doing this. And these should be attached to an existing school because it needs to be a working environment, not just a theoretical environment. It needs to be able to do this hands-on and to share these experiences, to lead the way to finding out what works, what doesn't work, also to providing input on teacher development programs, perhaps be the centers of training for this too as well, and also to look at integrating digital learning into the curriculums. This is very important to create that here. Also, we need to increase capacity building and teacher training programs. In our experience, it's the key factor that determines the success or failure of digital learning programs. And we have piloted in Asia recently sessions that we've done together with the Colombo Plan Staff College, where we had instructors from 11 countries that participated in programs last month. That was received very well, and this is based on earlier versions that we've done in Latin America, Africa, Malaysia, and India. And so the programs that we're doing with Siamio are already quite mature, but we'll be continuing to develop, and we'll be delivering these together with Siamio for teachers from the Southeast Asia regions. Another initiative that we have is about research, and it's been mentioned earlier by speakers, the importance of data driving our initiatives in the progress for digital and blended learning. So digital learning opens up whole new possibilities to study student learning, and it's the key to successfully implementing high impact programs that feature adaptive and differentiated elements on here too. So we'll be looking at collaboration, which we're doing with UTHM to create the UTHM Labtech Digital Innovation Center. We'll be working on research about hardware, about software, about the effectiveness of digital learning to provide data for improving this and gathering information. How do you gather this? How do you interpret this? So this will be very, very interesting. That reports will be published in the future. And then getting to considering the disparity of technology, certainly the digital divide exists, and it's not just about students, but it's also about teachers, it's also about workers, it's about companies as well. And it needs also significant support from the telecom sector. Many countries are moving towards considering access to data as a basic citizen right. And if we really are going to universalize in digital learning, this is a step in the right direction. New development initiatives should focus more on where it matters. Over the past 40 years, we've seen a great increase in the build-out of national education systems and the creation of new schools. At this time, most countries have enough schools at the K-12 level, so we should focus on shifting on improving learning and access to learning. So what does this mean for new programs, development projects, and ministries? It means less buildings, more emphasis on teacher development, curriculum development, creating new learning resources, improving teaching and learning process, building out more digitally rather than physically. We need to make it mobile friendly also as well. In our data from the Labtech Academy, we've seen that from a survey that we did of over 20,000 learners from 150 countries, that over 50% of the participants choose to use mobile smartphones as their main tool to access digital content. So we need to make sure that programs are formatted for mobile devices. Creating support network for teachers and possibly students by creating communities of practice. Use technology to connect groups together to share experiences to teach each other. So please make sure that you download your copy of my presentation, and you can get the link for the ILO report that I've included here. Also, I've included a number of bonus slides which contain more information on digital and blended learning initiatives, and please reach out and contact me or any Labtech representative about collaboration ideas with your school or with your agency or with your ministry. I look forward to continuing to support Siamio Voktek in the future as the mission of TVET education transformation is more important and more urgent than ever before. So let's transform together. Thank you very much. I wish you a good day and have a great session tomorrow too as well. Bye now. I would like to... Right. So there you have a message, and I'm available to answer questions later on. So thank you so much, Dr. Periono.
Great, thank you very much, Dr. Steve Key, for a very comprehensive presentation, and also, this collaborative platform that we're developing is, we can also work together. So everyone, maybe some of the teachers who are in certain specialty, we may engage you in the future to collaborate and develop this the online platform.
Absolutely. More input is better, and even we need to gather inputs even from subject matters, but also on teaching styles and preferences too. So this would be really, really excellent to widen the collaboration through Siamio Voktek as the coordinator for that. I look forward to that very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Steve. Let's move on to last but not least, our friend here, Dr. Dhruv Patel, our friend from UK. I don't know whether you're in UK. Very good morning, sir. He is the CEO of Nisai Group, United Kingdom. We've been collaborating for TOT, training of trainers, and training of assessors, certifications, also possible of maybe a language training. So I'd like to give the opportunity for 10 minutes to, okay, Dr. Dhruv, time is yours, please.
Good afternoon, Dr. Parano. Good to meet you again, even if it's virtually, but it's nice to see you. So I hope everybody is well and safe. I'd like to try and share my screen just for a minute. Let me do that. Okay, can everybody see it?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to just speak about the 4 questions which you've given us. But before I do that, I'd just like to give a little bit of brief information about what we do. And so let me just do that now. Okay, so we're in about 10 countries, 9 countries in the ASEAN. We're covering students from 30 countries worldwide. We have supported over 20,000 learners. We are 25 years old and done over 1.8 million hours of teaching delivered. We currently deliver nearly 50 levels of courses across all subjects. And we have run physical schools as well as physical centers. And we've been doing a lot of presentations with help and partnership with UNESCO, IITE, as well as webinars. So a little bit there. In ASEAN, we deliver education skills in the ASEAN region. And the great thing about that, we have our teacher training support, teacher support based out of Brunei. And it works completely from functional literacy and numeracy and ICT skills, digital skills, all the way to A levels, as well as making sure we can provide some vocational courses as well. What it allows us to do is do the consistency and make sure the delivery right across the ASEAN is consistent and has the right quality. We are also working with Simeo Labtech in teacher training programs and getting that all in terms of getting a right type of international curriculum and certification as well. So what technology has allowed us to do is not replace humans, but bring the humans more in line with the technology to make sure we can do that core programs more effectively and efficiently. So it's a blended approach which we come across. Now, what I'm going to do is, I know the time is there, so I'm going to try and answer the questions which we have got here. So what can private sectors do to ensure a resilient TVET system that continues to produce a skilled workforce for post-pandemic labor market? Let's address some of the areas which we have got. Learning and skills lost due to pandemic. We have lost, and the children, and a lot of research has been done right now, that when you have a summer holidays or 6 weeks, the loss of learning is around 1 month to 2 months. But because of the pandemic, we've lost so much of learning and the skills that the loss is quite high and quite big. So we need to see how we can address that. And that also provides the risk to quality, the quality of learning, quality of how do we accelerate the learning with right quality? How do we make the catch up? What do we mean by catch up? So there's a lot of things like that which we need to address. Also, underutilized staff due to lack of skills. We have in ASEAN region, quite a large labor pool, which is out in the rural areas, which are not being utilized and has not got the skills because they lack the basic literacy and numeracy. So the elephant in the room there is mother tongue literacy and numeracy and ICT skills to provide them that information. There's a gaps in knowledge and skills leading to gaps in the market. Yes, I mean, this year in the UK, if you look at, we have got the logistics issues, logistics problems. Yes, digitalization will help it, but it won't help making the food on the ground and growing the food on the ground, productivity. So productivity is going to be improving, and it's going to be very critical to the whole thing. Possible focus on practical skills and rather than soft skills, and I think it should be both. The soft skills are necessary if we're going to be able to use these practical skills to communicate, to collaborate, and creativity. One of the major concerns is going to be the displacement of human capitals. That brings in reduction in skilled personnel. How does the corporates, how does the companies make sure that they completely keep on replacing that skills or keep on training? And the lack of, especially in the SMEs, there is what I would call not enough time for them, or do not want to commit, or do not want to invest in training because they think they'll lose this staff to somebody else. So it's something which we need to address. What can private sectors do to ensure resilient TVET system that continues to produce a skilled workforce for the post-pandemic level? Global markets will require a global language. Focus on English levels at functional level is very critical. In ASEAN, the language of trade is English. How do we get the functional skills up there? Within the functional skills is literacy, numeracy, and ICT skills. That's got to be part of our low-hanging fruit, which we need to get it out there. The theoretical training needs to be carried on, but also using online systems can be part of learning either. It's looking at what Labtech is doing and looking at other speakers in this area. That's an amazing way of bringing programs to the workforce. Quality assessment. We need to have quality assessment, which identifies knowledge and skills gap. If we know what the skills gap and what the knowledge gaps are, we can identify and we can create programs for that. Competencies and soft skills, very, very critical in long term, and making sure that we got the lifelong learning going on there. training and development staff to provide skills in upskilling their own teams. We find that that is the most important thing, coaching. How do you coach managers? How do you coach supervisories to make sure that they can coach their own staff? One of the things which has happened, and there's a big debate going out there, that having this virtual working and working from home, is it good for the staff? The younger people, in my opinion, would lose out on the coaching from the older staff, the gray-haired people like me. It's very important that the coaching happens at the workplace. Upskilling of existing staff really creates staff employee loyalty, and we need to press that home. Employee retentions create stability, consistent, reducing ongoing recruitment costs. Again, that message, especially in the SMEs, is important to have that out, because the largest amount of recruitment is in SMEs. And we need to make sure the SMEs are the ones who are actually being, has the information and knowledge to get this happening. How industry can players contribute tools, resources to these pandemic changes and transition to that? I think one of the first things we need to do, we all need to work together, collaborate in all sectors, all the kind of providers need to work together. Making education and training accessible not only to the rural, to the urban areas, but make sure it goes to the rural areas. The digital divide is going to be very important, and it also makes marginalization. Upskilling staff members, increase the reach of delivery, training the trainer, the assessors, the verifier of courses. One of the things which I was speaking yesterday in a conference earlier this week in Saudi Arabia was about getting international curriculum or standardized curriculum, standardized certification, which gives comfort to the employers that the people have the right competencies. Extend learning beyond the workplace. English offer has to be there, including what we have a product called Unisasan, which allows the people to work from home. Online, blended delivery, theoretical learning, accessible during local and national lockdown. It's something which we can do. We have an experience and expertise to do that. Online delivery needs to be transparent, recordable, and quality assessed. A lot of the online delivery during the pandemic was very much just very content-based, very much as a broadcast, but not engagement. And I think it's very important. Assessment of tools to identify gaps in knowledge and soft skills. I think that is going to be very critical in our, as we go down the track. How do we identify what the gaps are? What are the future gaps going to come in? How do we going to get that filled up? Reporting and progress and attainment, very critical. We need to know how the people are working, how they're progressing. The performance management of student people in the workplace will be very critical. And it's not only just getting the technical skills, but also supervisory skills and everything else which goes with it.
2 more minutes.
Yeah, just nearly finished. People working to learn together at the same time, online delivery at the workplace, extend training outside the workplace, focus on inclusivity. Inclusivity is going to be very important, so you don't have the marginalization. And in many cases, digital communication is not being used effectively. I think we need to look at the focus on skills at a local level rather than regional or global. Very, very critical to do that, because technology allows us to be granular in skills and looking at how we can fill that. Disparity and that acceleration of digital will not ensure quality TVET. We need to make sure there's content, teacher training. We deliver teacher training. There was a talk about digital badges. We have digital badges because the implicit knowledge and tacit knowledge is very important to get the informal into formal skills. And prior learning and additional skills will be very critical for the next generation. But with more people accessing training to technology, more focus will be applied as a priority for improving infrastructure. Improving infrastructure should be the key to, if we are going to make this SDG 2030 goals achievable. And with that, I think I'm nearly there. Thank you very much. And I'm ready for any questions which you come along. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Dr. Patel, for the excellent presentations. I think give us a lot of ideas and also sharing about the elephant in the room, which is about digital literacy and also basic literacy in IT and language. So I think that was very important to discuss with our participant here. So again, thank you all panelists for sharing your experience and presentations. We observed few questions that we'd like to show. I would like to invite our committee to share on the screen few questions that our speaker or panelists will address. So there are a few questions that we will gather from YouTube live as well as from Zoom. But now we would like just to maybe put it together as much as possible, and then I will show it to the screen. Okay, sharing screen is in progress. While waiting, if that one takes some time, so there's oh, okay. So considering the time, I think we only can entertain one question, unfortunately. Maybe the rest later on, you could type the response on the screen or on the chat, or maybe you can communicate to our panelists. But now we just select one question. Okay, since now from YouTube is still not happening, so I'll just show from the chat here. Okay, let's see here from the last one. The order I don't just pick from the last one here. Question to Dr. Steve McKee. Our TVET Center here in Indonesia has been a recipient of a versatile and custom-made Labtech LMS, and also classroom management system, making it possible for us to lessen the digital divide here in distant island of rural areas of Indonesia. An aspect which I see Labtech could also develop in the development of soft skills. Is the soft skills something Labtech can add into your learning management system? I think to Labtech, but also maybe others who like to share in terms of how to provide soft skill training in the form of online, I think also can be addressed by others. Yeah? Also here, as maybe this two can be answered. The next one is to Dr. Drew. Okay, and a nice presentation. Okay, this one no question. Okay, let's start with Dr. Steve.
Thank you so much, Dr. Perion, and thanks very much for the question. I think that comes from our friends at Don Bosco in Eastern Indonesia, which is a very interesting case of they're using our digital content out there very successfully too in a remote part of Indonesia. So it shows that it kind of gets to some of the issues that Volker was talking about. You need to have different strategies to enable both online and offline learning to happen. So it's both cloud-based, but it can be also at the institution. And this is what we have exactly done in this case for them too. So they can use it when their internet's not so good, or they can go to the internet when they have the connectivity. Can we do soft skills on that? Sure. You know, the technology and the way that we present our training programs, which are interactive, they're situational, they are designed for problem solving. This could easily be applied to the soft skills. It's something I've thought about a lot, and I've always intended to get to other parts of the training programs besides what you might call the major technology parts, because I think this is an area that does need better learning materials too. And I think as we build out more learning materials and as the requirement comes up from more and more schools, that the community, not just Labtech, but others, everybody that's here, will turn their attention to that area too as well. The foundation for students needs to be strengthened at various levels, and these types of technologies can be applied with great effect, I think, to do that type of training. I look forward to this type of input and working on those things with you all in the future.
Excellent. Sorry, actually, they've just given me one question, but it's very important questions, I think, from our colleagues, Professor Buri from Yogyakarta. In terms of the quality, assuring the quality, the standard, do you think, this is all, I think, online training provider, do you think that through online training, we can assure that the standard comparable to those trained conducted face-to-face? Anyone would like to address that?
I can, let me share my thoughts, Dr. Parano. We've been doing this for 25 years. 85% of our teaching is online with live teachers. The success rates in getting students from what I would call challenging behavior, challenging backgrounds, and getting them into workplace or further education has been a success, and also reintegrating that. I think the key element here is on the teacher training and how we train your teachers and how they engage. And what is important is what kind of content and how they differentiate the learning and the learning styles. So we have spent, like I said, 25 years in perfecting that, and we're still on the road, and it's still a journey for us. We're learning all the time. But the important thing is to making sure you keep on your training and teacher training and the CPD going all the time, because every day you're learning new things, and every day your teachers have to share things. And in our case, we have teachers coming to the same place so they can share. So in Brunei, we have our Teachers Training Center, which Brunei has grown very significantly over the last 12 months, which is great, and is still growing, and so we're still recruiting. And here as well. So it's about how the teachers and how they use the content makes it important. It's not just about broadcasting, it's engaging and also having the ability to make sure the students are progressing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much.
So I think that's very important. I think it's very different.
Yes. So basically,
may I add one point to this? Our approach is a little bit different. We don't use teachers, we use e-learning and simulators. But in this way, it is very important for it to be used that it's done based on global standards, the training, and people can see that all the demands are in the training, in addition to the pedagogy side. And also there is a learning curve effect seen in schools and companies, which takes about 2 years in our view. First, you use 1 or 2, and then even if we have a lot of research, you see, okay, this is working, and then you start putting bigger volumes. Maybe first you use 10, then you put 6,000, 10,000 people through it because you have seen it work. So because we are talking about new tech. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, last
Dr. Feriano, I would like to add one more thing about that. Sorry, just to get on up. My Zoom cut out for a moment. What our friend from Finland has said and Dhruv is very good, and answer the question: can it match the standards, or can it give a better result than conventional learning? I think the answer is unequivocally yes. But we need more research to determine what works and what doesn't work. And this is where instructional design for digital learning is very different than in-person design. And this is a developing art right now that is developing with the technology. And you saw some of the data from particularly Finland on VR, but this applies to most well-designed digital content. Not all digital content is the same. You know, the efforts that Dhruv puts into this, or our friends from Finland, or even from Festo, from Volker especially, is really good. You know, and they have very good results. From our data that we see, because we have formative assessments built in, which is a fantastic tool for putting learning on steroids and to really making the learning sink in for the knowledge that the students don't understand or don't miss. And this is difficult for teachers to do this because they don't have the time to find out what each student doesn't know and spend time reviewing this. But we can do it in a digital environment very successfully. And when we start to do things like that, and interactive learning and learning that's engaging, we're finding that class averages in vocational training or vocational subjects, which might be in some countries 60% if you're lucky on their theory, and you have problems of literacy and numeracy too, that was mentioned before, we're finding that scores go up over 90% in many cases because they're taking the time. The students are interested in learning if learning is presented in an engaging way. And so these, I think, we'll find are very, very powerful tools if we work together and design good content and make it effective. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, let me add something here, please, Dr. Payano and Steve. Thank you for adding this. Well, since we are performing remote hiring, in particular also during the past 2 years during the pandemic, I think important is not only the offerings itself. Important is the network of different available partners. One is, of course, you need the online platform, but then on the other hand side, you need maybe a digital or a micro digital certification partner, and very important is also assessment. So when somebody approaches us with a digital certificate, we want to give proof that, okay, which institute or which platform has given the training and who has done the assessment that this platform or this course meets exactly the needs and the requirements. The industry is convinced. As I said, we are doing it. We have done it, and we will continue. We will strengthen this remote hiring But important is for us from the industry perspective. Important is we need a chance to remotely give proof to what has been taught, whether it's digitally, whether it's via video streaming, whether it's via simulation, via metaverse, whatever. But important is the remote proving must be assessed and must be established. And I think you need different players. We also do digital offerings, but of course we also need external partners to give proof that what we are offering is meeting skills, is meeting requirements. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. So it's excellent and also a good dialogue afterwards. Sorry that the time wouldn't give us more time to discuss. Actually, I plan to have some takeaway for the audience to see in terms of what we learned from this forum 3. But maybe considering the time, I just flash it on the screen. When it comes to what can private sectors do to ensure resilient TVET, a lot of things. I think you have heard from different speakers here in terms of what they can do when it comes to quality, improving the quality of teachers, trainers, mentors, explore effective models of education and training, including dual apprenticeship, paid internships, map and enhance digital journey and milestones, map and define skill requirements and competencies, including soft skills, diversify learning opportunities, including upskilling and reskilling, using different tools here, including simulation, AR, VR, XR, offline and blended. So there are a lot of opportunities, including the certification. And the second question is regarding how can industry players contribute tools and resources to ease pandemic changes in TVET. There are a lot of also ideas here, for example, like providing access to quality training using different modes again, and support robust assessment, accreditation and certification, support facilities, including rooms equipped with digital tools, offer exhibition models, partnership in research and development. This is something that we look forward to collaborate with all of you later on in research and development, and also support individual learners and monitoring their learning progress, including language competencies shared by our colleagues here. Question number 3, what are some trends in digital TVET that are suitable to implement in Southeast Asia? Flexible and diverse ways of learning opportunities, inclusive education and training, including those in remote areas, standardized framework, talking about the one you just mentioned, the quality of online as compared to face-to-face, language training, including using artificial intelligence, collaborate with developers, capacity building for teachers and trainers, and having regional and national center of excellence for digital learning. I think I'd like to bring that issue in our discussion the next time. And then question number 4, considering the disparity, this is about the digital divide. So what kind of initiative can we do in this case? One is multiple access and acceleration of virtual and offline learning. We need to do it concurrently. Providing mobile learning application, unlimited data usage and devices. Support asked me whether it has been happening in the region. Yes, some countries will provide unlimited data and so equipment, but of course, not all can provide all of their need. Community involvement, I think, is also key. It's that industry, and the importance of recognition of prior learning. And last but not least, is about the learning badges or the micro credential. I think now it's become trendy in this era of digitalization as well as COVID-19. So with that, Thank you very much, as moderator, and thank you all of the speakers. I'd like to give the time back to our MC for the certificate presentation. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you to our eForum Panel 3 for the presentations. Before that, Simeo VocTech is pleased to know that many of our participants are very interested with presentations from our governing board members, and especially from our keynote speakers. We have received plenty of requests for the presentations as well as recording. You can find the entire duration of the eForum at Simeo VocTech's YouTube channel at Simeo VocTech. And we will put our effort to put the presentations up at cvet.net. That's sea-vet.net in due time. Thank you. We would now like to present the e-certificate ceremony as a token of appreciation from Simeo VocTech to all our valued speakers from eForum Panel 3. We are pleased to present this e-certificate to Mr. Pasi Poramo, CEO of ADE Finland, Mr. Volker Schmidt, Regional Director Asia Pacific from Festo Didactic, Germany, Dr. Stephen McKee, President of Labtech International, and Dr. Dhruv Patel, CEO of Nisai Group Limited from United Kingdom. With that, Simeo VocTech would like to once again thank our industry representatives who have shared very useful and valuable industry perspectives in ensuring a resilient TVET system during the pandemic and in the era of digitalization. We are confident with the great knowledge and information shared, the audience will be able to take away these insights and put them to great use to further develop industry practices in their communities. With the end of the third panel presentations, we have reached to the closing of Simeo VocTech eForum on managing pandemic challenges and opportunities of TVET in the era of digitalization. To mark that, we are delighted to invite Dr. Ethel Agnes Pasqua Valenzuela, the Director of Simeo Secretariat, Thailand, to deliver her closing remarks. Please welcome.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Yang Mulia Dr. Chin Wei Khe, Deputy Permanent Secretary of Higher Education of the Ministry of Education of Brunei Darussalam, our Honorable Chair and members of the Governing Board of Simeo VocTech, esteemed Honorable Director of Simeo VocTech, Dr. Alias Haji Bakar, our very efficient Simeo VocTech officials, officers, staff, distinguished speakers and moderators, dear colleagues, participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very pleasant afternoon from Simeo Secretariat Headquarters in Bangkok, Thailand. It is my great pleasure to have witnessed and participated in this virtual forum on managing pandemic challenges and opportunities of TVET in the era of digitalization. Please allow me to thank and congratulate Simeo VocTech and the Governing Board for the successful conduct of its 32nd GBM yesterday and this very timely and efficient, relevant, and responsive virtual forum today. I would like to use this opportunity to extend my utmost appreciation to the Ministry of Education of Brunei Darussalam for the continued support provided to Simeo and Simeo VocTech in particular. Furthermore, I would like to express my highest gratitude and admiration to all the keynote speakers, our speakers from Simeo VocTech Governing Board, and our industry expert panelists for their excellent contributions and valuable insights provided during this session. It is actually a strong network of partners, collaborators, and friends that will enable us to overcome the impact of the pandemic and harness the opportunities of digitalization to advance our TVET systems. For nearly 2 years now, we have been tested with unprecedented challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic that has painfully highlighted the weaknesses of our TVET systems and even our stakeholders. TVET institutions were faced with the challenge to remain functional, although it's very difficult under the conditions of lockdown and social distancing. And while we thought remote learning solutions were implemented successfully, they exacerbated the already existing digital divide, especially in low-income households, our rural communities, our disadvantaged and marginalized groups. Educators, like all of us, have to think of a better way to bring them in, to reach out, to expand their skill, to conquer new technologies and learning modalities, and solve the puzzle of conveying hands-on demonstrations and practical training in a virtual situation. It was so challenging. At Simeo, we have benefited from our industry partners who we always invite in our webinars and forum. Although we have reached over 1 million teachers and learners, we still feel we could not really do it alone. We need all of you to help us in this daunting task to equip our young people and the existing workforce of this region, ASEAN, with competencies that will make them more resilient in the external shocks that let them adjust to an increasingly faster changing labor market demands due to technological transformation. So as demonstrated today, I was really very happy to listen to all of you, your innovation, adaptation, and creativity. And looking back at the governing board meeting yesterday, I really am delighted to say I'm very proud of Simeo VocTech. VocTech has really adapted to the new challenges and continued on to provide quality programs and e-forum like this. Simeo VocTech has shown significant achievements in the area of professional development. With the assistance of their partners and our member countries, very interesting training programs have been offered. And I would like also to highlight the effort of Simeo VocTech in establishing the knowledge platform for Southeast Asia that is very helpful, the TVET.net. So the work of Simeo VocTech undoubtedly brings Simeo closer to its mission, and that is to really promote regional cooperation, understanding, and achieve our goal of ASEAN integration. Thank you very much to all of you who have really contributed your day with us, your insights, and your secrets, your very interesting SDG approaches. And of course, I would be glad that this will be documented by Simeo VocTech and shared further to all the ministers so that they will also be happy like me to see how VocTech has transformed our region and made TVET resilient, digitalized, and transformed. Thank you very much, and may you have a good evening.
Thank you, Dr. Ethel, for your encouraging words and constant support for Simeo VocTech and for gracing our Simeo VocTech e-forum this afternoon. May we now invite Simeo Secretariat Director, Dr. Ethel Agnes Valenzuela, Center Director of Simeo VocTech, Yang Mulia Alias bin Haji Bakar, our esteemed keynote speakers, respected governing board members, high commissioners, ambassadors, and representatives from member countries and affiliate members for a group photo online. May you have everyone to switch on the cameras and please to smile. And on the count of 3, a photo will be taken. 1, 2, 3. We will take another one. 1, 2, 3. Everyone smile big and give a thumbs up. 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you everyone. On behalf of Simeo VocTech, we would like to extend our highest appreciation to our guest of honor, Deputy Permanent Secretary of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Yang Mulia Dr. Chin Wei Kei, for officiating today's e-forum, Director of Senior Secretariat, Dr. Ethel Agnes Valenzuela, Center Director Senior VOCTEC, Yang Mulia Alias bin Haji Abu Bakar, our esteemed keynote speakers, respected governing board members, high commissioners, ambassadors, and representatives from associate member and affiliate members, ministry, senior VOCTEC deputy directors, esteemed guests, and our valued participants from all over the world, your presence and support to senior VOCTEC e-forum on managing pandemic challenges and opportunities of TVET in the era of digitalization have immensely contributed to the success. That is all from Senior VOCTEC and the Governing Board Secretariat, and on behalf of Senior VOCTEC, it has been a great pleasure to host the event, and we look forward to greeting and sharing you with more informative and innovative ideas from valued speakers and country representatives from the region and beyond. Thank you, everyone, and with that, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the brief.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Adil.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
It's very useful.
Everyone from
Thank you.
Thank you,
our guest
everyone.
speakers.
Bye.
Excellent
See you in
Bye.
Thailand next year.
Hello,
Thank
everyone.
you all to our TV members.
See you next year in Thailand.
Yeah, see you
Yes,
in Thailand next year.
Thailand.
Hello, everyone. A gentle reminder to our e-forum participants to please check the chat box and on the QR code seen on the screen for the evaluation form that must be completed in order to receive your e-certificate of participation. Please also do not forget to register for the e-forum at forum.voctech.org to ensure that event coordinators can verify your information. Thank you, everyone.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
See you next year in Thailand. All the GB members.
We'll see you next year.
And also speakers, we'll bring you there.
And also speakers and the participants also.
Bring everyone, bring the family and friends.
Yeah.
Bye.
Forward to
Thank
it.
you, Dr. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Everybody. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay,
Thank you, Dr.
Thank
Abel.
you very much. Mrs. Abel, so take care. Yes. Bye-bye.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Mr.
very,
Scott.
very encouraging response. Yeah,
Thank you
very
very
nice.
much.
Yeah.
Very
So,
much.
I think scale it down. Sorry. Oh.
Thank you, Cikgu Rizal.
Congratulations and tahniah ya, senior VOCTEC team.
Hey, thank you very much.
Thank you, Tuan. Thank you
I
very
saw
much,
you
Tuan.
since the morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you very much, our friend from Timor-Leste Embassy.
Thank you,
very much.
everyone. Thank you. Okay.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay. Great
Film,
teamwork.
thank you juga.
Many thanks.
Tuan Lim.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Look forward to meet you
Very much.
sometime.
Terima
Yes.
kasih banyak-banyak.
Yes.
It's been really good.
Terima kasih banyak.
Terima kasih,
Sufri, how are you?
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Excellency. Thank you.
Ngomongnya.
Oh.
Nah, YouTube masih live tuh. Nah, YouTube masih live tuh.
I missed it. We just came back.
Relax yan. Congratulations.
I miss your show. I miss our show.
Where have you been?
I was doing the presentation for Pangara for Philippines.
Oh, okay.
Baru habis. Habis sudah yan?
Habis sudah, just tunggu everyone, I think. Waiting for our guests.
Berapa orang datang tadi?
Karena jika Cynthia here, got our guest is still here.
Okay.
We have still our guest here.
Nga pa si Aida menangis. Of happiness.
Happy birthday, Aida.
Terima kasih semua. Assalamualaikum. Selamat datang.
Terima kasih. Thank you for joining.
I feel it, Aida. Bunyinya really good. It's a shame I wasn't able to listen.
Yes, yes. Very shame.
Kita. I really wanted because the topic is really good, kan? I mean, I only managed to see the #1 speaker.
German. Dari World Bank.
Dari ADB. Oh, that was also very good, I thought.
Very good.
We have
very good.
Yeah, tapi kita ni ada copy of the presentation, kan?
Yeah, ada YouTube.
YouTube
ada.
Yeah, that will be really good.
Yang ano apa nih? Yang YB nanti